support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by...
Hello everyone and welcome. My name is Don Bain and of course I am the Gadget Professor. We're coming at you live and in color from the CES 2025. We are here at the Venetian and it is exactly 9:03 and the show is just opening up, and of course people are not here yet and that's because they were partying last night and they're still sleeping, but they will be here. And I did not party last night. I'm not a partier, and as you know, I don't drink or smoke. I'm a clean living guy. So today we have a jam-packed show, and the senior producer just informed me that we are solidly booked, and instead of going, I believe, every 15 minutes, we are now going to go every 10 minutes because there's so many people, and we're trying to push everybody, in to get them heard. So that should be a lot of fun. Now, in case you're new to the Tech Podcast broadcast, if you will, what happens is we interview a new company every 10 or 15 minutes, and they basically come up and tell us what's going on, what's new, all that stuff. And we kind of ask them the hard questions that pretty much no one else will ask. If you watched our interviews yesterday, yikes. I had quite a few interviews, and I definitely got into the nitty-gritty and challenged the companies to find out, the truth behind the scenes. So that was kind of sort of interesting. Yeah. So today we're going to do the same thing, a new interview every 10 to 15 minutes. So while everybody's kind of sort of waking up, I'm going to show you some stuff that happens while you're here at CES. Now, years ago, this is our 15th year, I believe. Yeah, 15th year in a row of us doing the broadcast, us meaning the Tech Podcast Network. So I want to call attention to Mr. Kirk over there, Kirk Cordless, and he's the man behind the scenes. He's where the pedal hits the metal, and Kirk always is helping us out and doing a masterful job running the switching, the video switching, the audio, and a bazillion things in between that you don't see. And trust me, if it wasn't for Scott and for Kirk, none of us would be here. There is a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. We have a whole digital studio here that was masterfully put together by Scott Ertz, and he did just a phenomenal job. And then after it's all set up, he's busy like a chicken with his head cut off. But, Kirk is here, again, behind the scenes, pushing buttons, and that makes the whole thing possible for us to do this broadcast. Okay, so thank you very much for that team behind us. Now, years ago, they used to put out a book. It was like a telephone book. It was probably, 400 or 500 pages. I mean, it was like that. It was heavy. And as soon as you came into the facility, you'd pick up one of these books, and if you wanted to find who was here at CES, you can actually just page through the telephone book, the CES telephone book, and find out what companies are here. Or if you're looking for a couple companies, you'll find them in that book. About the last 2-3 years-ish, of course, now with the digital age being definitely impregnated into our culture, they now do it on an app. So you load the app up and it will do the same thing as the telephone book did, but a lot cheaper, and I must say a lot quicker. So that was that. Now they still, which I like, every day put out a magazine, and this is published every single day. So the first thing I do as soon as I walk through the doors, and I get here about 7 in the morning, they actually have these books, thousands upon thousands of them, that you can pick up, and it tells you what's happening today. So we'll talk more about this in a few minutes. Right now, we're going to talk to the people at We Power, and Daniele Hicks is here, and we're going to find out about We Power Technologies. And they're actually putting her headset on now, and I have no clue what they do. We have a little blurb here about the details, maybe? Yeah? All right,
It should be up.
Okay, I see. Hello, I'm Don Bain. Danielle, how are you?
Good.
Can you bring your microphone just a little closer? There you go.
Okay.
Okay, so you're from WePower?
WePower Technologies, yes.
Tell me all, I have no idea. What does WePower do?
They do kinetic energy harvesting. So
Okay.
we harvest the energy from everyday motions, such as pushing a button, flipping a switch, and use that to power IoT devices without batteries or wires.
So it has to have some kind of transmission to send the signal and for something to receive the signal and know what to do.
It's usually connected to some kind of like smart home system, such as Z-Wave.
Okay, so essentially it doesn't need its own router or its own booster, right? It will connect to Wi-Fi, I would assume.
Wi-Fi is one of the protocols. It could be Wi-Fi,
Okay.
like Z-Wave, Zigbee Green,
Okay.
or any of those.
How long has the company been in business?
About 5 years we've
Okay.
been in business, and we've really just perfected the technology within the last year, so it's ready
Oh,
to
that's exciting.
ready to go. Yeah.
So tell me, when it's in use right now, I'm assuming. People use your product right now?
Not yet.
Okay, so
We've
we're in
got
the embryonic
several.
stages.
Yeah, we've
Okay.
got several products in our booth that are prototype products
Okay.
to show the technology in its full working form, and we're partnering with several companies that are adapting it into their product lines for 2025.
Give me a typical application that you would see this used for.
One that we have in our booth this year that is probably going to be the first one to market is a batteryless wireless leak detector.
A battery wireless leak detector.
Right.
Boy, I could have used one of those a couple years ago.
Right. As most of them are either hardwired, which means it needs to be very close to your wiring
Right.
with a mat on the floor, or they're battery powered, and the battery dies after you set it. You forget all about it, and then you get a flood, and nobody knows. So these have.
I unfortunately
yeah.
am quite quite
You
familiar.
unfortunately are a victim of this.
I've had it happen 2 times in 2 different houses. It was bad.
I bet.
It was bad. The house was destroyed.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, me too. And then, of course, after it was all done, I had them put in. I had used these leak detectors. Moa made them, and they actually hooked onto the pipe.
Okay.
And it had a little box, and it detected any kind of abnormalities, and it would give you 3 choices. It would shut the water off, which is good. It would call me, or it would call a plumber. So how would I integrate? Yours has to be a device that somehow connects to the piping
No.
to detect the leak.
It connects to either your wireless, your Z-Wave
But
smart
how does
home,
it know I have a leak?
because there is a detector on the bottom. So the way that one works is we preload the kinetic energy into the device, and it's held in place by a liquid soluble strip. And that when that dissolves, it triggers to release the energy, and that sends the signal that there's a
So
leak.
your device is actually point of contact. So I would put not one. I would probably have to have many everywhere there's water.
You could put one anywhere.
The water,
right.
but if I didn't have it on the water heater, and it leaked, and if I didn't have one there, I wouldn't know. Opposed to if I had that sensor on a bathroom sink or a washing machine or whatever. So your system is, I believe, tell me if I'm wrong, calling for multiple sensors.
You can have multiple ones, yes, and it's probably advisable to do so, to put it anywhere you could get a leak, and it will tell you which one
Okay.
detects the leak. So it would say, in your case, leak by water tank or leak in downstairs bathroom.
Mine was nasty. Mine was the heating pipe system on the top floor.
Oh.
It was horrific. I have nightmares about it still. Anyway, I have to tell you, this type of technology is, to me, mandatory. If you own a home or a rental agency or whatever, you want this. Excuse me 1 minute. Enza, phone. Sorry, life goes on. So what happens is my phone rings in my headset and it rings on my watch, but she has my phone.
Okay.
So how much does this typically cost? Is this primarily for homeowners? Is that who you're
So
audiences?
we create the technology, and then it's licensed by other companies.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's up to them
Okay.
to set the pricing when they put it into their product. So it could go through any type, like an alarms.com type company,
Yeah.
or anyone that does. It could be a plumbing company if they're.
Now, is there a main switchboard per se for this?
It
that-
just goes through your regular hub for
And
the
then,
smart.
so on my app, I'm assuming there's an app, it would tell me, hey,
You've got a leak in downstairs bathroom, or you've got a leak on wherever you've put your sensor under the kitchen sink.
all right, so I would assume I would want multiple sensors. So we really can't put a price point on this because you're the inventor and manufacturer of the technology.
The technology, correct.
Okay, where else do you see applications for
So
this?
we're also, in our booth, we've got a door and window sensor that we're demonstrating. So that one is really interesting because
So
it's
it's
got dual
security.
polarity. So it'll tell you if not only that the door has opened or closed, but whether it's open and closed, and it can track
that's good.
timing, and you can track whatever data points you want, and it'll send that signal.
And these are wireless sensors, so
Wireless.
I just put them
Yep.
on and I don't have to run wires. Well, that's
No
kinda neat.
batteries.
Well, if it's open and closed, so it knows it's open, it knows it's closed, and
Correct.
it knows if it's open, it will say, hey, it's open.
Right.
Now, couldn't you again put those on doors?
Yes, we have one on a door in our booth right now that we're demonstrating.
I'll tell you a weird thing. It's funny that you mentioned that. I have an elaborate alarm system at my home, and there's only one door in the whole house that doesn't have sensors on it, but it does have motion detectors in the room, so I'm not worried about it. So we just came out here to CES, and the yard company who does the yard work, they called us and said, you know, your door's open. I said, there's no way it's open. I mean, there's no way. And then I remember New Year's Eve, we had a party and we used the dining room, which I never use, and the kids opened up the door and they didn't close it all the way. I didn't know. And the motion detector is, I don't know, maybe 8 feet. So that span of that motion detector didn't realize, and it was open about that much because I looked on the camera and, oh my God. So she, of course, closed the door, but my alarm did not go off.
This wouldn't have told you if it was open or
If
closed.
I had your
Yeah.
system, I would have known, right?
Right.
Wow. Now, does that beep you, or does it
It
email?
does. It's this. It connects through the same protocol, so you'd get the the update.
I like that.
And you can have it set to whether, if it's a leak, this is an emergency, right? You'd want to be notified
Sure.
right away. But if it's door opening and closing, you may want that to just be a log that you check throughout the day.
Yeah, I want to know
Right.
my door's open.
Right. But if it's a high traffic door, maybe you just want to
No,
know
I
what
never-
times they were open
never
or
used
closed.
that
Right.
door. I think I might have opened that door 3 times in 20 years. This is the strangest thing, and I'm looking at it on the camera like, what? It's open. You know, and in Arizona, you got all kinds of little critters that kind of,
Scorpions walking around your house.
rattlesnakes, the whole bit. So that's kind of cool. Now, if I had your system, can I deploy X amount of sensors, door, windows, and also sensors that would detect leaks so I can have a variety of choices?
Right. I mean, it can go in any type of product that has a motion. So those are just some examples that we're demonstrating. It could
I
be
like that a lot.
the windows. It could be entry, like in a gate, like entry access control,
But
light
you have
control.
to be within reach of the internet, of a wireless connection.
It depends what protocol you're using.
Okay.
Like Z-Wave, long range is
Right.
about 1.5 miles, so that could be
Yeah.
a gate. That's at the beginning
that
of
makes total
a
sense. I
property.
like this. So what other kind of sensors do you have?
Those are just some of the ones that we've mocked up for our booth.
Right.
But it could be used in anything that has a motion, whether it's opening, like the motion of a door handle, pushing a button. It could be like tied to your doorbell, per instance, where
okay.
if you ring you
Yeah.
push it, then that makes the noise, and it's no battery, no wires. That's a possible explanation. Or it could trigger a camera to take a picture of who's pushing
really?
the button. It's
Now,
however you want to
How does
hook
that
it up.
integrate? All through the app?
Well, we don't have the app, so it's the technology that takes
I got it. I got you.
it takes the signal and is
That's
pushed
kind of
into
neat.
the
So
right.
there's an opportunity for, quote, a software app development company to take
Right.
this incredible technology and actually fine-tune it. Hey, Mr. Jones, if you have, this kind of camera or that kind of camera, you click the
Right.
button, you put this in, and
We
That's
have a
nice.
demonstration app
That's
that we're
nice.
using in our booth, and our engineers work with the companies to figure out how to best integrate it into their products. But we just have some reference designs on ways to show it.
When do you think I'll see this, for real?
You can see it for real today in our booth
When,
in the North
when
Hall.
are we going to be able to buy the technology?
Buy it this year.
This year? Yeah. Are there companies that you can tell me about that actually?
Not yet.
You know, I could just see by the smile she knows.
We're working with several big companies too.
You're at CES. My listeners want to know. Nothing.
Well, as soon as we have any,
Poker face.
we'll announce them. As soon as they're ready for market, we'll announce them.
Okay. Well, that's pretty exciting.
Yes.
Where's your booth?
It's in the North Hall, 8446.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll try to scramble over there and check it out.
Yeah, we're demonstrating the water sensor, the door sensor. We've got an industrial push button and a light controller, all live and working in our booth.
That's awesome. See, this is what I like about CES. You get to just see and hear about the new technologies. And this particular one, I got to tell you, folks, you do not want to flood in your house. Elite, you do not. Technology like this is going to help you. Trust me.
And because there's no batteries, it lasts forever.
That's huge.
It's powered by magnet energy, so magnets hold their power indefinitely.
So you're converting magnetic energy into kinetic electricity, if you will.
And it's green because you don't have the battery waste. And it's like if you ever have put two batteries at reverse polarity, you can feel the tension, right?
Yeah. Well, that's energy.
That's the energy.
Yeah. I'm curious, you might know, how much voltage or current can that produce?
So small. It's 3 millijoules.
What?
And it's enough to wake up the processor, to send the signal, to create the
3 millijoules?
Yeah.
I would never think that's enough juice.
It's enough. And
wow. Now I'm assuming the bigger the magnet.
Sure, it's scalable. So I mean,
juice.
if you want it in a remote control, it's going to be much smaller than if you wanted to.
How big is the sensor that would be in this device? I mean, the size of a nickel, quarter,
It's about the
dime?
size of a quarter.
Really? And it's constant energy.
It's not constant. It's when you do the motion, it captures the energy immediately and uses it then. And
I see.
so that's why it's not running. Like batteries are constantly always running and draining, and so it's on call. So whenever you do the action, or in the case of the water sensor, we preload and hold it.
Boy, that technology has a lot of room to grow. I can just think of the things, that's great.
The possibilities are pretty indefinite.
I guess so. Wow. Well, thank you so much for coming on. I enjoyed talking to you, and I learned a lot. I'm going to try to get down there and check out that booth and make sure it works.
Come on down to the North Hall.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. All right, well, I wish you the best of luck at CES, and hopefully I'll see you between now and Friday when they throw us out of here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Interesting technology, no question about that. I'm not sure what companies would be using that, but I thought we had a real live dog coming on, but it looks so real. Mr. Tom Stevens is our next guest, and we got little Poochie here. So it looks so real, Tom. I'm going, wow. Well, I can't hear you because you're not mic'd, but here's Mr. Poochie. I'm sure he has a name for it. And it's a nice dog. I can pet it. It feels real. It looks real. Oh, my God. Oh, so Tom's getting some 110 AC behind me. And I'm assuming it's a robotic dog. I don't know. He's smiling. This should be good. Oh, my beautiful Enzo wants one of these. Here, Enz, take a quick picture. Okay. I'm going to lift its head. Come on, Enz. Take your picture. Look at. Oh, my God. Is this cool or what? Yeah. Tom Stevens here. Hi, I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Don, for having us.
I don't even know what it is, but it's cool as could be. Tell us all about it.
So,
it's really cool.
This is Jenny. She's a fully interactive robotic emotional support animal.
Look at this. Oh my God.
Inspired by my mother.
We got to get this. Can I Can I lean this on this to get it up higher?
If she's not level, this plug is going to be a little. It looks like we lost the graphics, so we're good.
Okay, there we go. Much better. Thank you.
Inspired by my mother, who after she was diagnosed with Alzheimer's dementia, had to take away her dog for safety reasons. I learned that she's one of over 300 million people with seniors with dementia or pre-dementia mild cognitive impairment.
I know it all too well, and our beautiful Nancy here is going through a similar situation right now.
I'm very sorry. It's
retching.
It is, and it's one of those conditions that, despite how tragic it is for the person who gets Alzheimer's or another cause of dementia, it can be even harder on the family. It's a terrible, tragic disease. And for most seniors, they lose the ability to safely or practically care for a live animal. And so that's what this is. She's designed to actually treat the behavioral and psychological symptoms of dementia, reducing the need for certain medications, including psychotropics.
So it's specifically designed?
So our first product was specifically designed for seniors with dementia. We tested with over 700 seniors with dementia. There's a great deal of peer-reviewed research in this area, over 200 studies going back as many as 40 years, showing that where a senior with dementia can form a robust emotional attachment to an object, traditionally a human baby doll or a stuffed animal, they get a great deal of relief from the behavioral and psychological symptoms, so loneliness, anxiety, depression, in my mother's case, hallucinations and violent anger, and a reduction in need for psychotropic medications, which are anti-anxiety, antidepressant, antipsychotic meds.
Familiar with them all, unfortunately.
Yeah, so our first product will be released as a consumer health tech product, but it is our aim for our robotic puppies to be the first to be FDA medical devices.
Really?
So 83% of seniors with dementia in the United States live at home and are cared for by an unpaid family member.
Correct.
But they also find their ways into hospitals quite frequently, and so we hope to become part of the standard of care for dealing with seniors with dementia when they're in short-term and long-term acute settings.
All right, let me ask you a bunch of technical stuff.
Please.
All right. So this is not available right now.
This is our
prototype.
Final alpha pre-production. Will be in beta shortly, and as soon as the betas are working, we'll start fulfilling orders.
When's that going to be, roughly?
We're hoping for sometime this year.
As you may know, getting any kind of FDA approval is about as impossible as it could be, and as difficult as can be. And I can write 50 books on that. So how would I purchase this? Where would I purchase it? And give me a rough feel. I know you might not know, but what's the cost of this?
So the way to get on our list to purchase it is to go to tombot.com, and you'll be prompted to join a wait list.
tombot.com. Simple enough, tombot.com. And there you'll be allowed to
join our wait list and notify when we'll formally open up our pre-order campaign, and then once we're fulfilling orders, we'll give people an idea how long it's going to take.
Give me just a rough idea what if you know what the cost might be.
We're targeting, so we have two customers.
Right.
The family member on behalf of the loved one with dementia, they begged us not to have a subscription model. They wanted a one-time charge.
Yeah, of course, I can understand that.
So that's a one-time price of $1,500. And then,
that's very reasonable.
Thank you. And in hospitals, assisted living, memory care, skilled nursing, they can buy it the same way, but most of those organizations want to do long-term rental. So based upon the quantity that
kind of like a lease thing.
Exactly right.
Okay.
So we call it robot as a service. Not a term we coined, but the idea that they're getting access to that and they provide it to their patients or residents either for free or at cost or for a markup.
Let me ask a couple more questions. Now, I'm assuming this has to be stationary. So is this going to stay in like the living room or whatever room I desire, or is it within the scope of possibilities that I move this from?
Yes. So first of all, for seniors with dementia, anything on the floor presents a fall risk.
Right.
And falls are frequently
Not
end of
good.
life events. So products in this category are never placed on the ground. So this one does not walk. It's designed as a lap dog or to be on a table or a chair.
So it's designed to be on your lap.
Exactly right. So this prototype here is only running on plug-in power,
Sure.
but think smartphone that moves. So it'll have all-day battery life and plug-in rechargeable overnight. And we intend for this to be with people around the clock, including coming to bed with them
Really?
and soothing them as they're laying in bed.
Just a brilliant idea.
Thank you so much.
And you wouldn't really have the emotional response unless you've had someone that has had Alzheimer's. And for me personally, my father, it was just retching. And then my mother-in-law, I had to take care of her for 5 years with it. And I know for my dad, this would have been like, yeah, just perfect. Now, it doesn't talk, correct?
No, when we so we researched over 700 seniors with dementia, and first of all, we learned a tremendous amount through that. But the big takeaways were around realism. Realism, first of all, in objects with which they're already familiar, so puppies and kittens as opposed to wild animals or fictitious creatures. And then secondly, the more realistic, the better in appearance,
Boy,
texture.
I'll tell you, when you walked up and I saw that, I swear to you, I thought, oh my God, it's a dog. What a cute looking animal. I mean, I really did until he actually put it down. I'm like, oh my God. I mean, it feels real, it looks real, and I like it.
Thank you so much. So the seniors wanted it to always be a puppy, even though they understand that it's a robot and actually prefer that it's a robot over live animals. Peak pet ownership rates are in our 50s and then decline by about 50% per decade after that. So many of them have already made decisions to no longer keep a live animal as a pet. But despite the fact that it is a robot, they want to suspend disbelief and pretend that it's real. And so asking it what the weather is and having an answer takes them out of that space. So it's always a puppy, but it responds in terms of what it's capable of doing. 5 mechanical subsystems. The mouth opens and closes, the eyes open and close, ears, head and neck, and tail. Responds to, it's covered, has a sensory system. You can see she's responding when I touch her. Most of the time, she's deciding what she's going to do.
We have people, directors, and helping us. They're crying, they're looking at it. I mean, it's pretty emotional. I got to tell you, I mean, you know how I see thousands of products, but boy, this one is, it's so lifelike. Now, you mentioned that this can actually go in the bed.
Yes.
So I'm assuming that in real world, you're not going to have the plug on it.
No, correct.
Okay.
So to recharge it, but not for operation.
Okay. I got a bunch of stuff in the head.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll give you short answers.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, so what happens if it falls? I mean, people, they move, whatever, and poof, how's it going to survive that?
So that was a huge design requirement.
Oh,
so
sure.
because it's on somebody's lap, it's always in an elevated position, and because it's a little head heavy, because a lot of the motors are here, it's likely to go in that direction. So we had to be able to design it to survive everyday use.
So you've already thought of that.
Oh my goodness, yes.
Okay, next question. I know we're getting the wrap-up slide. I could be here for an hour with this. So how do I put this? Is this on a route? In other words, it's going to go through these motions, and then when it finishes this motion, it's not. So it's touch reactive.
And voice commands. It can feel itself being moved.
Oh, it does voice commands? Can you do a voice command?
It's a little buzzing here, but let's see if she'll do it. Hey, Jenny, want a treat? No, she's going to ignore me today.
But the ears went up when you spoke to her.
So she decides how she wants to react at any given time. And our technology has the potential for unlimited categories of behaviors, and unlimited behaviors within a given category. So users will never experience repetition. Then the robot will continuously interact with them, but
something?
always in a way that's appropriate to the given context.
Artificial intelligence?
There is. It's light duty in this one because we didn't need it to be a minimum viable product for a senior with dementia.
Right.
But we hope to expand this to other mental health issues such as children with autism, people with severe anxiety, depression,
I can
PTSD.
just see like,
exactly.
You have to come back next year because I want to follow the tracking of this. year by year. I think this is just a killer product. I mean, it's masterfully done. One more quick question. I'm just curious, how long did it take to develop this from your idea?
Idea was in 2011. We launched I went back and got a master's from Stanford before I launched this product.
I've heard of Stanford. Yeah, go ahead.
And then we launched the company in 2017. The first 2 years were just research on what to do, and then since that time it's been R&D, and we're finally getting in the market.
Was the precipitous for you to go to college because of this idea?
Yes, 100%.
Really?
100%.
100%?
Yeah.
Wow.
Which, by the way, if you're going to go back to school, go there for a reason, and because the education lands on you in a way that doesn't.
Those are some words of wisdom. Well, obviously you had to have a very high intellect just to get into Stanford, never mind graduate. So I applaud you for that. And, you know, it's a pleasure for me to meet people like you because, you know, he took a very personal, emotional event, and it is emotional. I mean, it is mentally and physically draining. And look how he turned it around to help other people, you know. Good for you.
Thank you so much.
Good for you.
Thank you for having us today.
Okay.
This is really a pleasure.
It's tombot.com, and I'm telling you, just check the website out. I haven't even looked at the website. It's the first time I've met Tom, and I am blown away by this. It's masterful.
Thank you so much.
Masterful. Thank you. I appreciate you coming on.
My pleasure.
And where's your booth?
We're in Eureka Park, booth 62034. Yeah.
All right. I know I'm not going to have a choice, but Enza's going to want to come over and see that. So I'll try to get down there. You're going to be at your booth?
I will be in my booth.
Okay.
This is the rare opportunity I get to get away.
Here you go, Enz. There's some cards. You can take one of those.
Thank you so much.
And I appreciate you coming on.
My pleasure. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Take care. Wow. It's extraordinary. You can't tell unless you're right on top of it that it's not real. Look at the fur on that. Isn't it just look at the that is it's incredible. I mean, it is so lifelike. And it's not like the animatronics that you've seen like in some restaurants, the robots that like jerk when they move. The fluidness of that is it's remarkable. The feel, the warmth you get from that, it's ingenious. It's really, really, I feel bad. He's putting it in one of the, he's putting the dog in the anvil case, and I'm feeling bad that the dog is being put in the case. What is going on here? You know, we've seen several people here, certainly in the last day, that have had this this light bulb go off in their head, and they're producing a product now. Now, there's a guy that went back to Stanford University. That is top tier engineering, top tier. You gotta be very intelligent, very bright to get in, just to begin with. Never mind to graduate with a master's degree. So clearly, that's quite an accomplishment. But you heard him say, if you're going to go back to school, go there for a purpose. And you know, he had a vision, and to create that complex an object from nothing, extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. I think that product, you know, at first I'm like, robotic dog, are you kidding? But wow, it's not. It's much more than that. And the sensors and the ability to incorporate artificial intelligence within that robot dog is truly remarkable. I've seen quite a few things kind of like that, but that's, in my opinion, that's the best one that I've seen. And I think you're only at the embryonic stages, I think. And I get it doesn't speak because most people with Alzheimer's can't process a lot of deep things. I get that. I do think, however, you'll see in the next 2, 3 years, 4 years, it will bark, cat will purr, it might make some dog sounds. I believe that will be coming, but I think the grunt work with that in terms of development and technology, that the hard work is done. I think at this point, any additions to that, I don't want to say are going to be simple, but not as difficult. it responds to the touch. I mean, when you pet it, just like a dog. I mean, it really mimics the dog. I'm sorry? Yeah, there you go. Good point. You don't have to take it out, and you don't have to feed it. What could be better than that? And it doesn't grow. It stays the same size. Yeah. Did you ever get a little collie or a little any kind of a dog? Yeah, you got one. Whoa! They start. Yeah. What kind of dog did you have? Mixed breed. Yeah. I love animals. When I was a kid, I had a dog. I'd like to have a dog now, but I travel too much, so I can't do that. And I did have a cat. Cat's name was Goggles, and I had that cat for 4 or 5 years, and then I got married, and my wife was not too happy about the cat. Actually, she didn't like the cat. I mean, it grew on her. And then we had our first child, Maniac Mike, and Maniac Mike grew up with the cat. He loved it. And then I had my beautiful daughter, Alyssa Lee, and she was about maybe 6 months, and she started coughing, and she's a little baby. And then one day Mike was watching TV with Alyssa Lee, and he runs up and says, "Dad, something's wrong." What do you mean? I ran into the room, and she was fine, but long story short, we took her to the emergency room, and 4 days later, the doctor came out and said, "She's totally fine. You don't have to worry. Do you have a pet?" And I said, "Yeah, I got a cat." And he said, "She will not be released from the hospital until you get rid of that cat." I said, "I've had that cat for like 9-10 years. He said, "I don't care." He said, "You are not going to bring that girl into the house." So I had to get rid of my cat. Unfortunately, one of my cousins took the animal, and it lived for another 10 years. So it had a good life. I do miss Mr. Goggles. And anyway, my daughter is still brutally allergic to cats, and horses is the worst. So a little tidbit on that. All right, well, we're gearing up for our next interview. I was talking about this magazine. Okay, they're here. Like I said, we're going to be hitting this every day. Hot. So we get this magazine, and in it is the kind of daily reviews of what's going on, and you can pick this up as you walk in. And it's quite interesting. There's a lot of advertisement in here. Why? Someone's got to pay the bills. So you pay serious bucks to advertise in this. On the other hand, you're going to get serious exposure. You're 1 million people looking at this sucker. So in here it has various articles, and it highlights certain technologies. Every day it's different. And as you browse through this, you'll see things that you didn't even know existed, or some things that you may be interested in, and you're going to track down that booth. So this is very helpful, very informative, and what I like is you never know what you're going to see in this, and it's all good. I mean, Circular unveils next generation smart ring. I'm seeing tons, maybe 40, 50 booths that have these smart rings. And what do? You put your ring on. It tells you your blood pressure, your oxidation levels, all that stuff. So again, all innovative, creative things. They're here at CES. Now, our next guest is, it's called My First, and it's Dmitry Mikheyev. How did I do with that? Mikheyev?
It's close enough. I'm going to take a new name soon, so you're going to have to try it again.
How do you pronounce your name?
In Russia, we pronounce it Mikheyev. It's a silent K.
Mikheyev. Okay.
Yeah, but we're a global company, so you know what?
Okay.
We appreciate all kinds of languages, all kinds of traditions, all kinds of
Russians,
values.
Russians are welcome. Where are you from in Russia?
Well, originally I grew up in the Far East, but I think I spent most of my life here in America, and so I'm happy to represent my first
How far
from here.
east?
As far as you can go in Russia, and that is a really, really long country. So as far east, I mean, it's basically just the other end of the Pacific Ocean from here.
That's far.
Well,
Like,
depending on which way you travel.
My grandparents are from Russia.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah,
Okay,
one was
we got a
from
little
Minsk,
connection.
and the other was from Pinsk.
Okay, great. I think that those are some of the European parts. It was so far away on the far west that I'm not even familiar geographically.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm Don Bain. I'm the Gadget Professor. Thank you for coming on.
It's so good to meet you.
It's my pleasure. So tell us about My First. What is it, and what do you do?
So MyFirst is a company that was founded on family values and bringing more connection to the families, and especially making sure that kids have great access to technology of tomorrow, because technology is evolving so quickly, so miraculously, and it can get a little bit out of hand. But we do want to make sure that kids still have a chance to interact with technology in a way that's safe and user-friendly for them. So we're designing products that they can use and play with without being worrying that they will either hurt themselves or even hurt the product. So we make things that are very durable, that are made with great materials, and that have innovative technology that creates a safe and friendly introduction to the technology.
So I see you have some examples here. Let's talk about those.
That's right. So so I did want to show a little bit kind of a family, a little bit of a small circle of products that are connected, but we do have an entire ecosystem of products. We're actually world's leader in creating a complete ecosystem of kids products, and we just have a small sample here, and if people visit our website, myfirst.tech or us.myfirst.tech, they will see the wonderful range of products that we have. So our products actually started with a camera. The founder, G.J. Young, we wanted to make sure that his daughter had access to a camera that was that she can hold in her hands, that wouldn't break if she dropped it, and that had still had amazing high-definition features. And so our range of cameras was born, and this is one of the original cameras. This one actually has a terrific waterproof case. It's really lightweight, so if you want to check it out, the kids can just play with it. They can take it to the pool. They can take it on vacation.
So there's actually functions I can take a photo with this.
Yeah, exactly. You can take
video.
Amazing photos. You know what?
I
would have to cheat on the cheat sheet. But I think all of our cameras take photos and videos, and that's one of the wonderful ways that kids can explore their creativity. And I believe this one also might have is there a selfie camera right there? Because we want to make sure that kids can really explore the world from all angles.
Okay, so am I going to be able to download, offload these pictures?
Yeah, so what makes this camera so perfect for families is that it just functions with the SD card inside, so parents can just put it into their computer and download the pictures that are available to them. But I'll do you one better. Last year, we came out with an incredible Camera 50. This camera actually has AI technology built in, and it connects to Wi-Fi. So it's actually part of our suite of products that connect to each other. For example, with this new watch, the R2, or the digital frame that allows distant family members or low-tech family members to still participate with their kids and their kids' creativity. Now, what makes the Camera 50 so spectacular, one of those features is a selfie light. So if I can turn it right here, if kids can just...
You can see the light.
Yes,
there.
kids can just...
Actually, we're over this
that's
one
my
right
camera.
now. Switching around.
Okay. Well, the point is, I'm holding a camera, right? So it actually shines the light on me, and it's a terrific camera for kids. We design products for kids from 5 to 12 years old, and they can create pictures, they can create videos. And the incredible AI feature in this actually allows them to select the clips that they recorded throughout the day and use the AI feature to automatically compile an interactive video for them.
So
and
you're
they can
making
add
them like video editors already.
Exactly. The video editor is built in here, and what makes it so easy to share is that they can just click share directly from this camera when it's connected to Wi-Fi, and it goes to a secure family network. We call it My First Circle. It's a parent control app that parents can download on their phone, make sure that either close family members all the way to acquaintances have different privacy settings,
so that's
and it
transmit
shares.
That.
It transmitted to the parents' app, the Circle app, and it shares directly to the frame. So even if kids share pictures, videos, and even captions and reactions that they insert from their smart camera or their even smart watch, the R2 or the new S4, they'll be families across the world, across the globe, can stay in touch with them by seeing that directly on their frame.
Nice
so all of these products actually connect. Yeah, and like I said, similar features are enabled in our smartwatch. This model is the R2. The selfie camera allows kids to take pictures of themselves. So think of them playing around at a birthday party or on vacations. They're taking a lot of fun pictures. And as soon as they click share, their grandparents or their distant relatives can see it directly on the smart frame. And the frames and the smartwatch and the camera have incredible, amazing features. And all of them make sure that kids still have fun to to play
Right,
with,
right.
and they're staying screen-free. There's a little bit of screen here, but it enables their creativity
Sure.
rather than drawing them in.
These products available now?
All of the products that I showed here are available now. This is our the camera 50 came out just a few months ago, but we do have a couple of new products that are available on pre-order right now. We have a new instant camera, the camera Insta20. It prints out photos in a flash, and it has incredible resolution for instant print, unlimited inkless thermal printing camera. And then we have a new and improved version of our smartwatch, the Phone S4. It has features that parents will actually love because it helps them support not only creativity but also health habits for their kids.
Give me a feel for pricing.
The pricing, the newest smartphone S4 is going to be at about $199 US retail, and we have pricing tiered out to down to about $169, and then. The pre-order of the S4 is actually a really incredible deal because parents will be able to enjoy their connected family when they get the new S4 with the early bird pre-sale for a limited time. They'll get either the free digital frame or the free AI-enabled camera. That way, they get a full interaction.
Nice. And where will they find that? On the website?
Yes, and they can just visit us on our website, myfirst.tech, and they'll redirect them by country. Or if you're in the US, us.myfirst.tech.
Interesting. Well, I thank you very much for showing us these products. What's the age bracket?
The age that we're targeting is between 5 years old to 12 years old.
Okay.
So it's a pretty broad range. And the products are just adorable, and they come in amazing colors. This watch is actually in one of our most popular, the most popular sellout color combination, cotton candy. It's purple and pink and beautiful, and kids just can't get enough of it.
Sounds good.
Yes.
I wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much for coming on, and come see us next year. We'll see how you're doing.
It's been a pleasure. We're going to bring you innovations.
Excellent. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there you have it, folks. More innovative technology. This particular product obviously is geared for kids, and it's all good. It's all good. Little pricey, I think, for a kid. $200. For $200, I could probably buy a very decent digital camera that will do everything. But innovation, creativity, market. I'm not an aficionado on that. Obviously, they did a heck of a lot of innovation and research before they would ever come up with a product like that. I'm just banging through here to see some of my notes. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Let's see, Kirk, I am finding, to me, it seems like I don't see any of our embeds working on anybody's channel.
That's a good question. I can ask Scott about it.
Yeah,
But it is on the YouTube channel though.
Okay. Hello, how are you? Okay, our next guest is from Birdfly. I kind of sort of know what this is going to be. Ah,
Bird feed. Yeah, bird feed.
bird feed.
Yeah,
Okay, because that says bird fi.
bird feed with
Bird
a
feed.
smile.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Well, I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. How are you?
I'm great, and how are you?
It's too early to tell, but I'm okay.
Exactly.
I'm okay. So tell us about your company. This looks like a bird feeder. Very high tech.
Yeah.
Very interesting device.
Yeah, so this is our product. We make smart bird feeders. So as you
let
can
me.
see,
Can I hold this towards the camera? Let's get a nice close up of that. There you go. Look at this thing.
yeah.
It's
You see, there's two
hybrid
cameras.
plastic. 2 cameras.
Yeah, 2
Oh,
cameras.
I see. Yeah, you got 2 cameras. You got one here
Yeah.
and one here. So
Don,
you
not to interrupt, but you're about to fall. Could you be very careful? Be careful where you're sitting. I know you want to show it off and everything, but please be careful because you're sitting.
Okay. Sorry
There you
about
go.
that. Yeah.
Okay, we don't want you to fall.
We haven't lost one person in 20 years. I don't want you to be the first.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so go ahead. I'm
Yeah?
sorry. 2 cameras, which is, I've never seen one with 2 cameras. Also, I'm going to point out real quickly, the build of this appears to be much better than any of the other products that we've seen here.
Yeah.
My observation. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is our Actually, it's our second generation of our birthday feeder. We have been in the market for almost 4 years. And this one is the CES Innovation Awards honorary.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, yeah. So why it gets so like innovative? Because we have 2 cameras, as you can see. And that's not only the most magical part, because for this camera in the front, we have 2 lenses. So for one lenses, it will detect, and like when the bird landed, it will send notification to your phone, and it also will tell you what species it is. And then we also have another lens. It will auto-track the birds and also take the portrait of the birds. So you get the wonderful pictures from both sides, and also you got a very clear, and also like you can see the feather is like 2K-like quality of the pictures.
What resolutions does that shoot at? 2K, 4K?
Yeah, for that portrait is 2K. Yeah.
No, those are stills.
Sorry?
They're stills, JPEG?
Pictures and videos.
Oh, and videos.
Yeah.
Okay. What resolution for the video?
So for the videos, so let's see. We have like 1080p.
1080p?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
so yeah.
Okay, and it doesn't go beyond 1080p.
We are developing products like providing 4K quality for both pictures and like videos.
Now,
Yeah.
what's the other camera going to do?
So this will take the side angle of the product, because before that we have like only one camera for our like previous like
yeah, like
type.
I said,
Yeah.
I've never seen one
Yeah.
that has 2 cameras.
Yeah, so for this, because many of our customers, they said that we don't want to miss like every angle of the beautiful birds, and so that why we make this option, so they can like they can adjust the angle, and if they want to take the side perspective of the bird, they can get the wonderful pictures
Isn't
of
that
it.
interesting?
Yeah.
So they're both going to generate not only JPEGs and or video.
Yeah.
They'll then transmit that data to your phone via an app.
Yeah, we have our Burfy app, and then you will send everything to your phone, and also you get the notifications. And we also have some awesome like app feature, including the highlights. So it tells you the best moment of
Oh,
every
really?
day, and also which is the most visiting birds for your backyard. Yeah, so you get those memory, and you can like share and show off to your friends.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, how much does this cost?
So for this one, so we have different models.
I'm sure.
Yeah. So for this one, it's like 350 USD something.
And
yeah.
is that for both cameras, or that's
Yes.
just for one camera? That's for the whole.
Both camera and the
Okay.
whole things.
Okay. How does this hold up in rain, sleet, snow, hail? I live in Arizona.
Yeah.
Not unusual to get 123 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
That's hot. Is this going to melt down after a year?
No, we have a lot of customers in Arizona,
You
so
do?
all our products are weatherproof, and we can handle like extreme weather, like extreme hot or extreme cold. We can all handle that. Yeah.
Okay, what else can you tell me about the product?
We also have some hummingbird feeders. If you
No.
mention Arizona,
No, I love
yeah.
hummingbirds. They're
So-
all over the place in Arizona.
Yeah,
They're
so
everywhere.
yeah, we have this one, the hummingbird feeders. As you can see, also 2 cameras, and
No
you can
kidding.
tell. Yeah,
No, I've never seen that either.
yeah, hummingbirds can change when
Isn't
they
that
move.
interesting?
Yeah.
We can. I don't know if you can see here, but there's actually 2 cameras on this.
Yeah.
Quite unusual.
Yeah, you can
Interesting.
get the pictures like that from the front side and
Yeah,
also
yeah.
the side perspective.
Those things are fast.
Yeah. For this one, we also have the slow motion function. So
Really?
yeah, when the birds come, you can get the very beautiful movement for that.
I'd have to see this. I'd have to see it
Yeah.
in real, because talking about it and seeing it, especially with these devices, they all have slightly different nuances. Let's talk about the cameras. What kind of cameras are they? Are they proprietary cameras, or are you using, a standard camera?
Oh, so for this, maybe I can introduce a bit about our background. So
Please.
we are from Shenzhen and near to Hong Kong. So as you may know, we are very famous for camera technology. And actually for
I've heard of that.
Yeah, for our company, we actually have been in the camera technology industry for 20 years, and then we made indoor and outdoor cameras at the beginning. So those are security
So
cameras.
you already
Yeah.
have the basic
That's-
model, if
yeah,
you will. and you built upon that.
Yeah, because we receive a lot of beautiful pictures of birds during the pandemic. When people start to caring about nature with our outdoor camera, then we just think that maybe we can make something especially for birds. Yeah, so that's the story. So that's why the logic, when the bird landed, we can detect it, and we have the data to send in the cloud, and then we analyze it, and you tell you the species of it.
Now, this data doesn't end up in the cloud, or does it? Or does it end up on your cloud? Where do the pictures reside? On my phone?
Your phone.
With memory?
Yes.
And or a cloud that you have? Or
So
you don't have a cloud?
We have a cloud service platform for our customers.
Okay.
So everything will be happening and sending to your cloud. So you don't need to worry about that. Yeah.
So everything that's photographed on here or video, I can actually get on the cloud.
Yeah, from our app.
Is that a subscription?
Yeah, actually it's a free service, so you can get like 20 seconds of videos, and it lasts for 30 days. You just make sure you download all the wonderful shots within 30 days, and there's no limitation for the videos.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have some subscriptions option for customers who want to have a longer, like 30 seconds, or if they want to store it longer for 60 days, we have those subscription plans for them.
It looks like a really nice product. Again, I'd have to see the.
Yeah.
Where's your booth?
We are at 52049.
Okay.
Just there. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll try to stop by later.
Yeah, of course.
Are you going to be there?
Yes, I will be there.
You're going to talk to me?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
I have a full range of products. We also have the bird bath, so please remember to come.
I will definitely come down there, and maybe I'll bring one of my little cameras, and we'll.
Of course.
All right, we'll see. We'll video what you have.
Looking forward to meeting you there.
My pleasure. Thank you so much
Thank you
for coming
very much.
on. Very impressive product, actually.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's a nice product. Again, I've seen no less than 15 of these, maybe more, and they're all very similar, and they range in price from $80 to $400. That one's definitely on the high end of things. However, again, I haven't seen the actual results. We're just seeing the product, but not the results. It really, to me, appears to be quite well built, very sexy looking, and very streamlined. So that's kind of neat. Okay, I'm getting a message here, so just stand by 1 second. As I said, folks, life goes on, so I do get some interruptions. Apologize for that, but time to have, hello, some water. Our next guest is here, Flow Stop, Alex Camarano.
Just let you know, Don, I muted your mic. So that way, in case you said anything,
Kirk, you're on the ball, but
okay.
I did not use any swear words.
Right.
Not a one.
Right.
I knew that you would block my audio off.
Right, exactly.
I was so mindful of your rules.
Exactly right. Well, also too, in case you had any like personal information.
Yeah, no, nothing personal. It's all business.
That's another reason why.
Yeah. It's nothing they couldn't hear. Actually, we're short a hard drive here, and I have one in my hotel room, and the beautiful Lens is going to go back there. God bless her, and get that drive. Yeah. Anyway, Kirk, while I got you on the phone, we're setting up for the next interview. Tell me a little bit about your radio station. So
I work as a if I can get the words out, associate video producer for Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It'd be a year as of 2 days ago. And I'm a producer for the Rich Zioli Show, which is from 3 to 7.
1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, they're setting up fine. Hi. Good. Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. Welcome on board. They're going to give you a headset. Kirk, I'll pick back up with you
Absolutely.
at our next standard deviation.
Next thing, you got it, my friend. You got it.
Because you'll tip. Don't tip the chair.
Alex, right?
Yeah.
Alex, what's flow stop? I have no clue.
Well, flow stop is a flood barrier.
A flood barrier.
Yeah. Do you live in a flood zone?
I live in Arizona, but Nancy, unfortunately, was literally wiped out in the flood zone.
Yeah.
Still feeling the after effects of that, and my heart goes out to her. She's an incredible human being, very nice, and if everybody was like her, we'd be in a different world. Believe me, she's #1 in my book. Anyway, I can go on for hours about her, but unfortunately, she's felt the wrath of a flood. It's horrible.
And we all know someone. It touches all state in America. 50
Yes.
million people are affected. It's about $5 billion every year of loss, and there's barely any solutions. We go from sandbags to very heavy, bulky metal bar that are hard to install and doesn't often work. So we created an
Here we go. This is a
inflatable.
big.
Yeah, this is for a front door, but we can do any size. And if
It's
you've
pretty big.
it's pretty big, but if you've ever had to deal with flood barrier, you're pretty amazed that I can carry it with one hand. Like,
So that's going to inflate.
exactly, it's an air inflatable.
How is it going to? I'm not going to.
No, we're not gonna do that.
Okay.
We have a hand pump or an electric pump.
Okay.
So if you have a double door garage,
It's an electric pump or it's a battery operated electric pump?
exactly, it's a battery
Yeah,
operated.
because I said, how are you going to get electricity if you've got
Exactly.
a flood in the
Yeah.
power? Okay.
They're battery operated.
Okay,
you
so
just,
how big is that going to blow up?
So that's the full size, but your door is usually a little smaller because when you inflate that, we put 15 psi pressure, between 15 and 20, which is really hard. You can drive with a truck on it, and it's not going to move. But the gasket on the side is going to be completely compressed on your wall, on the side and on the bottom, making
yeah,
the
they've
seal.
got some pretty heavy-duty compression material on here. I mean, it's heavy-duty.
Yeah, and it completely disappears. Like, I couldn't
So
do
you're
that with my
making a
hand.
seal.
Yeah, exactly. We're making a seal. So what's really hard when you do flood barrier is to create an energy that goes down, a force that goes down to prevent the water from coming. So we have a double cushion device. So we inflate the first cushion first, the top cushion first, and the top cushion is designed to create a roof or a ceiling for the bottom one. So when we inflate the bottom one, it will try to go up, but it will be stuck. So it will both go down and create the pressure.
Now, where is that designed to be used?
So residential, businesses,
But where? Is it
every
going to-
opening. Windows, door, garage
Windows?
door. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So windows, depending on the size, will make it go from floor to the top of the window.
As a consumer, where would I buy this? Is this available now? Are you
It is
selling
available
your
now. It will be live on Amazon at the end of the week.
On
It is on
Amazon?
our website. Yes. So we have a few standard
And it's
size.
called Flow Stop.
Flow Stop. Yeah.
Okay. How much is this going to cost me?
Yeah, it's 60 cents per square inch. So exactly.
How much
so
is that
This one is
gonna cost
$600 for your front door.
$600.
Yeah.
Okay.
So a normal house in Florida, you'll spend between $5,000 and $15,000 to protect your entire house. And when you know what it costs to lose everything,
I
it's
know,
nothing.
but I'm also, I'm being honest with you, $15,000 to.
For a big house, if
That's
you
a
have
lot of
like
money.
sliding doors, garage doors, front doors, few windows.
Okay, let me ask you some tough questions.
Yeah.
In Florida, in this particular flood that Nancy unfortunately was in, the water came through the house. I mean, it was cinder block, and it just. I can't hear you.
Yeah.
The sandbags floated away. Oh,
yeah.
my God.
Yeah, and you're right. Water will seep through the wall, through the foundations. There's outlet that can leak water. The goal is not to have zero water in your house. The goal is to save your house. So we had a lot of clients that used Flow Stop. They had no water coming from the main doors, the garage doors, and all the opening we protected. They had a little bit of water coming from an outlet that's not protected properly, a crack in their foundation. They ended up with less than an inch of water in their house. They're back in their house. They live in their house. All their neighbors are not back in their house. They lost everything.
Let me ask you, can I see this in action? Do
Oh,
you
yeah.
have things on the website?
Yeah. If you go on our website, you'll see testimonial from people.
Flowstop.com?
Flow Stop, flood barrier, unveilings.com.
Ah.
You'll see video from Helene, clients that used it during Helene.
And I'll see actual footage?
Oh, yeah. Actual footage of clients just filming
I
it.
just have a hard time in my head. It's just me.
So
seeing how it works.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much pressure with floods.
Yeah.
I mean,
and the pressure of this device that push against the side is able to hold that water and create the seal. But I understand that a lot of people had the same worries. We did a lot of tests that allow us now to work with nuclear power plant in France,
Really?
insurance company,
Really?
local government. Yeah. So it's been tested and over-tested. It's used by those nuclear power plant and local government. We're just coming in the U.S. We opened the office in September.
Huh.
Yeah.
I definitely want to go on your website, and I want to see this now. It's flow stop.
Flood barrier.
Flow stop dot flood barrier.
No, flow
Sorry.
stop floodbarrier.com.
Oh, all one
word.
Okay.
All one word. Yeah.
I have to go on the site. It's very interesting. I'll tell you, and I'll be honest with you. Nancy's house was destroyed, and she's still living that nightmare 3, 4, 5 months. And she has insurance and all that, but not helping her over the last 5 months. It's been a struggle. Now, $15,000 is like, oh my God, that's a lot of money. And again, that varies. It might be 12,000, might be 10,000.
Between 5 and 10.
Okay, between 5 and 10. I'll tell you, and this is the truth. I had 2 different homes that had 2 floods. One house was not destroyed. My house in Rhode Island, destroyed. I mean destroyed. And I can't even go into how much. We're talking $800,000-900,000 of damage. If I could have paid $15,000, if I could have paid $50,000, obviously it's 2 different situations. Yeah. But I'm thinking in a flood, if you're not in a, like the ocean coming into your house, and that could save you, believe me.
And it's a one-time investment.
Yeah.
You can reuse them as often as you want.
Now, is there standard sizes?
They're all custom-made. So
no, they're custom-made.
They're custom-made.
So if my door is this by this or whatever,
Exactly.
you're gonna take those. Now, who is responsible for taking those dimensions?
So we help the customer take the measurement themselves on a video call. If in Florida and in Texas, we're having salespeople that can come to your house and help you take the measurement. Yeah.
So you're going to have a rep come to your house and actually facilitate this?
Yeah.
No,
If you want,
now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. It's very easy, and most of our clients just take their measurement, order online, and receive it, fairly quickly to be ready for the floods. But we can send people and help you take the measurements.
What happens if I measure it and I measure it wrong and it doesn't fit? What happened? I'm just asking you about customer service and typical screw-ups that people that they would make.
Yeah.
What happens?
So far, the company has been extremely customer-oriented.
Okay.
We've had people that received flow stopped. We assume they didn't handle it properly, and it ended up being full of holes on the side. We replaced it. Because
that's good.
Yeah, the goal is really to protect those
people
people's
are spending a lot of money.
Exactly.
They want to know, gee, I hope
we're not here to just like go online, buy the thing, and then we're never going to talk to you again.
Right.
We're here. We have a hotline. We respond to people and we help them as much as we can.
Okay.
And
all right. Well, fascinating product. I definitely am going to go on the website and check it out. But pretty helpful. Do you get a discount in the insurance if you have this?
So in France, it's already the case. Insurance has their own logo here. Groupama, for example, and Matmut is also working with FlowStop, but Groupama has their own logo on the FlowStop.
France is very liberal. We're in the United States. They don't give you anything off.
Yeah, hopefully, when they'll see how much they can save, they'll help promote this product.
Right.
But we just came to the U.S. It's been in France for about a year now, and so there.
Very impressive product. I hope I never have to use it, but thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
I appreciate it, and good luck with that. Interesting idea.
Yeah.
Interesting idea. Huh. Yeah. My head's kind of going. I'm wondering if someday they'll have this built into your house, the whole foundation. Yeah. That would be really cool. Can you imagine that if they did that with the whole foundation of your house? Wow. I'll tell you that those types of products will evolve, and interesting, very interesting. I still have a problem with 15,000 smackaronis, but if Nancy could have protected her home for 15,000 bucks, again, it's just a no-brainer. So, wow. All right, folks, we are gearing up to the next interview. Is not here. Okay. I got so many things going on here. I did want to discuss the security, but we'll get into that later. I do want to go back to Kirk because he has a very interesting a job with a radio station, and he actually filters the calls and does some other type of programming with the talk show hosts and everything. And it's a tricky kind of job because, man, you were dealing. Well, you tell me about it. I'm not.
So yeah, when you're with, there's a lot of callers that are very passionate about what their topic is.
Right.
So I would say, like for example, PHT, what's your name and where you're calling from, and what do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? So you kind of weed through like the trolls because there's a few trolls.
A few trolls here.
So basically they sometimes, or I would say more times than not, they would go on this long sort of tale of woe.
Yeah.
So you want to keep it succinct.
Yeah.
And I would say when they go into this long tale, I stop him right away. I'm like, whoa, like time out. Bump. I don't say time out, but
that's a skill.
You have to you have to really listen to the call, find out what's going on, because the topic could be anything from gas prices to immigration. But they'll
touchy subject.
Exactly right. So you kind of like want to make sure you want to get because I have as a call screener. As a producer, we have to. It has to be short and sweet. So when we put up on because they have different monitors, they look at called call screener.
Yeah.
So they'll look at the call screener and they'll see like the caller's name, where they're calling from, and a short, brief synopsis of what. So that's the one part. The other part is like the different segments and what have you. But it's a lot. It's a lot of moving parts. But I love it. And the one thing is that the callers that we speak to are very passionate about what their topic is.
Right.
And they're not ashamed to admit it, but also tell them up front, don't curse. Would you mention about that? Please don't curse.
Very remember that one call where one interview we had to have, I had to ask permission to speak.
Is it my turn to talk?
That was funny. Yeah. All right, well, let's get back to CES. So I was talking about this book that I get every day. Now, it's impossible. CES is so huge. It's impossible for you to see it, everything that's in it. You cannot do it. Even if you had 3 people and you go here, you can't see everything that's here. It is enormous beyond comprehension. Now, I believe it was Kirk who told me that the main convention center in Vegas, which is 3 floors, is over 200,000 square feet.
2 million, over 2 million.
Excuse me.
Between here at the Venetian Expo, LVCC, the various locations all over, the hotels are
200 million square feet.
2 million square feet.
It's just you can't even comprehend it. So these books, these printouts daily. I don't know everything that's here. No one would. So I like these because they're right up to the minute, and they've got zillion people roaming around and seeing what's interesting. Also, if you have the money and the inclination, you can get yourself a nice little spot in this or an advertisement. And I do like it, and it's visual, and I like that. So I don't know what things are, but I look and I see the pictures. Now, the reason I respond to the pictures is because at least psychologically it's a known fact that men respond to pictures and visuals and illustrations more so than women. Don't know why, but men are much more visual. I don't want to argue about it, but that's the truth. Someone's saying there's no Bank Way. Okay. Nancy said that's because there's no fold out. Okay, good point. Good point. Okay, so here we have the fold out, and yes, it's not as illustrative as I normally would like, but in any way, I think part of that visual thing, and I'll be honest with you, it's just my personal opinion, it goes back to comic books. Yeah, because when I was a kid, okay, I wasn't the smartest bulb in the bush. And I had a lot of difficulty, seriously, reading, forget writing. I couldn't do that for a while, yeah. I was so bad when I was a kid that my mother had to send me to Marywood College for summer school so the nuns could teach me how to read and write. Now, I'm serious. Now, I'm a nice little Jewish boy, and it was very odd for me to be with these nuns. First of all, I didn't know that they dressed up like that. And the second thing I didn't know, and I learned it like the first day that I was there, really, these nuns have rulers in their back pockets. So I'd be there like, crack! And I didn't like it. I mean, there was no civil rights back in those days. We're talking 50s. But I got used to it. And I will say, at the end of summer school, and I was about probably 8, maybe even 9, I was able to read and write in 2 months. And I felt very good about that. And that's when I started reading comic books, because I could actually read the words, and it was only like 4 or 5 words, and I could comprehend because of the illustrations and the pictures. And I got used to do that. Now, my favorite was Superman, Batman, what the hell was that? League of Nations, I don't know, Aquaman. Yeah, Justice League. I liked all that stuff. And I even read Archie. Anyway, it goes back now, and then I started reading newspapers when I really could understand what was going on. I've been a newspaper reader since I was probably about 14, 15 years old. I still to this day read about 4 or 5 different newspapers, and now with the internet it's real easy. So I like the tactile feeling of having paper in my hand. I know it sounds crazy, but I think you'll agree that the older generation still gets a kick and enjoys, holding that book, holding that magazine, and just there's something about the paper and the visualization that I like much better than even on my iPad or a high-def screen. So that's a little background on the psychology of the love for holding that paper, that magazine. Now, speaking of magazines, they're almost gone. I mean, there are very few magazines left. I used to always love to read Popular Photography, which was a magazine. Gone. I could name about 50 photo magazines. They're all gone. Some of them are online, but even online, it's not as nice to me looking at the picture, holding it, and looking at it than seeing it on the internet. Now, what does that have to do with CES? Well, I'll tell you, nothing. But it is an interesting fact. And let me take a look around here. It is 12:20 exactly. In Las Vegas, and actually it's not as busy as I would have. I'm sorry, it's 10:20.
10:20, correct.
I got it. I haven't been too good with numbers this morning, but it's not as crowded as I would anticipate it being. As a matter of fact, I think it's a little low from an top view observation. I'm up.
Well, top view from here, from the control room by Sports and Fitness, it's getting a little packed on this side. Yeah,
I guess so. Enzo's just pointing out. So
yeah, Sports and Fitness is over. Sport and Fitness is over here.
All right.
By the
I
control
still
room.
think it's down a little bit. I could be wrong. For this time and day, in any event, about 600,000-ish people attend CES every year. You're also going to get exposure. If you're a company, why are they here? Well, they're here, 1, for exposure. 2, equally as important, everybody who comes here who's at an exhibit booth, typically CEO, president, vice president of marketing, product managers. So many times more than not, you'll have access to talk to the president of the company, the project development manager, You'll get to ask them about where the company's going. You'll get to ask them technical questions about whatever device it is that you're curious about. That's all really, really cool. The other thing is people are here to create synergy. And as you've noticed, there's been several companies here that manufacture a technology, whatever that may be, and they're actually here not so much to meet the public, because this is not open to the public. It's very difficult to get in here if you don't have the proper credentials. You have to be in the consumer electronics area, and even to attend, you've got to have credentials, you've got to apply to get in, and there's very strict standards that will allow you to get into here. Even myself and our crew here, we are all considered press, and that's how we get in. But we, every year, have to go through the security checks and fill out the application every single year, just like you were never here before. And that's the only way we get in, and then we get a, my badge isn't here, but you get a badge with a particular color on it that indicates whether you're an exhibitor or you're part of the press or whatever. Now, having the green stripe on your badge as press, obviously it gets you through the doors, and I have a job to do here. But what's very nice about it, as you're walking through the booths, and many times these booths are quite crowded, I mean crowded, and as soon as one of the exhibitors sees that green band, they go right to you. Why? Because you're press. Maybe you're going to do an interview, maybe you're going to do an article, whatever. And obviously they want that exposure because that's why they're here. A lot of companies come here to create relationships with synergy. You have a manufacturer of a product, you're looking for people to sell it, you're looking for people to distribute it, you're looking for software companies that can actually integrate with your particular product. So they're really not here to, quote, sell anything to the consumer, but they're here to make those connections and meet different people, different industries where there's some type of synergistic opportunities that the two companies connect, and that happens a real lot, probably more than anything else. And it's a lot of fun, and it's free open access to the decision makers within a company. So our next interview is coming up. It's called Share Stories with a Z. And I believe John Wickmers is going to be the gentleman that we are interviewing. And they are getting ready to mic him up. And we will go from there. It's 10:24 a.m. in Las Vegas, Nevada. And here is, I believe, John? Yes. Okay. Hello. John's getting mic'd and headsetted up. Okay. Hi, I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. Hello. How are you? Welcome. John, hi. John, a pleasure to meet you. I like the name of your company, Your Stories. What do you do? What is it?
Yeah, what is it? Well, it's an app and a platform.
1 second. I can't hear him in my headset. Okay.
Yeah. But I hear myself.
Yeah, okay.
Great. No, it's an app and a platform that's founded in the Netherlands. Coming from the broadcast industry, they saw that smartphone content is coming up, but how do you get that person in front of the line where there is something to show? You want that footage because he is first, but you have your camera crew running from the back, trying to get first to that presentation or something like that. Actually, we made it possible that everybody using our app and platform gets their content shared to the newsroom or to your marketing team or to your social media channels directly from the smartphone up there.
Okay, so typically if I'm in the news media or content creation, many times I'm not going to be using my camera. Like I myself probably wouldn't have my camera. I would have something like that Osmo Pocket 3 or facsimile thereof, which certainly I can upload from those devices. So it's just not the smartphone, I'm assuming. It's any device that has access uploading and downloading.
No, it's purely for the smartphone. And you know,
it's purely for the smartphone.
Yeah, exactly. Android and iOS.
Okay.
But imagine you're an entrepreneur and you have your product release. If you want to distinguish yourself, you have to publish many times a day or maybe a few times a week in an engaging video.
Correct.
Hire a business professional and it sets you back like 10,000 euros a month to get that going. But why not have your team use the smartphone with a HD or 4K videos,
Right.
stitch them together, make your storyline, and get that snappy content of 1.5 minutes for your social media and do it yourself.
So who's this product geared at? Consumers?
Influencers, consumers, but also small business entrepreneurs that want to distinguish themselves and want to tell their stories. So the guys here on this floor that have just innovated something new can easily create an engaging video, but what this app does is get your brand guidelines in automatically, get your pre-rolls in, your post-rolls in. Everything is set up automatically.
So it's preset, it's pre-configured, and
templated.
You're going to drag and drop essentially.
Exactly.
Okay.
And there's one extra.
What is that?
Because you here create fantastic content, but you would like to have that first-hand user content to integrate in your storyline. How are you going to get it? Going to call? Going to get all that effort in? Or just have the users of the app share that content with you?
So you're direct marketing to the users, to your audience.
Exactly. So it's authentic content. It's the true story, but you have it at your grasp to get your brand out there.
Okay, let me ask you some tough questions, John.
Tough question. Yeah, bring it on.
First of all, how much is your service?
$9.95 a month.
Euros?
Dollars. It's the same.
No. Euros and dollars are not the same.
No, but we charge the same rate.
Oh, so we get a discount.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
And I'll set you up for free if you like.
Yeah, I would definitely like that. I got to try this stuff out. But my question is that's $9 a month?
Exactly.
Now, here's my tough question. I'm just asking because I don't know. What makes your system better than me taking my smartphone, shooting whatever it is I want, okay?
Yeah.
Going into, I don't know, CapCut, boom, 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 boom. Wow, I got my 1 minute reel. This is exactly what I want. It's an interview with John, and
exactly.
This is cool. What's the difference between me hitting a button through a software that I have that basically accumulates, talks to Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, whatever. I just click the button, boom, my content's up there in the time that it takes to upload. Why is your system better than mine?
There's a few arguments. I love CapCut. I love CapCut.
Is that a good question?
That's a very good question. Yeah. And I've heard it before.
I thought it was original.
No.
Jesus.
But it's good that you ask it.
Okay.
Because I can clear it up.
All right.
First of all, with your CapCut, you have to do the video.
Yes.
With my system, as a manager of a company, you can have your team and your customers create your content. The workflows are set up centrally. So your content from your customers comes in on a different location than your marketing team content. It is pre-styled in our template. So
are you doing the editing and I'm just dragging and dropping my let's say I'm doing an interview, a product interview on whatever. Okay, I'm talking to the product manager. I've got the video. It's exactly what I want. I don't even need to edit it. I can put it into your system. It's going to take a template that has the pre-roll, my beginning, my ending, and just click it, and it's going to send it out to who I want it to, or you're sending it out to prefab people?
You can set it up to publish it directly to YouTube or as a private post so that somebody can check it, approve it, and put it live. You can put it on your WordPress website via a free WordPress plugin, and you set up a full app. But there is something else. If you interview me, my app transcribes the whole interview and creates a blog post in the app with all the hashtags in it, targeted on the audience that you want to reach, that it's fixed via Gen AI. And so the publication on WordPress is a rich publication with thumbnails,
no, that's
text.
Interesting. Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, we're getting somewhere.
Okay, well, I couldn't see the.
CapCut doesn't do that.
Oh, hell no. Nothing does that, really.
In 8 minutes, we got your engaging video compiled of one shot or maybe a few photos and a few clips stitched together.
Okay.
You do this simple editing, so trimming is in there. Voiceover is easily added in there.
So you're integrating artificial intelligence, obviously, in your...
Exactly.
Am I limited to how many I can do, how many stories I can do a week, a month, or whatever? It's just produce them and send them.
Produce them, send them, and
like
get
that.
rich content. Get your story out.
So it could be video, audio, and/or text.
It can be video, audio, and text.
Okay.
And you select where you want to publish it. In the final screen, you select
Right.
where you want to publish it.
Right.
But you can also have rights and roles set up. So your junior trainee has to be approved. The content has to be approved by you. So you get a signal.
It's very robust. Again, it's hard describing something. I don't have the visuals or this website. You have a booth here?
We have a booth. Yeah. We're in the startup pavilion of the Dutch in Hall 9.
Downstairs.
So, downstairs. And
Okay.
we are at booth 62100.
Right, I'm going to try to get down there today. Will I be able to see?
Get you a demo. Yeah,
Will you
sure.
be there?
Yes, I will be there.
Okay, I got to try this and see it. We're talking vaporware, and no disrespect, but it's hard.
No.
It's hard to, we have an audience that we have to say this is good or this is, but it sounds very interesting.
We have promotional materials as well. Yeah.
Now,
I'd love to show it to you.
I want to see it. It's very interesting to me for a variety of reasons. Now, will this also do the demographic research? Let's just say that, hey, look, I'm an entrepreneur. My product is, I don't know, I've got a 3D iPad. I'm making it up.
Yeah.
So would I be able to go on your system and actually search? I want to hit this audience. My demographic is someone who's interested in, I don't know, 3D iPad, age bracket 50 to 20 to 50, in an income of $30 to $40,000 a year, whatever. Will that help me in that regard?
We will prepare the content for you for that. It won't let you search for these target audiences, but our prompt in the AI in the app defines what might be your targeted audience, and you select 4 or 5.
Useful.
Yeah.
I think that's a killer feature, because now as an entrepreneur, I know I got to get out there. I know I got to get exposure, and I know I can shoot the video, but after that, and your app is going to push me or lead me.
Exactly.
That's great.
There are 2 settings. So
that is great.
We select the target audience that we assume you want to target.
Yeah.
You select the ones you like, and then you define what kind of blog post do I want. Do I want it narrative, or do I want to promote it, or do I want to have some context in it? Also defined in 9 categories. And after you select that, it generates a blog post in 5 languages automatically. So French, Spanish, German, English. And I'm Dutch, so also Dutch. You get that for free.
I'm liking that. I'm liking that a lot. That's a really interesting.
And the fun fact is that you see the 5 blogs coming in your WordPress website, for instance, and you can just automatically direct them to the landing page for Spanish or for French. So you can target your audience the best way that we can prepare it. But we also have an add-on for Statemic CMS, and we have a API so that if you have a workflow, like here you have a workflow set up, get the API token, and you just fetch all the content people make on the floor with your template. So you share that. This QR code.
Very robust.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Great.
Soccer and football and sports. Let the fans share their experience with you. Scan in the arena. Scan the app. You contribute the content. You share it with the media team, and you have first-line reactions of those fans going crazy.
I can't wait to see this in real. So,
you're very welcome.
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming on. Enzo's somewhere around here. Get my business card. Leave your card so I can remember where your booth is, because I don't remember anything.
You got it. You got it. You got it. Of course, you got it.
All right. I will definitely visit you sometime this afternoon, and you're going to show me this for real.
I'll be waiting for you.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Hey, John. This sounds like an interesting application. To me, it's extremely robust, and if it does, and I'm sure it does do what you say, why wouldn't you want that? I mean, why wouldn't you want that? It's very affordable.
We've signed up Team Houston. They're going to do the prologue to the FIFA World Cup in Houston. They have 5 matches there, and they're just going to share this QR code with all SMEs to just capture all those fans coming in.
Very interesting. Yeah.
Thank you for your feedback.
Thank you. See you later. Thank you. Very fascinating product. Took a while for me to get my brain around it, but wow. Wow. You know, artificial intelligence is like, if you're not using artificial intelligence, you're just not with it today. I have started to use artificial intelligence. I use it daily. I use those bots every single day for a variety of tasks that I have. And I hate to say it, it does it faster, better, and easier than I could do it. And I like that. I like that a lot. Let me ask a question out here. How are we doing with that hard drive location? Where are we? Do we get that or not? A little technical stuff that we're going to go through. So in any event, I'm going to take a little drink.
Scott's checking on it, and we're waiting on it. So
On
nothing yet.
ENSA or a different route? Okay, here is something that we need to talk about, and I'm trying to get to it yesterday, but I couldn't, but we have a minute or two before our next guest arrives. It's security. Now, many of you may or may not know that just last week there was a unfortunate terror attack here at Trump Plaza, and it was a nasty situation here, and without going into it, it was pretty scary. I was not in Vegas at the time, but I knew I was headed here. CES, I hate even mentioning this, but CES literally has the brain trust of the world here all at the same time. So it makes it a very vulnerable place for terrorist activity. And again, I hate even talking about this, but because of that particular incident, it just highlights the emphasis for extremely tight security. I've been coming here for a little bit over 15 years. As a matter of fact, I was at the first, before it was called CES, way before it. Mr. Adelson was the one who founded and started this, and I knew him fairly well and used to do a lot of work for him when I had my offices in Boston. I'm a very bright guy, so I've been around this pretty much from its inception. The security here at CES every year gets tighter and tighter and tighter. And it's annoying to me because the first time when you get here that first day, I usually get here a day before, but the amount of security and the length that it takes you to get here, I mean, I had to walk, like, honest to God, like a mile once I entered the Venetian, partially because the Uber driver dropped me off at the wrong end of the facility, but I literally had to walk a mile. Now, yesterday when we first came in, I had already pre-registered, so everything was, quote, on file, and I also had a barcode. I even had a fake printout of my badge, so I was in months ago. When I got here, okay, I had to get my badge, and again, I have the printout of the barcode, and many people don't even have that, and then they've got to go through the whole application. And I mean, there are thousands of people that are, you know, waiting to get their badge. Why? Because they didn't prepare in advance, and they could still get in, but they got to go through name, rank, serial number, which, you know, your credentials. In any event, I had the barcode. Easy peasy. I scanned the barcode. Second I get done scanning, the printer lights up. Now here's the thing. A picture of me pops up, and the person who's taking my credentials looks on the monitor, first of all, and makes sure that I am who's in the picture. Okay, no big deal there. Next, they want my picture ID driver's license. And they just don't go, okay, fine. They look it over closer than the dudes do at the airport, TSA. And they look at it. This particular individual looked to see that my driver's license was still valid. And after that, he'll say, okay. And then literally in less than 20 seconds, they give you your badge. and you're in. Great. But now what happens is you have to literally get in line, and when it's busy, like Disney, they'll zigzag you back and forth until you get to the main door. Then you got to walk another half mile, and then you got to go up the escalators, and then they check you out, blah, 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 and they are secure. Now, to make matters even more insane, we start at 9 o'clock here, broadcasting, and I have to be here at 8. You cannot get through the doors without your badge, fine. But if you're here before 9 o'clock, you can't get in. And I got to be here at 8. So now they go through a further procedure, and we have to get wristbands printed up daily. So I don't even know what color, and they're different colors. I don't know what color it is tomorrow yet. But between the time I leave here and tomorrow morning at 8, I got to get a new wristband. I can't get in with my badge, and you can't get in. They will not let you in. I remember 3 years ago, for whatever reason, I forgot my band, and it was like 8 o'clock, and I'm begging the guy, you know, here's my credential, and I don't care. And it got a little contentious there. I was not arrested. I was not fined or put in jail. I don't know how, but I escaped that. And finally, one of the gentlemen here, one of our production crew, actually came back a mile later and talked to the guy and said, he's with us, he can come in. And the guy said, no band, no in. And then Mr. Todd pulled out the band. He goes, here's his band. He still wouldn't let me in. I had to put the band on, and he had to watch me put the band on my wrist, and then he let me in. I was ready to strangle him.
By the way, that was me.
Oh, it was you who brought, you remember, how many years ago was it? It was a while ago.
It was a while ago, yeah, it was a while ago.
I can't, you brought the...
I brought the band,
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember, and I was like, number one, to the guy, pump your brakes, and two, you know, he's with us, you know, he's part of our he's part of the our production. Yeah, he was well, I can shout, you know, do expletives, but I won't.
He was nasty.
Yeah, he was.
Anyway,
he was a tool.
the security. The what? The power goes to their head. It did to his head. I mean, he would. Oh, really? He was nasty, that guy. Now, I haven't had any I don't like to get confrontational. I don't, and I usually don't. But I'm just saying that the security here is extremely tight, and they actually have dogs downstairs when you come in. You know, and that is actually it's not FBI. I can't remember the. Yeah, but it's a United States governed security. Yeah, I don't know who. Maybe. But boy, I'll tell you, it's tight down there. Now, the worst thing to me, and this year was the absolute most insane thing. I left the downtown hotel at 7:30, and it didn't start till 10 o'clock. It took us almost 40 minutes to get here. Why? I thought it was the traffic, and it was. However, when we got within a half a mile of the Venetian, there were police cars everywhere, on this side of the street, on that side of the street, parked the wrong way, parked sideways, parked blocking the road off, and it was insane. I mean, really, I thought there was a catastrophe here. There were so many police cars. I am not exaggerating. From eye view in this Uber, I saw a minimum of 12 police cars with the lights flicking on, and normally they would drop you off in the driveway just to walk up the escalator and get in. It made the Uber go all the way around and go into a different alleyway. It was just, I don't want to say it was stupid because I'm not privy to what goes on behind the scenes. But boy, oh boy, I mean, it added another 20, 25 minutes onto the trip. And I'm looking right at the Venetian. I said, just let us out here. And they won't let you out. It has to be a loading zone or approved Uber loading zone for your safety. And there's a lot to that because the cars here, you know, guys are on their cell phone walking in front of cars, and the drivers are on the cell phone, and people are real edgy. You know, they want to get where they're going, and they're big executives, blah, blah, blah. But, oh, my God, I mean, getting in here was a task. On the contrary, leaving here was as much as a pain, because if you don't leave, this closes at 6. I like to get out of here around 4, 5 the latest. Yesterday we didn't get out of here till 6 o'clock. Oh my God, the line to get out of here. And there's no signage. I ended up doing the tour of the hotel. 40 minutes, I'm tired. Walking out of here at the end of the day. Oh my God, why? Most of the time I don't know where I'm going. So Enza knows where she's going, and like idiots, these 4 or 5 people that are with, they're following me. Don't ever follow me. I have no clue where I am. So we ended up walking another 40, 45 minutes to get to the second floor where Uber is. Not going to happen today. 4 o'clock, I'm starting my way out. They want to come, fine. They don't, I'm out of here. And then you get back real late. You know, I got to get up early. I got stuff to do at the hotel, email, blah, blah, blah. So it's quite an ordeal to be here and try to function, but it's a heck of a lot of fun. I'm not complaining, don't get me wrong, but I just had to point out the energy and the planning that goes in to keep us secure here, and a lot of people just, they don't see it, they don't take it for granted, and boy, you know, I'm glad they're here, because the world that we live in today is absolutely insane. But that said, all right. So it's 10:48. I don't think my next interview has shown up because I don't see anybody.
Yeah.
And no one's up on my screen. So we're
well, Nancy and I, well, I'm keeping an eye on the schedule. And
now, a little technical stuff here. Whatever happened to the feeds, the embedded codes?
I don't.
You don't know?
I don't know, to be honest. I know it's on. I know it's on our YouTube channel. I know it's on the techpodcast.com.
Okay, and we run that round the clock, right?
It's up, but as far as like the live feed, it's up.
Yeah, but after we're done at 6 o'clock, we start running the stuff that was done in the morning.
Yeah, the replay. Yeah.
Contiguously.
Correct.
Okay. So if you want to watch the show or have missed something, which is probable, the website you would go to is
techpodcast.com/CES.
Techpodcast.com, which is the network we all belong to here, /CES.
Yep.
And that will show you everything that's occurred here. And again, if you've missed a particular presenter that you like or you want to hear as much information as you can, just go to techpodcast.com/CES / that would be. And you'll be able to tune into the show. I will also try, when this is over, to keep that feed up, if you will, between the time that I do shows. So you'll have information flowing at all times, because clearly, you know, people are at work this time of the day, or sleeping, or both. They could be work, sleeping. Now, again, I'm going to do my spin around here, 10:50 a.m. in Vegas. And oh yeah, now it's picking up. I really think that the weather back east had a lot to do with the show population. I think a lot of people were seriously delayed and just didn't get here Monday or got here so late that they couldn't do anything. All right, things that are coming up actually on Friday. As you walk around here, you know, again, there's so many things I've never seen or couldn't even imagine that it's a product. And this year, for the first time, there were several booths that I can't even tell you what it was. Not because I didn't know what it was, but because it's XXX rated. Yeah. I mean, they are in on the technology. They are actually leaders and innovators in technology. You know, people don't realize that the internet, what really drove the internet in its early days. Do you know what drove the internet, Kurt, in the early days?
No.
No, seriously.
What drove
the most watched sites when the internet first came up and was a leading innovator in the technology and investor. Pornography.
I was
I'm
just about to
Yeah.
say that, but
Unbelievable. I mean, that's true. So in any event, they've been very extremely conservative here, and there's certain products that they wouldn't allow. This year, they allowed some stuff that me personally, I just thought was really just my personal opinion. I think there's I don't think there's a need for it. I mean, look, you've got, just my opinion, folks, and I love CES, and I've been coming here from its inception. But there are certain things that just don't need to be here. Why? Because you've literally got, I don't know, what do you think, 100,000 booths here? Maybe more? Not here, but CES?
as far as not necessarily here, but we're also
CES.
I would say, yeah, at least 100, if not more so, because also too, you know, you have it at various hotels too. It's
That's
not
right.
just at LVCC. It's
I
not
would
just
say a minimum of 100,000 booths.
Yeah.
Anyway, even
Yeah.
if I'm off by 1,000, doesn't matter. But
you're
the
fine.
point is, what the hell are they doing? I mean, I'm pretty liberal with a lot of stuff, but this stuff, it just doesn't. In my opinion, it just doesn't belong here. It's fun, it's ha-ha, and okay, but keep this the way it is, a technology-driven event. I mean, let's have some common sense. And you know what? If you want that stuff, man, oh man, you can get it. You can find it. In Vegas, you could find it every block. All right, my opinion. The second thing that's always bugged me for years and years and years and years and years, and I've talked to people who actually run this place, and they all go, oh, yes, you're right, but no one's ever done anything about it. And I would if I was a lot younger and had more energy and had a lot more time, but I just don't. And that is, you are not allowed in here without credentials. I get that. I have no problem with that at all. So the public is not here. However, the fact that there are senior executives here, 60% of the exhibitors here are composed of senior executive vice presidents, product directors. I mean, highly qualified, intelligent people are here, and you have total access to them. It's everybody that I've interviewed, for the most part, here was either a CEO or a product manager. So my problem is, what a great opportunity for engineering students, either in high school, especially in high school, or college kids, students, who are involved in some type of endeavor with electronics, and bring them in here. It could be a guided tour, it could be micromanaged, but I would love to see, let them open it up. Again, it has to be pre-designed, pre-approved, a curriculum, blah, 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 that allows some students in here, maybe in groups of 10, 15, whatever that size is that they determine, and bring these high school kids in and motivate them, stimulate them, let them see what's going on in the world of technology. I mean, I've been at this a bazillion years, and I still love coming here because I'm always seeing and learning. Fascinating. It keeps me energized. It keeps me motivated. It keeps me informed. What better way to motivate a kid, okay, a high school kid who's just getting by, and all of a sudden he sees something here, whatever it is. I mean, yesterday we saw that little tube that was going to be implanted in people that was a heart valve. And this single guy invented it from Morocco. Oh my God, unbelievable. So I have always said and wanted to see some young people here walking through, and I guarantee you, out of 100,000 exhibits-ish, they're going to find something that's going to motivate them, stimulate them, or get their brain going. And Lord knows, in today's world, especially in the United States, we need that. We need to encourage kids. We need to excite them. We need to motivate them. And this is the place, one of the places that it could be done, and it's not done. Still bothers me to this day. And as I said, I've talked to many people here who are directly involved in that type of programming, and nothing's been done. So I rest my case. Yeah, I tell it the way it is. Now, getting back to my book here, I know I keep referring to this, but another thing you may not be aware of, it's not only an exhibit to see things and talk to people. There are hundreds, I mean hundreds, of sessions that go on, learning, training, all kinds of events that you can pay for. A lot of them are free. There have been keynote speakers the first night, some serious dudes in this country, and they're up there speaking about what's coming down the pike, what kind of products they're in, what do they want to see, and this runs through on a daily basis. All the seminars that are going on in kind of classroom situations, environments, where you can go learn about X, Y, Z. For example, today's Wednesday, so they run from 9 o'clock to, oh my God, there's 5 pages of them listed here, and it goes to 5:40 p.m. So from 9 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock, there are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 24 per page, call it 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are over 200 sessions going on every day here. And if you have the time to attend some of these things, you're going to be privy to some information I guarantee you didn't know about it. And there's all kinds of sessions. Also, in addition to that, you'll have some of the larger people like Adobe, for example. They'll be at the main convention center, and their booths are just enormous. But they usually have every 15, 20 minutes, maybe every half hour. I don't know what the frequency is. But they'll have training sessions there on the latest and greatest editions, the betas that are coming out. So if you want to learn Photoshop or you want to learn, Adobe, you work with PDFs or After Effects, whatever it may be, they'll have a class on that right there at the booth. They'll have seats, and they'll have an instructor who's a genius in that product. They'll have it up on a giant screen and totally free. A great way to learn about what's going on. And in addition, quite a few of these large companies, Adobe included, will run CES specials, which is usually half price or less. If you sign up there, you'll get the advantage of having that discount, which is considerable. So there is a lot of stuff that goes on at CES that's just not exhibits. It's way, way, way more than that, and it's pretty fascinating. I unfortunately can't get into any of those sessions because I'm here from 9 to 12 every day. But after that, I do want to roam around. I want to see what's here, and I also have some people that were here with products that I want to go back and visit and actually see what it is they have. So a really interesting place, a lot of fun. Yesterday I saw, and I don't know why, I saw no less than 20 vacuum cleaner companies. That is the thing. And they got the little round ones, and they got the oh my God, now when I was young, we had an Electrovox vacuum cleaner. Remember those things? You're old if you remember that. Electrolux. If you had an Electrolux vacuum cleaner, you were in. I mean, that was the McCoy of vacuum cleaners. I think I still have one. Man, those things, they were great. Today, you got so many different varieties of vacuum cleaners. I don't really care about the vacuum cleaners, but the fact that there were at least 15 booths that showed every kind of possibility of vacuum that you could imagine, it was pretty interesting. I even saw a company that had a fleet. You'd buy a fleet, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the vacuum cleaners that scurry around like that on the floor. And you can have one for every room. You can have one for 2 rooms. And they're all pre-programmed. So you can have continuous cleaning 24 hours around the clock. So that 2 vacuums start at 9 o'clock, and they usually run an hour to 2 hours. And then when that's done at 11 o'clock, the next 2 start off and clean these rooms. I mean, it's got to the point where literally using artificial intelligence and scheduling, it's very easy. You can just program what it is and where it is that you want to clean. So I stopped at one vacuum cleaner booth only because I wanted to see why there were so many of them. That's got to be $1 bazillion a year market. I was surprised, but again, it's the stuff you see at CES you don't know. I did want to see a company whose name I will not mention for a couple reasons, but I wanted to see them for quite a while, and I actually looked them up a while back, and sure enough, they were going to be here. I definitely wanted to see their technology and talk to the people. I was very excited about it. It was a kind of an artificial intelligence company, and they had a couple products that they were marketing this year, brand new, but the technology fascinated me. So after I got done here yesterday, I looked them up, and to me, none of these booths are clearly logged with signage, and for me, being geographically challenged to begin with, I have a hard time finding the booth because the numbers aren't, to me, they're not ready. Do you find that, Scott?
So it's an interesting question. So I find the concept of the structure of the room really sound.
Okay.
I know that up here is 50,000, downstairs is 40,000.
I didn't know that.
30,000 and 20,000 are South Hall, 10,000 is North Hall,
Yeah, but
4 digits
you're
is Central
talking
Hall.
major space with that.
Yeah, and then up like here, this row is 56,000, and then 55, 54.
Which way, going that way?
Yeah, so this is
Okay.
56, and then 55, 54.
Okay.
And then we are the high numbers and the low numbers are over there.
Ah.
However, I only know that because I've figured it out.
I haven't figured
They
it out yet.
don't
but you
tell
figured it out
you
for
that.
me. I didn't know that.
Because I have to look at the map a lot when I'm built. Because I have to build the map
By the
to
way,
show
we have
people
Scott
how to get
Ertz
here.
online with me, and
Yeah.
he is absolutely the chief cook and bottle washer here. Without Scott, I promise you, none of us would be here. This guy works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, totally accessible. I've been working with him for many years. He is as close to a genius as you're going to get with this technology. This year, every year he comes up with something different, but this year I walked up and he's running all this stuff off a laptop.
It's true.
I mean, it is so neat, clean, and functional that I just shake my head. I mean, I've been doing this for longer than I want to say, and man, I'm used to like lugging stuff and why. This guy has it down to a science, so I commend him, and I'm always in awe of Scott. He's a wonderful person, so I'm formally thanking him in front of all our viewers here. Thank
Well, I
you for what you
appreciate that.
do, because you are number one, really. He's very modest. You never hear him brag, but I bug him at night, texts, emails, boom. Always back to me, always literally Johnny on the spot. And my God, if everybody was like Scott, we'd be in a hell of a good world. But he is really a superstar in my book, and that's how I feel about it. Sorry, I had to get that in there. Scott.
I appreciate it,
Modest
my friend.
guy, modest. So anyway, what about the numbering? That drives me crazy.
Yeah.
I can't, there's no number on the booth.
Yeah, so that's the big problem, right?
So it's not only just me.
Even if you understand the grid system, trying to get your bearings is impossible.
All right, I don't feel so bad.
Only about 5% of the booths will print. So if you guys look in the shot right now, there's a blue booth over his right shoulder.
Yep.
That has the booth number in the top right corner. I can see it from here.
Let me see that.
55526.
Okay.
And then standing here looking, I see 55835. I see from where I'm standing 2 booths that have the number.
But
there's
don't
a third
forget,
one.
You're up high, down on the floor. You
Exactly.
can't see that.
From here, I can only see 3 booths that have the number prominent
And
in
we're
any
as
way,
high
shape,
up
or
as you can
form.
get.
Without that, you can't get your bearings to then start building.
Yeah.
So even if you understand the grid, you can't find where you are.
So I was looking for this company, and again, it's been 4 months in advance. I realized they were going to be here. Very excited. I get out of here at 12 o'clock, about, 12:15, 1 o'clock, I don't know. Whenever I got out of here, I wanted to start looking around, and one of the places I absolutely wanted to see was this particular company. And again, just being, there's so much when you walk down an aisle, you can't help but stopping and looking at this and looking at that, and that's just the way I am. So it was about an hour and a half, 2 hours just walking around just this floor, and I still didn't see everything. And I said, look, it's like 3:30, 4 o'clock. I need to stop at that booth. I want to see that. So I was with 3 or 4 people, and we're all looking around and like, where the hell is this booth? So we finally got down to it, and oddly enough, it's only 3 or 4 booths from here, but we walked all the way around. And here's the killer. When I got there was no one in the booth. They never showed. They never showed. Nothing. I was like, are you kidding me? And that's the only empty booth I have seen here. Let me tell you, they pay a lot of buckos for that space.
Indeed, especially if they're up here.
And no one showed. It was just a cement floor and a little sign that was kind of hanging down with the name of the company. So I was bummed out for a variety of reasons. One, because I walked that much. I mean, I don't mind walking, don't get me wrong. But anyway, nothing. So I'm thinking, and I don't know, but I'm hoping that these dudes, and I don't think it's true, were from East Coast. And what I'm hoping is they got weather-related travel issues, and they couldn't show up. It was physically impossible because their flight or whatever was delayed. So when I get off today, I am definitely, instead of walking all around, now I know where they are. I'm just going to go straight to that booth. And I want to see if the cement is there or if there are human beings there. And my guess is there's no one there. We shall see.
Was this yesterday or today?
That was yesterday.
Okay.
What do you think? What's my chances?
It's totally possible that that's the problem. If it was today, I would have told you that they were new to Vegas and got themselves in trouble last night. Because
okay, very good.
Because we absolutely have a guest that was supposed to be here today.
Yeah.
That when somebody went to the booth to check on them, the booth was empty.
Oh, no kidding.
They were here yesterday.
No.
But the booth is empty this morning. So my guess is they're having a morning.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What time was that at?
I got an email from their PR about 15, 20 minutes ago.
Oh,
it's the interview that should be happening right now.
That's a new one on me. I've never heard of that. I mean, it doesn't surprise me.
I know. I mean, there's a lot of Israeli companies that shut down when we do a weekend CES, right?
Yeah,
when it
course,
goes over Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, of course.
So, under those conditions, there's a whole block of companies that shut their booths down.
Yeah.
But that's very different than it's Wednesday and there's just nobody in the booth.
Well, that's for religious purposes.
Right,
they're there 'cause
exactly.
It's a Sabbath.
A very different situation.
Yeah, that's funny. I would love to know. If you find out, let me know what indeed happened.
I will get an email from
We're not
from
mentioning
PR.
the company.
Nope,
so
absolutely not.
Yeah.
Or the rep.
Yeah, of course not.
Though you know who the rep is.
Yeah, I do. That's funny. I've never heard of that happening. Like, never. But, again, it's a big operation here. And,
It is.
All the crazy things that are going to happen are definitely going to happen. So
an interesting point that Mom just made was there was an earthquake in China. So
10?
Bad one. She said bad
10
one.
10 on the Richter scale?
No. She said bad one.
Oh, bad one. Okay.
So it's totally possible
When
that
was
could have
that?
screwed some people up. When was that? Day before yesterday. They would have been out of country by then.
Yeah.
Though people may have had to have gone back to deal
They
with
may have
family.
relatives or whatever. Who knows? Horrible situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, again, I'm just trying to share some of the experiences that I've had at CES. And one of them is another amazing, are you kidding me? So, look at it. It costs a lot of money for a company to be here. It is not cheap. It is extremely expensive. On the other hand, you do get your value because the exposure that you get to other people is incredible. So there's kind of a trade-off there, but you wouldn't have over 100,000 booths here if it wasn't worth the money, and many of these people are repeat customers. I've seen folks here 10 years in a row, so clearly it's worth it or they wouldn't be back. So I will continue this story in a minute. Our next interview is just showing up. They're going to be pulling that up on my monitor in a second, and we will see what we have here. It is 11:12 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. You can see over my shoulder here that the crowd is definitely increasing in capacity, which is what I would expect, and it's getting quasi-crowded here. Yeah. Okay, can you pull up some info here? All right, they're pulling up my screen. You got your headset on. All right, well, let's begin. My name is Don Bain. I'm the Gadget Professor. How are you, sir, and your name?
Pretty good. Wayne Liu.
Wayne, tell us why you're here. What company do you represent, and what do you do?
Yeah, I represent Perfect Corp.
Okay.
Perfect. So I am the Chief Growth Officer and the President of Perfect America.
Okay.
So basically, Perfect Corp is an interesting company. So we are a technology company.
Yes, of course.
AI and AR. However, our technology specifically apply into the beauty and then the wellness industry.
That's a good thing.
Yes, and then it's a very beautiful market.
Okay.
I'll put it this way.
That's also a good thing.
Yeah, so the company has been in the business for about 10 years.
Okay.
Okay, so we are public trade in the NYSE.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 2 years ago we went public.
Nice.
So basically how we started is we're using a virtual try-on. So I don't know if you have experience, but for the ladies,
a little.
if you want to try makeup, okay, you don't really need to try the makeup.
Ladies, are you listening to this?
Yes, you don't need to using real makeup,
Right.
but you can try hundreds of thousands of makeup.
Really? So
virtually.
You have a selection of the makeup, the brands?
Yes, we've been working with almost 700 brands.
No kidding. What an interesting idea.
Yeah, so including like a Estee Lauder company, LVMH, even the retailer like a Walmart. Okay, so go to their website. If you want to try these lipsticks, click it, and then suddenly it show up. You can try it.
Okay, so I don't have a picture of the device. Where can I take a look at your devices? Your website?
Yeah, just the website like a perfectcorp.com.
Perfectcorp.com. Okay.
Or we have a customer-facing app.
You have an app that will do this?
Yeah, called You Can Makeup. Let me see. I can.
Now, is this a paid app?
It's a free app. However,
a free app.
there is some like a premium content, which actually is exactly what we're gonna be in the CES. We have some AI-driven features, so you can do a photo touch-up. You can change your
Is this all app-driven then?
Yeah. So
you don't have a physical product.
We don't have a physical product. It's an app.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. So you can use an iPhone or iPad, whatever, just to.
What about Android?
Yes, same thing. Even the PC. So it's really not the device oriented. So it's pretty much a software.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm able to go into the app.
Yep.
And then I'm able to have a selection of what it is I want, whether it's rouge or lipstick or whatever it may be.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And the camera is going to take my photo.
Yep.
And I'll see myself like a selfie. And then your app is kind of going to overlay.
Yeah. So it's augmented reality, AR. Yeah, so basically we identify your face, right? And then we put the makeup on top of you.
So you're redrawing my face then? AI is redrawing my face rather than an actual picture of me?
So two things. We can do the real picture of you.
Right.
So like that one is for just the makeup to try on.
Okay.
And then we can use an AI to do some retouch. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
And how realistic is the AI?
It's very realistic.
It is.
The reason why all those companies using our product is because it's so real.
Okay.
It's some like a pattern technology, for example. So because everybody has a different skin tone, right? So if you put the makeup on top of you, actually the final reflection is different. So that's why we have this technology we call the color matching, and then we sort of like merge your skin tone and then show the final refresh.
If I were to use your app and select whatever it is I select, how accurate are those results going to be when I actually go buy the product? Are you going to, is your artificial intelligence going to amplify and make it look better than it actually is on my face, or I can get a real, within a percentage deviation that it's accurate?
So for the commercial product, which like Estee Lauder, all these companies using, so we have a very, very small deviation. So that's why we go through the product.
What percentage deviation would you have? Roughly.
Yeah, roughly. I would say probably less than 1%.
Less than 1%?
Because what happened is...
That's 100% for me.
Yeah, so what happened is we actually do the product, we call the color matching. So we work with their product team, okay, so like a beauty industry. So they sort of like do the color picking, so make sure the color is right. So it goes through such a, like a detailed process to go through that. Yeah.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, so it's very interesting. So that's why so many companies, like a beauty company, pretty much are using our product because it's so real.
Now you created this?
So me and my team. Yeah. So so our CEO, Alice Chen, who actually she's in Taiwan. So I found this company 10 years ago. I joined her at the day one. So that's why I've been working with her from her previous company. So we have
so you know each other, yeah.
Yeah, we know each other very well.
Wow, that's an interesting product.
Yeah.
Now, here's some other questions for you. I'm just curious. I have an iPhone 14. The screens now are OLED, and Android has a different screen, and Motorola. How much accuracy differential? If I had 5 phones, is one going to be better than the other because of the screen that's in it?
Yeah, so I think the devices, the hardware definitely will have some impact. Yeah. But what we are trying to do is we go through a very, very strict QA process. So for iPhone, it's easier. iPhone, easier. Because this doesn't have that many variation. Right. Exactly. But for Android phone, sometimes we can test like 100 different phones to make sure the color is correct. So we do some like a very detailed fine tune on the color.
So if you had to pick, I would assume you would pick a current iPhone with the nice screens in them.
Yes. So ideally, that's what we suggest. And also the speed, the reaction
refresh.
time.
Okay.
Yeah.
An iPad would be, I think,
great
iPad
for
actually
that. Is even better.
Yeah, I would imagine you have more real estate and get a...
Yeah, talk about iPad. Actually, we have another product we call the Skin Analyzer.
Okay.
So we do makeup, right? So it's very natural to go to the skin. So skin is pretty much like AI driven. Yes. So what happened is you can see this iPad right now become a skin analyzer. Scan your faces in 5 seconds. The reason why we say 5 seconds is because it's a young generation. They don't have a patience, right? 5 seconds.
You're exactly right.
Yes, 5 seconds. They show you 14 different concerns, your skin. Like your eye bag, do you have any like a wrinkle? And then not only just analyze your skin, we also do product recommendation. So
that's all AI, I'm assuming.
Yes, all AI. So we have about 90,000 data through all these past 5-6 years when we're building 90,000 data. The data in our cases mean the highly curated photos.
Now that data is very valuable to you.
Yes, absolutely.
Because you're going to get a real end user result, statistical analysis of what brands sell the most, what brands are used the least.
Yes, we can get the aggregate data. Just to be precise,
right?
We don't track individual. Yes,
of
aggregate,
course.
Trend.
But so you get the aggregate of that.
Yes, yes. And then also we publish trend report, just.
No kidding, you do.
Yeah, we can send you one.
Isn't
so
that
a couple weeks ago, I guess, end of December, we actually published an AI shopping trend. We did more like a study group and focus
that
group
is very
with our user. We asked them opinion about all this.
Wow.
AI and the shopping.
I mean, that's great for the consumer.
Absolutely.
I mean, now it's funny. To me, I'm thinking of another application. This is crazy, but my granddaughter's 12.
Okay.
And the last 3 months-ish, she's discovered makeup. 12 years old, I get it. Well, now she's buying this, she's buying that. And actually, her skin is broken out from some of the stuff that she's put on that she shouldn't be using, but she's a kid, you can't talk to her, blah, blah, blah. Your app would be unbelievable for her.
Absolutely. So the purpose of our app
it's not going to go on her skin, and she's going to see what the results are.
And also we try to empower and educate the user, Because in that case, they know what their skin look like.
Yeah.
Instead of blindly using all these product, they have a guidance. And then that one is been proved. So we work with like a medical institution. We work with professor from Wake Forest School of Medicine. Dr. Philman, he published 6 paper, technical paper on
There's a lot of science that goes into this. A
yes,
lot.
absolutely. So that's why all these some company using our product.
Now, does it actually give you information about this lipstick that I selected? Does it tell me what it's for, the contents, or what information do I get?
Personalized recommendation. That's
it does?
the key. Yes.
So it's going to look at my skin and say, okay, this is what we recommend, or is it going to say, what do you want? What do you look?
Yeah, your skin tone, and then the face shape, like the shape of your eyes, the shape of your lips, the distance in between your eyebrow. So based on all this information, we recommend you the best product. And then you can virtually try it. Yeah, no effort.
Phenomenal product. I would never think of.
Yeah, so the app called YouCam. If you search like a YouCam makeup or YouCam perfect, you can get the app.
YouCam, U-C-A-N?
U-Y-O-U, U.
Oh, Y-O-U.
C-A-M, camera, YouCam.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't care. If you want to check that app out, it sounds really impressive. What an interesting product.
Yeah, thank you.
What a helpful product, though.
Yes, yeah, that's why empower user, make this world a beautiful places.
But, man, you can try out a zillion different makeups and see what you want before you go spend the money.
Yes.
They're not cheap.
So right now we have more than 700,000 SKU.
700,000.
SKU means product. Yes, in our database.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for
You're
coming
welcome.
on.
Thank you for having me.
Very interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have to follow up with you and see how it's going.
Absolutely.
I like your innovations and the way it's going. It's a very helpful, functional, useful product.
Yeah, the AI is solving the problem, not create the problem.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Have a good show.
Okay, thank you.
Well, there's another example of integrating AI, and again, tough to find a company these days that's in the technology business that isn't integrating AI into their product. That's a very clever idea, and I kind of sort of like that idea. Now, one of the things that I have to mention is a lot of companies get a little touchy when you actually go in and say, how do you use the AI, or what type of AI are you using? Usually that's when the conversation stops and goes this way or this way. And, I've learned over the last couple years to try to ease into it. Many times they don't even know themselves because it's the product engineers or the programmers that are kind of behind the scenes. And truth be known, I mean, that's the magic sauce of how it works. That's also why you're going to pay the money to buy that particular product, because it does have that special sauce incorporated within the product. So interesting. Definitely filling up here. I can not only see it, but I could hear it. And I've got some very well padded headsets with people talking to me in the ear set, and I can hear the noise from the background, meaning that it's getting busy here. And that's all good. Okay, so yesterday as I was walking around, I'm just going to tell you some of the things that I saw that I thought were quite interesting. Now, I think I'm going to have this gentleman on Friday morning at 9:30-ish. And this guy is a doctor, and he manufactures those really heavy-duty, expensive reclining chairs, massage chairs. Now, I do try almost all the massage chairs that are here. One, because I need a massage. You're walking, you're carrying stuff. So I do like to try them out. And two, over the years, they've integrated some fascinating technology. And this particular gentleman that I know for about 4 years now, because I met him here And he's quite a character, as you'll see, quite a character. So 9:30 Friday morning or 9:40 Friday morning, he'll be here, I hope. And how much technology could be in a massage chair? So I was in his chair last year, and out of all of them that I've tried, there were probably 4 or 5 different ones that are here. I think there's about 20 altogether, different companies that sell these heavy-duty monster massage, exercise, relaxation chairs. And they got all kinds of crazy stuff in them. But basically, it's a set of rollers, okay? And when you first put it on, it kind of compresses and opens up, and it crunches your shoulders and said, okay, this guy, his shoulders stop here, his legs stop there. So it does some kind of measurement, if you will, through motors and sensors to figure out your body type. And then you get the ability to press, I don't know, anywhere from 5 to 25 different programs. You can do a whole body massage, you can do the back, the neck, whatever. And his was the best of all of them that I tried. And it was pretty impressive. So again, it's a massage chair. Bunch of rollers in it, bunch of things that go boom, 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 like on your back, and all kinds of stuff that moves and massages your back. Feels great. Massages your legs, even your feet. Wonderful chairs, really, really nice. So this year I'm walking by and he recognized me, and he has an extremely thick accent. It's very hard for me to follow him. Not his fault, my fault. Anyway, he said, oh, you got to try my new chair. And jokingly, because I know him, jokingly I said, what could be new in the chair? Do you have another dial that's going to make it hotter? I mean, what could you possibly put in a chair? And I didn't mean it, to be a wise ass. I meant it to be, what could possibly be new? So he smiles and he says, oh, wait do you see? I said, okay, and it's usually a 15-minute massage thing, and you don't want to get up before the 15 minutes, kind of insulting to, anyway. So I figured I'd give the chair a try, and I said, before I sit down on this, what could you have added? And he has a big smile and he goes, AI. And I said, AI? What could artificial intelligence do for a massage chair? I had no clue. And he goes, wait, you'll see. So I sit down, and it was definitely it was definitely a bigger chair. And I sat down, and I said, so what does the AI do? And he goes, you'll see. Well, I got to tell you, what they did is they incorporated sensors, and I don't know where they are because I didn't have the time to look at it or ask or whatever. I wanted to get immersed in the massage experience. Yeah. So I'm sitting there, and son of a gun, I've sat in a lot of other chairs, and as I said, they'll close in till they feel your shoulders. They'll squeeze you down till they feel your feet, your heels. And then they start their thing. You put in a program, and it knows kind of like your body type. This son of a gun had artificial intelligence incorporated to sensors that are in the chair. So instead of this thing squeezing, and when it feels your shoulders, it stops. This thing, through artificial intelligence, actually senses the shape of your head, your neck, your shoulders, your back, your thighs accurately. And I can feel when it locks in, boom, boom, boom. And it's perfect match. And now it senses how tired you are or where your sore spots are. And then it runs through the program on auto if you set that. Oh my God. Absolutely brilliant. Love my 15-minute. Awesome, awesome. And I don't know how the hell they did it, but boy, oh boy, extremely impressive. So I'm going to try to get him on again 9:30 or 9:40 on the Friday. Certainly he's not going to have his chair with him, but I'm going to try to get some graphics or some photographs or whatever of the chair, and that should be a pretty interesting interview. Now I see out of the corner of my eye that our next interview is here, and I'm waiting for a pop-up here on my screen. Hi. I see nothing yet. You're working on it, Kirk? All right.
Yeah, it's coming. It's
All
coming.
right, well,
It's
we're
coming.
going to start here for the sake of time efficiency. I have no clue what we're going to see, what we're going to hear. Okay. Hi, I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. And your name?
My name is Tracy from CES.
Okay. Pull your mic up just a little bit more.
Okay.
There you go. Tell us what you do and why you're here.
Hi, I do all kinds of scenery, TV, and display.
Okay.
Our main product is for outdoor TV.
Outdoor
and,
TV,
yeah,
okay.
And we also provide kitchen TV, bathroom TV, RV TV, and commercial display.
Okay, so they're all TVs, they're all CRT screens. They're not CRT, they're all digital screens, OLED. What kind of screens do you have? And is the screen for outdoors different than the kitchen?
Now, our outdoor TV is 100% waterproof and weatherproof. Now,
how many inch on the diag?
I think we are the largest, the biggest, largest inch, 110 inches.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty big.
Yeah.
Okay, now what makes, first of all, it's waterproof?
Yeah, waterproof.
Rain,
Rain.
snow?
Yeah.
Sleet?
Yeah.
Hail?
Yes.
What about Arizona temperatures? It gets to 123 degrees Fahrenheit in Arizona. I don't know what that is in Celsius, but it's hot.
Yeah.
Will it withstand that kind of heat?
Yeah.
I mean, it is hot there. I've had thermometers.
Yeah.
You know the big thermometers? I've had them melt.
Yeah.
The thermometer melts. I have one thermometer. I'm not kidding. I have one outside that I look at when I'm eating breakfast. It's stuck on 120.
Yeah.
For the last 5 years, it says
Yes.
120. So how's your TV going to do?
Our TV, it is good performance, and it deliver 4K cinema good.
Is it going to stand the heat?
It stand below 22 degrees Fahrenheit.
But that's Celsius.
To 122 degrees.
Oh, so it should handle it then.
Yes.
Okay, so they're 4K?
4K, and even can under direct sunlight.
Okay.
Yeah.
What kind of inputs do I have? HDMI? How many HDMI inputs?
We have, HDMI.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And what
Good.
else can you tell me? Why would I want your outdoor TV other than the weatherproofing and the size of it?
We have own technology to our IPS is 55.
Okay.
So we can resistance water into the outdoor TV.
Okay. Let's talk about your indoor devices. What makes an indoor TV? Why would I
so
wanna buy
the indoor TV, the brightness is very low. It is maybe about 300 nits. You know, we measured brightness in nits.
Okay.
So the higher the nits, the brightness the TV is. So
Okay.
our brightness is up to 5K nits.
Now, where could I see these TVs? On your
You-
website?
Yeah, on
What's
the
your
website.
website? What's the website?
On all kinds of websites. We sell our product on Amazon, Walmart, and our
Oh, so
own
you sell it on
website.
Amazon?
Yeah.
And what would it be under?
Sorry?
If I wanted to look up on Amazon,
Yeah.
would I look under the name of the company, and then it would
You-
show me all your TVs?
Yeah, you can search the outdoor TV on our brand, CES. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have a outdoor TV, you have a kitchen
TV and a bathroom TV.
a bathroom TV.
Yeah. You can take a bath in your bathroom and watching the TV. And the bathroom TV is also waterproof.
It better be.
Yeah.
So I could put that, if I have a jacuzzi in my bathroom, I could put that on the wall and
Yeah.
you got a remote control for
Yes.
me? Yeah?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Now, is there a warranty that comes with this?
Our company have own technology team and our own manufacturer. We are the world's leading manufacturer for all kinds of TV.
Really?
Yeah.
And you make your own TV?
Yeah.
Hisense doesn't make your TV?
Yeah.
Yes, Hisense does make your TV? No. Okay. All right, we have a little language barrier, and that's me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, now let me ask you another question. Is Amazon the main outlet? Could I buy TVs from your website?
Yeah.
Yes.
We have own website.
Okay. How many different kinds of TVs do you have?
It may be 50
different types?
Yeah.
Wow.
From small to large size. And
Wow.
Yeah.
And they're all waterproof and all that stuff, weather resistant?
From 43 to 110 inches size.
Okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So
do you have your TVs on display here at CES? Can I go to your booth and see them?
Yes, our booth is nearby.
It's nearby?
Yes.
All right, so when I get done here, I can go see your TVs?
Yes, welcome.
Are they working? Are they working? I can see a picture on them?
Yes.
Okay. Great.
Welcome.
Great. Well,
Yeah.
thank you so much for coming on.
Thank
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Interesting devices. I'm going to go down there and
Yes,
check
are
them
you
out.
want to go to our booth to
Okay.
implement?
I'm going to see them, and then I'll report back tomorrow
Yeah.
what I thought of her TV sets.
Okay, I
Okay.
will give you a, if you interest my product, I will give you a big discount.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to get a big discount.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
I'll see you in a little while. You going to be there?
Yeah, I'm co-founder of
Oh, so
Sayworks.
you got to be there.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you so much. Good luck, and I will come by and I'll check them out. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Interesting stuff. I mean, you know, it's a specialty item, and it's kind of neat to have a customized TV. Again, because of the language barrier, it was difficult for actually her to answer my questions, and certainly for me to understand her. You know, that happens. But interesting product. I'm going to go over there and take a peek at them. You know, people always say, yeah, it will withstand the Arizona heat. I'll tell you, I have seen people, I've helped people install their TVs outside, and then they buy a special enclosure that surrounds the TV, all right? And it's made, the enclosures for heat, water, snow, sleet, hail, everything. 2 years later, that thing is fried. And this is installations that are under, you know, an overhang either on the porch or whatever, and they're fried, they're melted, and the plastic coating that they have that the TV is behind, it's yellow, or it's actually sagged from melting in the heat. So not an easy thing to survive that heat. All the outdoor furniture you have, 2 years the most, cracks. That's the way it is. All right, our next interview is being set up, and we will see what we will see. I have no idea who, where, what, or why, and we're going to find out right now. Hello, bring that a little closer to you.
Yeah.
There you go. Hi,
How's
I'm
that?
Don Bain, the Gadget Professor.
I'm Tony.
Tony.
Yeah.
That's a good name for me to pronounce. Tony, what brings you here? Who are you with?
Yeah, I'm with Synchrony, and then what we're
Synchrony.
developing is a new fitness wearable, actually. So
A U fitness wearable.
a new, yeah.
Oh,
a
new, I'm
different
sorry.
one, yeah.
What does it do?
So you know, where people are used to like Apple Watches, like Whoops, things like that. What it tracks is exactly right there, right here as well. What we track is only a subsystem of the body, right? What it only looks at is the heart rate. What we're doing differently is we're gonna track everything, right? Because at the end of the day, we aren't just the pumping heart. We're a brain, a respiratory system, and the cardiovascular system working in tandem, right? So for athletes, that's where our products are targeted towards. It's
Well, that eliminates me right off the bat.
yeah, it's okay. You can use it as well, right?
All right.
So we can go golfing, right?
Okay.
But basically, the athlete can be pushing their body very, very hard, but the mind's not there, right? Maybe they're suffering from burnout or just distracted, something like that. But what this technology enables us to do is capture all of that, and then we can relay this back to the athlete, to the coaches, to help them train better, to train more efficiently.
Your app is always on, and the app, I would assume, integrates with whatever phone you have, Android,
exactly, yes.
Apple, whatever, iOS. Okay. And how is it giving me the feedback, or is it giving me feedback? Is it on the phone, or is it in my ear?
No, it's giving it to you on the phone. So it's kind of like let's say your iPhone, right? Like you wake up, you can see like how well you slept, things like that.
Okay.
It gives it to you in
Whoa, whoa,
digestible metrics.
It's going to track my sleep?
Oh, no, this won't track your sleep. I'm saying it's similar to the Apple Watch,
Oh,
how it
okay,
tracks your sleep.
okay.
Yeah.
So I don't want to wear that when I sleep.
This is the prototype. We just made this, we started 6 months ago, and this is our prototype.
Okay.
Obviously, it's not the best looking right now,
That's
but
okay.
we're working on it.
I get it.
It's a concept, right? So what we want to do is make it more, user-friendly, make it less intrusive, right? And then you use it while you train, and that way you can capture, all the training data that's valuable to you and tells you how well you're training and, help you train better as an athlete.
Okay. So specifically, if I was an athlete, does it do the sport that I'm in specifically? Like if I was a swimmer, would it give me different information that would be more valuable to me than if I was a runner?
Yeah, so the target sports that we are looking at right now is like endurance sports, because they actually care really a lot about their cardiovascular health, and like
triathlon.
Like triathlon, exactly.
Definitely wouldn't be for me.
It's a endurance sport, right? At the end of the day, it's like you can run. It's a mental game at the end, so they care a lot more things like focus throughout the I don't know how long they run, like 5 miles, right? Things like that. So.
I don't run 5 miles.
Oh no, I'm saying the endurance athletes, right? So.
Okay, but to get the results, the download, I got to be on my phone.
Yeah, you
so
look at it afterwards.
It's not made to integrate. Because obviously, if I'm running, I'm not looking at the phone. So after I've done my quote run, it's going to analyze that run for me.
Exactly.
Tell me what my heart rate is, my blood pressure, what else?
Right. So your blood pressure. Also, we track your focus. Right. That's a big thing. That's
specifically, what does that mean?
So what focus means, it's like where your mind is at. Right. So what we look at basically, like number one, what we can track is your eye movement, and because your eye processing, we have sensors on the back that looks at your brain, like visual cortex is in the back, right? And we track that. And kind of
Whoa.
Yeah.
The cortex is in the back.
Sorry,
here.
not the visual processing unit is in the back,
okay.
right? Yeah.
Okay.
So the back of the brain, and we track that. And what this does is like, when you're distracted, you're kind of like spacing out.
I'm always distracted. I'm always spacing out.
You're always spaced out. Well, then you can tell right away with this, right? Because the energy level will change. That's how it works. The brain will shift in energy level.
So that's
right?
going to detect the minute. I mean, how much electrical signal can that possibly put out?
Yeah, it's in the microvolts. Yeah, we detect. It's
and
very
you're
sensitive.
Accurately going to detect.
Yes. Yeah, that's the technology. Huge leaps.
Artificial intelligence.
For data processing, a little bit, but
see, I told you that.
Not too much. Not too much.
Okay. Now the thing is, it can tell if my eyes are moving, which would indicate that I'm spacing out.
And there's things like, float state, like in the zone, and that's a combination of like your brain waves. So your brain also exhibits different brain waves, and then there's things called alpha waves, which is more like kind of like flow state, right? And then you want to see higher alpha waves during like an exercise. It shows that you're more in tune with the sport, right? And that's something we track as well in focus.
But if I'm not focused during that 5 mile run, what would consider being focused? What would your device tell me that I'm focused? What is it that you can detect?
You're not
that
focusing
I'm
on, or is
no, that I am focused.
So we look at flow state, right? It's a combination of your, like where your brain is at, like the state it's in, and then also the heart rate, basically. Or is that not answering your question exactly?
No, but that's okay. I probably didn't ask the question correctly. So the thing I'm trying to get my head around is
what is focus, right?
Well, yeah, like if I'm doing a 5 mile run, does focus mean that I'm only thinking about the 5 mile run, and you're telling me that you could sense that I'm focused on the run, opposed to being focused on a piece of cheesecake?
Yeah, so it's mostly like, think of it this way, right? Like what we can tell is like a distracted mind from like a singular purpose mind, if that makes sense. Like, let's say you're an athlete and you're running a big competition, right? And then you probably want to, as a coach or as an athlete, you want to be focused solely on the competition itself, right? But if you have a distracted mind, let's say, I don't know, that something's going on, right? Your mind's scattered, then your performance is probably not going to be as good.
Okay, so the thing I'm trying to get at is the sensor in your device is able to detect the differential in your brainwave between I'm in la la land. I'm like,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
Or I'm running as hard as I can. I'm concentrating on my breathing, my running, the direction, my eye move, all that.
Yes. Yes.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. It's all EEG. It's data processing. We get the data and we process it afterwards, right? Like, what you do is like a Fourier transform on the data, and then this is all research, and you can track basically like where the peaks of the powers are at.
Okay. Now that you've done the 5-mile
Yeah.
run, okay,
Yeah.
and now I'm going to get the complete, detailed analysis. It's going to say, hey, look, out of the 5-mile run or whatever, 20-minute, whatever, how long it was, X, you were focused for only 50% of the time. It will tell me that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm now realizing that 50% of the time I'm not focused. Okay. What in your app is going to train me or tell me how to keep focused?
So that's actually one of our like products, like next step, right? Right now we're just kind of a measurement tool, but eventually we're turning it into a training tool, because the mind, you got to think of it as a malleable piece of material, right? You can slowly train it over time, and you get feedback, and then you can basically make it. Oh, my device just fell off. You can make it more like sturdier, right? To like focus. Things
I
like that.
understand all that, but again, I don't see how you're going to
train
how that information is going to help me.
The athlete.
Okay, so if I'm a healthy guy, I'm running, I want to win, I want to do the best I can.
Yeah.
So now I have your device, and essentially, as I'm understanding it, it's just giving me a data analysis of physical things, heart rate, blood pressure, all that. Plus, it's I assume telling me that, man, your head's all over the place. You're not concentrating.
Yeah.
Okay, now what? Now what do I do with that information?
Now you can go train through our app, right? That's the next piece of progress that we're going to do.
So that's not existing yet.
It's not existing because we want to get the measurement down first. Because then you can measure, and then you train, and then you measure, and then you train, right? You don't train, and then you don't know what's happening. Then how do you know you're progressing in the right direction?
Okay. I can see, and I'm not trying to give you a hard time.
No, you're good. You're good. These are valid questions.
You know, I don't see how you're going to, I understand the measurement part, no problem.
Yeah.
No problem. I don't understand how you're going to transform that data into telling me what to do.
Do better.
I can't control my heart rate. Maybe through my breathing I can. Maybe you can say, hey, Don, your breathing heart rate's crazy. You know, you need to do this.
Yeah.
You need to hold your, whatever it is to get that heart rate where it should be to have better performance. I can kind of sort of see that, but I can't see, and it's me, I can't see how you're going to, what you're going to tell me to keep me focused. How are you going to tell me to train my brain, what's left of it, how to...
like get into the zone, things like that. Is that what you're saying? Okay,
do that?
And no problem. So these, that's a fair question, very fair question. All right. So there's these things like therapists have developed. It's like different types of like meditation.
Okay.
And these aren't like I'm telling you, these are backed by studies, right? Where basically you can switch your mind to different gears, and that's this training we can offer you.
To the question. All right, glad we got that solved. I was feeling bad, like no, I can't get it.
You're good. You're good.
All right.
Yeah.
Great. Well, listen, thank you very much.
No,
for
thank you so much for having me on.
It's pretty interesting. I want to follow the development of your product.
Appreciate that.
And then I won't run, but I'll walk around here for an hour, and then you can see how I'm doing. You can see if I'm focused or ADD.
You're wondering. Yeah. You could be. You said you don't focus too well, so.
That's why I'm here. All right.
Thank you so much.
Tony, thank you very much.
Have a great day.
Interesting product. I'm very interested to follow your product and see where it goes.
Appreciate it. Thank
you. I hope it works. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you so much for having me on.
All right, there we go. Another new innovative product. I still can't get my head around how that's going to train my mind. I mean, you could tell me to do the Zen stuff and deep breathe and meditate. And, I'm a skeptic. I don't believe it. I think they're dealing with measurements that are so minuscule. I'm skeptical, and I don't know. I'm just being honest with you. But my impression is I don't see how they're going to accurately measure the brain, okay, and tell you that you're not focused, and I can see how they could kind of sort of get through that, but we're talking minuscule amounts of voltage. I don't even know if it could be measured. Plus the fact you're running, so I mean, that's going all over the place. then actually tell me how to stay focused. Let's see what happens. I don't know, but who cares? What do I know? They know. Let's see what happens. All right, our next interview is coming up, and we're going to go skiing, I think. So I like skiing. That's good. People don't realize that you can ski in Arizona. Yeah. Okay, you go up in Flagstaff. There's lots of ski slopes up there. All right. Don't see my monitor here. I know a ski when I see one, though,
yep,
so we
perfect.
got a skier. Hi, I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. How are you, sir?
Hi, I'm good. I'm Nicola.
Michaela?
Nicola.
Nicola.
Yeah.
Okay, Nicola, what do we got? Where are you from, and what are you going to show me?
I'm from Switzerland, where we do a lot of skiing.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
it's really an alpine
it's
region.
one of the
so.
most beautiful places in the world.
Right.
Switzerland, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's especially if you like the mountains, that's certainly the
Beautiful.
place.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I got here, it's what we call e-skimo, so electric ski mountaineering.
E-skimo, that's E-skimo.
That stands for electric ski mountaineering.
No way, it's an electric ski?
Absolutely. World first electric ski.
The world's first electronic ski.
Yeah. That's
Let's see it.
the aim is to basically bring the concept of the e-bike, where you have an assistance that supports you, that makes you more powerful.
Yeah.
The ski mountaineering or ski touring, or let's say here in the US you also call it skinning uphill.
Yeah.
When you go uphill, the system with the battery, the motor, and all the sensors we have installed, it provides you support to go uphill, so that you can basically go 4 times faster uphill, and then once you reach the peak, very easily you detach the battery and the motor, you put it in the backpack.
4 times the speed.
Yes.
I can't even go downhill. Can we see this
Sure.
close up? Now, is this existing or is this a prototype?
This is actually, we don't go retail. We are selling to ski brands. So this is existing. We started working
So the
with.
technology, and I can buy this.
We don't sell retail, so
Right,
we
of
don't.
course, you're
Yeah,
the
but the ski brands are now started to talking with us to integrate the technology into their ski brands.
And a basic question: I'd use 2 skis.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now
okay.
I brought only one.
Yeah,
just for
I get it. I get it. That's very interesting. Does it use artificial intelligence at all?
It has a very sophisticated model in there, because we need to really sense the type of snow, where each ski is on behind.
So that's going to essentially, tell me if I'm wrong, know the weight.
It knows the way. Let's say it basically predict the way in a way, because it sense how steep is the mountain, what is the.
Well, there's a lot of math in there. You've got the slope, you've got the weight, you've got the
because you can imagine that if the ski give you too much power, you lose control. You basically may get an imbalance and you may fall down. So how we deliver the power, it's the biggest challenge. So we made a very sophisticated algorithm, and a lot of data went through this to basically make the system as natural, providing the power in the most natural possible way.
What torques you? What gives you the automatic speed upward? I know there's a motor, but does that turn the belt?
Yes, basically this belt, it's rotating around the ski. You can see this is actually rotating, and this rotation is given by the back component, which is the motor, that by rotating, it's providing the traction forward. And it's basically going forward 1 foot, and then stop, and then you have the other. It's like a step.
Do they synchronize?
Yes, they
do synchronize, so they talk to each other.
They talk to each other.
That's very clever.
And in a very, in a blink of an eye, they basically make a decision to basically give an actuation to the motor.
This belt I'm worried about, is that going to last 2-3 times, or a week, or a month, or you
No,
don't know?
we are working to make it last at least a few seasons. Come on.
Really?
Yes.
Have you used this? Have you tried
Absolutely. I've been, and I can't wait to be back in Switzerland, because there's been a lot of snowfalls in the last few days. So hopefully by Sunday when I'll be back.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Very interesting.
So the more miles we do, the better it is. But let's say in the last year, we've been doing hundreds of miles on the slopes.
Really?
Yeah.
That is fascinating.
Yeah.
What horsepower motor is in that? Do you know?
The motor, I mean, in terms of Newton meters, we can deliver up to 15 Newton meters.
Okay.
That's the power motor. The battery is about 200 watts. But the biggest challenge is also to maintain a very lightweight set, because it's true that when you go uphill, you don't really feel the weight, because it's the motor that pushes the ski up. But then when you go down, you don't want to have a too heavy backpack. So we try to maintain everything very lightweight. The motor it's very compact. Also the battery. So
there's a lot of technology in that.
There's a lot. There's a lot. Consider that only for the sensors there is a 6-axis IMU unit.
It's very heavy.
When
I mean, to me, it's very heavy.
It's actually.
And I understand you got a lot of stuff in here.
Yes, as I said, when you go in uphill on both skis, you have about 6 pounds extra that you then put on the back. So when you remove the components, this ski will be 3 pounds less heavy. So it's
so if I were to lose 6 pounds, I would not know that I had that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Correct. So what we want to do is really make this sport more accessible. People that are less trained, they can enjoy the mountains. Consider that also from a touristic point of view. In Switzerland, for example, we have only 10% of the surface, which is of the snow-capped surface, which is supported by ski resorts. We have so many valleys, so many towns, that in the winter they can be enjoyed, but they don't have anything to offer because they don't have ski resorts, they don't have the cable car.
Yeah,
so with this one, even more remote valleys, which are beautiful, you can go in the winter and enjoy them.
Can I see this in action on your website?
Absolutely, we have a video.
What's the website? Is it eSkimo?
eSkimo.swiss.
Is there a dash in
yes,
that? Okay.
e-skimo.swiss. By the way, on Monday we even, we did a crazy thing. We rented out the ice ring here in Vegas, and we did a live demo, and we also invited some journalists. They were trying out on the ice. It was flat, but it basically make a very good idea on how it works.
Now, is that on your website?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to go watch that video. That sounds very, very interesting. Let me ask you another question. How much does this cost?
As we don't sell retail, no, we don't make the final price, but you can expect that as opposed to a standard pair of ski, a complete system with eSkimo powered will be probably 50% more expensive than a ski.
That's not bad. I mean, really, it's for what it does.
Yeah, that's and if you think that you can then use less, chairlift, you're also going to sell them.
Yeah. Now, where would I buy these? Like, who's? Can you tell me the names of the company that sell them?
We hope as many ski brands. Now, this pair of ski has been developed together with the Blizzard Nordica group, which is which is quite a big one. So they help us creating the very first one, and more to come. So hopefully by next winter there will be several brands.
If I Googled eSkimo, would I find companies that?
Not yet. Not yet, because they. It's now you see us because we went basically just last month. We started to be
exciting. So when do you expect these to actually?
To be on retail by next winter season. So end of 25, it will be.
It's amazing. It always fascinates me how much work and engineering and science. It looks like a ski. It looks pretty simple, but boy, believe me. There's a lot of engineering and science and a lot of hard work
and you can't imagine how hard it's to test this because you need to maybe we have the snow only in certain months, and if you want to find the snow in May, you need to go much higher.
You also got to be a pretty good skier to be a test pilot for this.
There's a lot behind. There's a lot.
It's really fascinating. You just don't appreciate all the work and all the different disciplines that have to go into this thing. I mean, it's just not one guy, and here it is. It's hard.
It's hard. It's been 3.5 years of R&D.
I talked to many people, 10 years. Quite a few people, 10 years to develop the product. I mean, my God. Well, this is really interesting, and I definitely like it, and we're going to keep a watch on your company and follow you. I'm definitely going to, I want to see this in action. Are you the guy that's skiing on this?
Yes, I am. In the video you'll see on our website, I'm the one.
Okay, I'm gonna watch it, and
thank you.
I'll let you know what I think. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much for hosting me.
Interesting stuff. Thank you so much. Thank
Bye,
you.
everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. eSkimo. It's really cool. I mean, it's really cool. I don't think there's slopes in Vegas. I don't think so. Arizona, like I said, New Hampshire, yeah. But if you're an avid skier, I can see that. I don't know about the belt, but again, I know nothing about skiing. I mean, I do ski, but I get on the sticks and just go and fall down and get up. But quite an interesting device. I can't imagine. Pretty much all the stuff that I see here, I just can't imagine all the research and development. hard work, successes, failures, 20 times a day, to develop that kind of a product. What a niche market that is. But if they're spending that kind of time, money, and energy to develop that product, there's got to be a market for it, and it's got to be enormous. I could see it in Switzerland. I could definitely see it, in all those Norwegian companies. Real cool. By the way, I was only in Switzerland once. I flew over the Swiss Alps once. Breathtaking. Such a beautiful place. I was in Denmark. I was in Copenhagen. Just magnificently gorgeous. Really, if you ever get a chance to go there, go there. Belgium was they're all nice. They're all nice. Yeah. Hey, compared to Scranton, Pennsylvania, where I come from, everything's nice. Trust me. All right. I don't know. It's 12:02 here. I'm still here. And I'm going to ask my buddy, Mr. Kirk, do I have stuff coming up?
As far as interviews, no, you got to.
I'm done.
Well, I wouldn't say you're done because Scott is I think Scott is going to be next, I believe.
Okay, so I'm hanging on.
Oh, okay.
I can't hear.
Wait, hold on. Let me see. 1 second. Hold on.
All right, we're trying to find out what's going on here. There's going to be a break in the action. I'm actually going to leave shortly, and I will be back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And stay tuned because Scott Ertz is coming up, and he's an interesting guy and has a unique style of interviewing and a lot of fun to watch. A clever guy, so that's always good. And he'll be here, I guess, shortly. No, Kirk is not talking to
Yes,
me.
no, I had it on mute because I was shouting. So I believe Scott has taken over on the next block.
Okay.
As far as, so if you want to,
I can tell some stories now.
Tell some stories,
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay. All right, we'll do it. All right. So I was talking. Oh, by the way, before I let you go, Kirk, whatever happened to that hard drive that we were looking for?
It's being worked on right now.
Okay.
It's being worked on. So everything.
Okay, you're covered.
Everything's covered. Yep.
That's all I want.
So far, we're good.
Okay, thank you.
You got
all
it.
right. So getting back to some of the things that I've seen, and again, I don't know what's here. When I leave, I walk all around. I talk to different people, and a couple things that I thought would be here are not here. That company Cold Snap that I saw last year, incredible machine. That thing was, they have these cans that's their ice cream is in. It's a mix. And then they've got their machine that you load this, looks like a Coke can into, and you push a couple buttons and boom, it makes ice cream. It was the coolest thing. And I want to get some ice cream. I don't see it here, so I got to look on the app and see where they are or if they are here. Okay, I see Mr. Scott getting ready to join us, and I'm going to literally pass the mic and the headset over to Scott. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. The Tech Podcast Network appreciates it. And I am Don Bain, the Gadget Professor, signing off today. CES 2025. I will be back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and I will now pleasurably introduce Mr. Scott Ertz.
Hello, Internet. I'm Scott with PLUGHITZ Live. We are here at CES 2025. I'll be with you for the next 3 hours. We've got a lot of interesting guests coming up. I've been looking at the schedule. It's been a great morning so far. Don had some really interesting stuff. I have the privilege of being able to listen to the whole day, even when we're downstairs. Some really interesting. Tell me about the skis.
The skis. To be honest with you, I was paying attention, but it was unique. I don't know kind of how to explain it very well. It's they are electric.
Electric. Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
they've got like motion, like a tread on the bottom.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right.
Like a tank. Okay.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Right. Yeah.
I know that they did a demo last night at an ice rink just outside of town.
I heard him say they rented out the rink. They invited some press, and apparently it was flat. It wasn't really, I guess, conducive for the. Yeah, it wasn't. Conducive to the.
That's too bad.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Yeah,
right.
That makes sense that it would, like, if they had just Zamboni'd it, it would be a problem.
Right.
But if it had been used all day and they just left it, there'd be some what's the word I'm looking for? Texture.
Right. That's.
Yeah, there'd be texture on there. For
Exactly. But also, too, though, we're also in a desert, so there's no way that they can, like, ship.
Yeah, they can't demo it anywhere else.
Exactly right.
It was the best case scenario.
Right.
It's too bad it didn't work out as well as they had hoped. But I mean, it's really an interesting concept.
It is, but also in the same token, I think that I always like to believe that and we all discuss this from time to time often, is there a need for it in this climate, literally and figuratively? Is there really a need for it? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's me personally, I don't, I know that if I were to get one of those, I'll fall on my butt.
Well, I mean, in fairness, you have been defeated by the stairs.
Exactly.
And Sony's booth.
And the studio.
Indeed. In your defense, I did trip going up the stairs yesterday, so
Fair enough. Fair. Because I told everybody. I told everybody, from day one, or when day one of CES for everybody, I promise, I will not fall. I will look down. I'll be careful. I made this commitment to everybody on our staff, that so. But I'm glad. But yeah, no, Don has some really good guests.
Yeah,
he really has some great guests, and I'm looking forward to. Well, I always look forward to his guests.
And we were filling up his Friday schedule before we went on air this morning.
Right.
He had some guests that we were putting on the schedule manually.
Oh, okay.
Because he had talked to them, and they wanted specifically his time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, well, good news. Friday's open.
You know what? I'm surprised that usually, like, for most of the guests we've had, they clamor for the first day, like, because they want to leave like ASAP.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't blame them, but also on the same token, it was like, the first day is always
hectic.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chaos. Yeah.
And we were talking downstairs there, and we were talking up here earlier.
Right.
With Don. There's one company who apparently hasn't made it. Just so everybody knows, it is 12:15 on the West Coast where we are right now.
Yep.
The show floor opened at 9 a.m. There is a company who was supposed to be on our show several hours ago,
right,
who has still not shown up at their own booth.
Oh, yeah. You did say that. You mentioned that. You're right.
So we were just talking to their rep, and they're not entirely sure what's going on. My theory was they got defeated by the city that is Vegas in one way, shape, or form, possibly just being out too late, possibly being defeated by a blackjack table. There's no telling. But that's the reason why, like, I'm always surprised that the morning is full.
Yeah, that exactly.
'Cause I would want to do it later in the day in case something goes wrong in the morning.
Right.
Uber and Lyft can be crazy busy. Don was talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
To go 100 feet yesterday took 35 minutes.
Right.
Right? And we all got defeated by that one yesterday.
Well,
and you never know what traffic's going to look like. You can't predict
Truth be told, when I left here, because I saw it was like bananas, and I chose to wait and save, to save money, but also time.
And it didn't matter.
It didn't matter.
You saved the money and you still left at the same time.
Exactly right. I did that like the past couple of times. And last night when we left Showstoppers, it actually wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
The traffic was not that bad when we all left that night. It was not bad. But from here to any hotel, what have you, it was bananas. It was like out of control.
In fairness, tonight the move is to take the bus back downtown.
Okay.
I think it's actually going to be faster.
Okay.
Than getting out with an Uber.
Oh, I wouldn't recommend taking the bus to LVCC.
No.
There's no way.
No.
There's no way.
The Tech Express is always wild. Because you and I want to be on for a little bit longer together. Maybe Adam can replace Mom for a little while so she can go have lunch?
I'm sorry. Replace Mom or his mom for lunch, and you do cat herding.
That'll give us the ability to be on for a little while. The transportation is challenging because this city was not built for what it is today.
Right.
It was designed for something else. And we have shoehorned all of this into it.
Oh, absolutely. Not to mention, I think, too, as far as the internet connectivity, because that's also been, you would think, and I think you mentioned this yesterday, that, we're on the technology capital, not necessarily the world per se, but you would think over years or the past
pretty
several
close.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, and I was trying to stream some video for the behind the scenes for GNC Week in Review, and I was literally like maybe like I can't even get like not even 10 minutes maybe, and I'm keep trying, and I apologize to the viewers that are watching, which was only a few, which is fine. I'm not complaining. I'm happy if they were watching or not.
Yeah.
But I'm like,
because cellular in particular becomes a problem out here, especially during a show like this, right? This is a lot of people packed into a very small box that's very tall.
Right.
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 This convention center, Mandalay Bay, the LVCC, all of them are very small footprint, and lots of people get stacked in there together.
Yep.
And so we just overload cellular towers. I get, like, from a technology standpoint, I get how it happens. I wish that the convention centers would work with the networks and put in mini cell towers in the buildings. The thing is, I can guarantee if the Venetian contacted T-Mo, AT&T, and Verizon and said, we are going to put in repeaters for one of you, and we will advertise that Verizon coverage is better in the Venetian, or AT&T cover, I guarantee they'd fight over which one got to do it.
Yeah. But here's the thing: but they
pay to put the hardware in.
Verizon, put the repeaters in the stadiums for NFL, and the NFL was on it like white on rice. And my whole thing is that when Starlink partnered up with T-Mo, I'm like, it's like crazy. Like it's like there's this golden opportunity, and T-Mobile just basically took that ball and ran with it.
Yep.
They should do this. I mean, Starlink should do the same thing. And have Starlink should be here because the broadband internet over the past several years, it's not just necessarily here in Vegas, but it's like in rural America, and and there's some there's like in poor communities that are on still to this day. We're now, just January 8th, 2025. In rural communities, still people are still on DSL.
I know.
DSL. I mean, I'm sorry. That's like a travesty beyond belief. Beyond belief.
So, they have.
I'm so fired up right now.
They have a suite in the Venetian Tower.
Who? Starlink.
Starlink.
Okay.
Suite 29224.
Okay.
And 226.
Oh, gee. Oh, crap.
And they're listed as multiple locations.
Yeah.
In another list, which means that they've probably got meeting rooms over at either the Aria or Mandalay Bay. So
Right.
they are here. They just aren't on the floor.
It would be just nice to pick their brain a little bit, or I mean, I know us being independent media creators, content creators, it's going to be a challenge trying to get an interview.
We spent all CES last year tweeting at Elon Musk trying to get him
I know. I forgot about that. Yeah. You're right about that. I would because he would go on, all the other tech sites. I'm sorry. To this day, I'm still like, we'll go to CNET or TechCrunch. He would go to those publications, quick, fast, in a hurry. But we would have to literally beg and plead for him to come on TPN.
Where they openly hate him.
Exactly right. Exactly. Thank you. That burns my biscuits to no end. That really does.
And we have Starlink in our organization.
Right. Right. Exactly right. Yep.
Oh, well.
Oh.
It is what it is.
Yeah, they can go pound sand.
The thing that's really interesting is the actual ISP issue more than even the cellular.
Yep.
Although our network connection here is faster than it usually is this year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying not to jinx it.
No.
But at the hotel, we get 5 megabit. What?
Yeah.
Here we usually get 10. We were uploading at 30 earlier.
Right.
And yet they have a gamer specific ISP out here, which means low latency, high speeds.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I understand. It's partially the union stuff. It's partially that they charge differently for it, and they wanna get the vendors. But it is what it is. Anyway, real quick, I want to talk about one of our sponsors, Privacy. I actually had one of our guests ask about Privacy earlier. If you've never used it, definitely give it a try. It allows you to create virtual cards that you can use for different services. So say you have one for Target, one for Home Depot. Both of them get hacked, which they did a couple years ago. That card is locked to that company. So it's not so if you don't know, the way it works with stolen credit cards is somebody gets the number, they create a card, they go to a gas station, they test it. If it works, great. Then they're going to sell that information. If it doesn't work, they're going to pull it out of the database and move on. Well, because you used it at Target, it will decline at the gas station, and they'll pull you out of the database, and they won't sell your information because it can't be used anywhere else anyway. The service is completely free, which is possibly the best part of the whole thing. It's completely free for you to use, and we have a promo code. I can't quite come up with what the promo code is offhand.
It's QZZ2J.
The 2J, I remember.
The beginning 3 consonants.
Totally gone.
It's a brain stumper.
But if you use that promo code, they'll give you $5 to give it a try. The service is free, so basically it's free money. Hard to go wrong. So definitely give it a try, privacy.com, or download the app. When you sign up, put in that promo code, you'll get $5 to try it out. And you'll be helping us out, too, by doing something for free, which is, we appreciate it. This is
absolutely.
So for those who don't know, the way this show works is The guests don't pay anything to be on because we believe that that would hurt our credibility with the audience, right? If somebody has to pay for coverage, we believe that even subconsciously you might be more inclined to go easy on.
Which that also burns my biscuits because, again, they CNET.
I know.
You know, I mean, I would.
I know.
Yeah.
So
it's
we don't
totally
do it.
free. That's the one thing is like the one thing we've gotten, like Scott and I, and someone, mainly Scott and I and Todd, who's the head of TPN, we'll get emails, and we'll read through the emails for guests to come on our air. You know, we'll give them the form, ask them to fill it out. You know, all the other things notwithstanding. The first email that I will get, or Scott will get, or Todd, or all three, is there a charge for it?
Yep.
And it clearly says on the form, there's no charge.
In the email that I send, I always say, interviews are always free.
Yeah.
On the site, it says, TPN interviews are always free. And we always get asked, is there a charge?
Each and every time.
And that's because the industry works in this way too much. We don't like it.
Right.
And so
I agree.
we're trying to set a trend on how we believe the industry should work. The guests are never charged. This always comes through partnerships and sponsorships.
Right.
We all absorb our own cost until the sponsors kick in. Then we try to level out the costs for all of our team members.
Right.
And then the companies get what's left over if we get to that point.
Right.
But yeah, this we don't charge. It's all about the sponsors.
Yep.
So by giving it a try for free, you help us offset the cost of this coverage, which of course Kirk and I talk about all the time. We love to do. This is our favorite and least favorite week of the year.
Right. Right.
It's so much fun and unbelievably exhausting all at once.
It is. It is. It is.
But you know, it does help us offset the cost to be able to do this. And we do love doing it. We love to be able to bring you this stuff because you probably can't get in. Even if you could get to Vegas, you probably can't get in.
Right.
So we give you a view, and from up here in the tower, we literally give you a view that nobody else gets because this is our tower.
Yep.
Nobody else is up here except us and our guests. And y'all have 3 cameras aimed out at an angle that nobody else gets to see but you and us. So
yeah, it's a fantastic view. Fantastic view of it.
Yeah, it really is. And I've been on the fence about us being on this side of the building because they did move us, and I'm still a little on the fence about it, but I think I like the view behind us, and there's no big green lights behind us this year screwing with the cameras. So
well, there's a pink hue that might no,
well, that's outside of our cameras. All right. Well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Very good.
Glad
ahead to be here.
Excellent. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Hello. My name is Jay Chen. I'm the founder and the chairman of the board for the tech company called Gauss Code Technology Incorporated, and it's based in the Silicon Valley.
Okay. So tell me about the company.
The company is it's a key focus on the big data and now the big model as well. Application to the vertical industry, especially the automotive. And as we know, the industry has the challenge of selling things, and particularly in the retail stores, in the showrooms. And the key point is conversation. So how do we gather the information about the conversation and make it more productive? That's our focal business.
Okay. How do you accomplish that? That sounds like a big goal.
Yes, it is. And you probably know about the Salesforce.
Sure.
Well, it's about the sales. Well, the sales is all about the conversation. It's about having a conversation leading to the love, leading to the marriage, right? Leading to some sales. Well, we have this thing called an intelligent badge system. I'll also wear one right here.
Okay.
And this one is a little bit easier to see. It has little mics in it. And
Okay.
for very directional capturing of the sound for the conversation.
All right.
Right. And a lot of sales and services and any of the communications is about a conversation. No longer about a the cold advertising just throw at your face, right? Instead, it has a temperature with the words, with the expressions and others. And this little thing is be able to capture the sound very clearly and then translate into words. And this is where the big model kicks in. Say, hey, I understand what the person is talking about. Which dialect, which language, doesn't matter. It knows what they are concerned about, what they are interested in, what they want to emphasize on, rather than you tell them things that you like to tell. So there's a much better chance of having the conversation on the same bandwidth.
Okay, so can I hold it?
Yes.
Okay, so this little guy, I see how you've got it.
Yes.
Gets positioned somewhere convenient.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In your case, you've got it on your pocket, which makes sense. But theoretically, you could wherever makes sense.
Any place.
And so, with the two little mics on the front here, at least two, right? That's
yes.
Okay. It's listening to the conversation.
Yes.
It's listening to you and me.
That's right.
Okay. It's recording, transcribing, and then taking that and doing stuff like sentiment analysis.
Correct.
So that
sentiment and also the intention analysis.
Okay, very cool. And so then you can figure out how the person you're talking to is feeling about the conversation.
Correct.
The topic that you're talking about.
Right.
And their own problems that might lead into your solution.
Right. Not only that, most of the conversation does not need to a positive and a final result, which will make the sales to happen, right? So it stops somewhere. A lot of times without such a technology and a tool, people don't know what happened. Right?
Yeah.
You stop at the right at beginning or in the middle when you introduce a product or when you talk about the prices or promotions, right? And this is clearly can help whatever you say, it says, your sales is stuck here. And the best sales would let it go through to the next stage of conversation, making them into, really, I understand this well. For example, the auto sales. I'm concerned about the safety, but you're talking about how powerful the vehicle is. Well, I don't want to hear how powerful a vehicle is. From those things, you can quickly summarize how the best salesperson works. Right? What is a woman? What is a young guy? What is a old professional guy? Everybody's interest different. Well, it captures it all more.
Okay, fascinating. How did you decide that this was the problem you wanted to solve? Because this is it seems semi-niche and yet is actually pretty broad. How did you decide that this was a problem you wanted to solve?
We're all thinking about what is the basic problem that exist for many of the industry, for many of the products and the brands. And we finally found out they all fail, although they could be spending a lot of money, investing a lot of things into advertising, into the showroom, whether it's online, offline, hardware, software, but they lost on one critical piece of a human conversation. When a conversation happens, people give you the trust. They understand not only through what you talk, through the voice, through the words that you choose, right? They understand what you mean. A lot of times, those kind of meaning, understanding, trust was lost in the communication. So this is so broad and so big a problem that people know that I invested heavily here, but does not see the result. Can you help? This is what we found is a bottleneck of the entire sales process.
Okay. So, do you come from a sales background, from a tech background, from how did you get here?
Yeah, good question. I came I studied AI back in the 1990s.
Okay.
So when the AI is not so popular, right? And
before the big change in the way we think about AI.
I'm a tech guy.
Okay.
I specialize in designing and writing algorithms. And you heard about all these fancy names, like decision trees, neural networks, deep learning, and big model, all these things, right? I went through all these things myself and learn and apply, right? And so many of the industries that I touch on, number one, biggest, many of the years is on the auto industry. Selling vehicles, right? But I'm not selling. I'm helping people to sell, to position, to design, and to service the vehicle as a complex products. But not only that, I help the financial sectors like the credit card companies, the banks, and the investment companies, etc., and even travel and retail. But all of these things, I focus on one thing. Algorithm by itself is not so valuable until it's applied. But when it's applied effectively, it requires several things. You need to gather data. You need to have the right scenario right at the spot, give you feedback as to what you do, what you did well, and what you can do the next. And these things is where the algorithm needs to be. Now, with all the chips technology, right, and with all this computational power, with all the data gathering technology, now we are in a position to solve this 100-years-old problems. How to make your conversation more effective, more trustworthy, and more sales can go through this.
Way more than a 100-year-old problem. This is a millennial problem. This is communication has been the problem for humanity since the beginning.
So true.
So being able, anything to help you be able to interpret inside of a conversation is a help.
That's right.
So let's talk about the basics. How does this work? What is required? You have the badge. Does it need an internet connection? Do you plug it into a computer? How does that work?
Yeah. So little things now we can connect to the cloud, right? Through the Wi-Fi, if it's in the showroom with Wi-Fi. But if there's no Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi is not stable, well, use the air, right? The telecommunication company provide you with this. And you can use the air to help to get the signal and to send the signal out.
Okay.
So it has a little storage here, but does not need to store a lot.
Okay. So it's got Wi-Fi and cellular built in?
Yes.
Okay. So it records and pushes to the cloud as it needs to.
Yeah, it can be Bluetooth with your mobile phone.
Okay.
Right, in another pocket. Well, connection is not a problem anymore.
Okay.
Right. But now the data gathering is here, right? Translation is another place. After translation, you get a meaning, sentiment, and the intention. That's in another place. So it's all over the place in the cloud somewhere.
Okay.
Right?
So that's all happening off device, off platform.
That's right.
Okay. And then the results come back to you, mobile, web, something like that? Okay.
Yes. Multimodal. Now, of course, the number one coming back is something on a mobile phone you can see. Number two is a management report, right? The store managers can see.
Oh, okay.
Number three is a prompt. Now, we are looking into the next gen technology, which is already available, but not so commercially popular yet. It's something that you can hear like an earphone, but it can talk to you as well. So I can make the thing talking back to you. Hey, mention to the customer because he or she cares about this. And they haven't mentioned a thing. So now Badge does not do that, but the next gen, the earphone will say you something that you should talk the next.
Got it. Okay. And then you could use a Bluetooth headset or something like
That's
that,
right,
and you'd be able,
Yeah, technology all over the place. In CES, we saw tons of those with glasses and things.
Absolutely.
Right? Finally, you put all the technology into where the needs is the most.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. And where are we in production? Are these pre-production, or are we on the market? Where are we?
On the market. There's already 1,000 automotive dealer stores using this daily. Right, we get information on a second and minutes basis throughout the day. But now we found out not only the automotive, or for any retail stores or showrooms, even like the exhibition booth here,
That's
you
what I
need
was
that
thinking.
because nobody would be smart enough, good memory enough, remember everything I talked. So where I talked, where I stopped, where should I go next? Well, it's a mystery, right?
What might I have missed in my conversation?
That's right. That's right.
And then price point. How much is the device? How much does the platform cost?
It's very, very cheap. It's about $3,000-$4,000 per store per year.
Okay.
Yeah, and basically it gives you 10 of the badges.
Okay.
10 of the badges. If it's $3,000, it's $300 per person per year.
Yeah.
To wear the thing every day you come to work, well, the thing comes with you. Right?
Okay.
So
less than $1 a day.
Yes.
Per badge.
That's right.
Okay.
We're talking about selling the vehicle, right? Think about the worst. Think about if you can sell one more vehicle in a year for one
paid the
person.
whole thing off.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's much
Makes
more
sense.
than that. Yes.
All right. If people want more information about this, how can they get it?
Oh, they can visit our websites, gausscode.com. You can maybe scan what we left at the CES, the QR code, or it can just look for Gauss code somewhere. You search, and the big model can tell you what it is and where to find the help from. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming up and talking to me. This is really interesting.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Have a good rest of the show.
Yep.
And don't forget this guy. Interesting, because, like I said, human communication is the worst, right? People are terrible at communicating with each other. And so, any opportunity to make that better in any way, shape, or form, but in particular in sales, is definitely a help for salespeople. Having been in sales for several things, technology, software services, I've sold a lot of stuff over the years. Communication between any two people, including friends, sucks. Talk to anybody who's married, right? Anybody who's married. Communication is problem number one, right?
Okay.
All right. I think is she with them?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
Well, here's another thing too, and I apologize profusely. There's a guy in the silver hair.
Okay. Yeah, Tracy.
Okay, I apologize. I apologize profusely. I said to go back downstairs because I know who he was.
He's ours.
And I said, and I apologize profusely. I said,
Yeah, I didn't give you a heads up, and I saw him, and I saw you, and I texted you. I was like, he's ours.
Okay. Yeah. So I apologize profusely.
I had to stop somebody who made it to about the 12th step, who was looking for the Korean broadcasters on the other side of the tower. So yeah, it happens.
So I didn't apologize to her.
Not a problem. All right. We have our next guest here. Hello. How are you doing? Good. I'm doing fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Sure. Ross, yes. Most recently just hired. So excited to be here. This is our first time.
Okay. For the company?
For the company.
Okay.
Well, we've been selling here for years.
Yeah, I am very familiar with your product. I'm a fan of the things you guys are doing, and I've heard about the new one. I think it's like a printer and laser cutter all in one. Tell me about that. I got a 10-second pitch that was second hand.
I'm here. That's what I'm here. Yeah. So just a little bit pitch for that. We just want the pick forward from by CES. On that mission. So it's it's actually the world's first craft function. So like I said, not only does the laser cutting and also has blade cutting, inkjet printing, and also temple. So it's for you. It has everything. It's more than just using different pads or switch and swap to make so much varieties of creating things. That's what we love about it. It's such a good price.
That's crazy. Like, you guys are really good with that, right? You make great product that in the craft world, outside of the craft world, people may not necessarily recognize the brand name. Although I see your ads on Instagram all the time. But outside of that space, they may not know the brand, but for those who don't, you guys make great products, and they're always way less expensive than I expected them to be. Like when I see it, I immediately have a number in my head, and I'm always wrong. Usually by about 25%.
That's accurate. But that's a good point too. I think the best thing about Apple is that we make it so accessible for consumers. They use their phones, right? I saw from his Facebook before. This was my first time seeing it. I was just really cool. I think that's so the accessibility is here, and also that self-learning, self-servicing was so huge. We have spent, like I said, many content, and also consumer-generated content, social media. So that's where we are building a system,
like it's big and scary, but maybe I can get Adam to, if he can hear me, maybe not. We have our best of CES board over there. Okay. We made on a laser cutter and engraver. Like is that acrylic or glass? Acrylic. Okay. So it doesn't, laser cutting doesn't have to be scary, right? It's cute. You can do it just pretty easily with very little knowledge. You can make some really cool stuff. This thing lights up. It was acting weird yesterday, so something infrared in here was making it change colors. So we had to turn it on.
All you need to know is they have different spots, right? Red spot is live CO2. So this is definitely based on CO2 laser. So you can have the transparent objects like glass. So that's really the basic thing. And our people, professionals will help to choose. The community will help to choose. So don't feel any at all. Everybody is so nice, and they just share and provide their knowledge, settings, and their artwork. So that I think as a laser really goes, it's not attracting or business. It's more opportunity to do online, and it's hobby can actually make your garage.
Yeah, my brother has next to one of the cutters. I can't remember which one. Got like 4 3D printers and that things. Too many things in his garage. He has a lot of stuff. And I don't remember which one this was on, but with very little information on how to use it, we were able to use these things. We have a very talented person that can analyze what we do next with laser cutters. But I learned to use our first one. I had a thing cutting into it's not a big scary thing that I always assumed it was. I still have that feeling about 3D printing for some reason. I have a printer and I just feel like it seems bigger than I'm willing to get into at any time. So I'm doing all of this.
Actually, people think about cutting things, right? What's fun cutting? But by cutting it and cutting together, assembly it gets pretty long. Then we just start reading things out. Right? I think that's facilitates things that you do.
One of our producers downstairs, Randy, I think she must have gotten it from the booth. Some earrings.
Imagine her outfit.
It worked out perfectly.
Amazing.
It was made on that machine, right? It was cut and printed using that machine.
Print it first, then cut.
But all using the machine.
Yeah, and also amazing thing on top of that is that we have AI. So that's a first AI design gem. So not only you don't need to be great, right? You can just use AI whatever you want. That would generate that image for you. You can choose from an image and so use it about that image file to software and then generate something. Then create that's it. So quick and
super cool. Obviously, this isn't the only product you mentioned. You have quite a line. Do we have anything else new and exciting coming out?
I think it's very new because the community being not in that for that. But also just last season, it's fairly new. So we have our launcher.
Certainly new to the CES community.
Right, that's why we're here. So the F1 launcher is not a machine, it's not a laser engraver, but that's a new laser. That's the first laser ever. With without and fiber. So that 220 watts laser had to make them more complex stuff. Things like rock coaster, analyses, you can even gloss deep cutting analyses. I saw this that launcher is very unique. Coin and deep gloss. So cool. And he used the from the Vegas. Those things was Bitcoin, maybe it's dollar value, but to something 20. So now it's huge.
You just pitched the idea of a custom coin at me. Now that's where my brain is. It's going to be for a little while. I can absolutely see for CES next year giving the guests a coin that has maybe the dot on one side, even maybe a QR code on the other. Oh, okay. Yeah, my brain's going crazy. All right, I had not considered that.
We have a show.
This is what happens to me at CES. You guys come up here and pitch these great ideas, and I go, I know how to use that. Indeed. My family already has this. Cool. So what kind of price point does that have?
So, we do a lot of bundles, right? Like I said, solutions are not a system. So we do bundle without everyone, just probably all possible, right? So the small part, especially the so the bundling is that's better. So that specific one, right now we are running from 3,500 to about 4,500 with different objects, different services. But accessory will give you expensive ability of things. So they're as well. And we have if you are a solicitor want to do bulk production, we have company here. So the great thing about that is there are two cameras above the also can automatically frame target objects and compare when it's moving. And even if you put it in place, you don't even talk from compare. Just mess up with it, and then the auto-framing will determine where to shoot an image. So that repeating process is so quick. That's a bad thing I like.
That's wild.
Yeah. And on top of that, we have a rotary head, similar objects, tumbler, glass, grain, you name it. So the versatility on systems. I'm always amazed about all the work that happens.
That's a great sign, right? If you can be impressed by your own product line,
that means I'm too next. I've never
So the F1 Ultra is available now as well? Well, if people want more information about the products that we talked about and any of the other ones,
sure. So we will have a special ready here until 10. However, if you want to purchase from all over the world, we have Xbox.com. Just search, X online, you see it. We have ads everywhere. With community everywhere. So the word is out there, and if we like it, we will enjoy the laser.
Well, thank you for coming up and talking to me about these super cool products. Again, I've been a fan for a while, so it's great to be able to have you on the show.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good rest of the show.
Thank you too.
I'll have you take that with you as well.
Thank you so much.
All right. So our, like I said, our award is custom design. I designed it. About how it works? Yeah, sure. It's a great idea. So we have 6 awards that we'll be giving away on Friday after our final interview. 5 of them will be coming directly from the individual teams. One from GNC Review, one from PLUGHITZ Live, one from the Tech Branch, one from the Gadget Professor. Those are the 4 shows represented this year. The 5th comes from the actual production team. That would be Anna Parker, and Brandy, and Aviva, Xerxes, Nancy. There's a big team. They will put together their pitch and then the last one is the team. We all come together and decide what we think the best of the best of the Sorry, I always feel like I'm doing Men in Black when I do that. So for PLUGHITZ, I was just swayed a little bit moments ago in a particular direction. That new device, I've seen it down there in action. Okay. All right, see you, Kirk. All right, we'll pause for a moment while we wait for Adam to sit down. So we'll make sure we have everything in place. But yeah, so the 6 awards will be given away on Friday. I designed them. They were cut at the Amrock Fab Lab by our good friend Vicky. They came out absolutely fantastic. Very, very proud of those awards. That'll be 2:15 or so on Friday, depending on how the scheduling ends up filling up on Friday. Hopefully it'll fill, but sometimes it doesn't. We'll see what happens. But it looks like our next guest is here. Hello.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Well, go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
My name is Ron, and I am a Cincinnati
Okay. I'm understanding a little bit more of what I was seeing when you sat down. But go ahead and tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, for sure. So we are for digital future. Yes, a lot of people need something that we are and we help businesses to leverage these digital and take customers to
Okay, so this solves the issue of people ordering and then trying to pick up the wrong order. Okay.
Exactly. So when you order something, you go to a coffee shop, what to the store, you probably sure what order status. You're not sure if it's time to start looking for your cup of coffee, and it's expensive for a lot of cups. Everyone is doing everyone's cup by items. You actually don't know exactly how many people touched your cup for your first sale.
Yeah.
It's kind of expensive.
Sure. We've all seen the videos. Well, I didn't order. Somebody picked up my drink. I didn't order a latte. What was your name, Sandy? No, it's not your drink.
Exactly. And there are a lot of processes behind the counters. People work in the restaurant spend hours to digital orders. And if it's good, efficiency is up, order efficiency is up, and of course, customers also using
That's for sure.
So it's there's something shop and sister
red when you did that. It was kind of an amber, and then it turned red when you put the wrong thing. Okay. Right back to amber, and now it's green. Oh. So now you can see the name here on the front. Okay.
It works in the background, and changes
so I've got a 7 segment, right? It's easy to read. It's really bright. I know on camera it can be a little challenging to see. It's really bright. It's really easy to read.
Just doesn't fit in quickly and rest of the side. Just not the more convinced. So as you can see, like a tools, just a tiny level first now.
Okay, so I want to get into a little bit about how it works. I'm guessing there's some sort of NFC involved in this? Okay. So it works. How does it know which one is which?
Exactly.
I made an assumption, and apparently I was wrong. That's fantastic. I can't wait to find out.
So actually our system is fully integrated with my US system, which is just and before we had access to that, our system distributes order to specific assets. For example, if there is just one order, the listener will light up but if you are like a tab of different persons at the same time, we create our or also can provide reference number. So this is the way how we can understand what exactly happened.
Okay. How does the pad know we got it wrong?
Yeah, it knows because once you put this order in a specific pad, it understands what order parameters to expect because of communication with the US system. So it's more information and understanding what to expect, right? This was always with weight sensors. Understanding expect and processing this information is usually with resource whether this is
Okay, so it knows that a large latte and a small black coffee are very different. Okay, understood. So you don't have to have special cups or anything. It's just raw. Okay, so you could use it for not just coffee. It could be
absolutely.
You could put Chipotle burritos on it.
We are targeting the dark now and having a red perception.
Okay, so I'm also seeing this for these pictures, which can be a real pain. You get in there and you have to go talk to somebody, or there's just a big rack. You have to get the tags on the bag.
So I am so I'm still really that and there are a lot of people like me they just cannot speak English fluently. So it's like where people work this is very often not speak English. So we think that that's
yeah, because you could put the order ID out of reach on here or dash or whatever. Because that's what shows up on the phone. It's not the order ID.
But the best part is that we are using weight sensors just to source data points. So we can provide clear data points when the model is actually picking up the problem faster from the or
so when a customer ordered says too long, you can actually prove as a restaurant it had been sent there since.
Exactly. Or this is expectations because if you know exactly your customer's waiting time, you can just processes and you can use that to provide data and never
So if somebody wants to learn more or find out how to be one of your testers, how can they do that?
Sure. So we have a website, API, so we are offering contact. So feel free to try out our
Very cool. I really appreciate it. It's a super cool idea, and I look forward to seeing your journey. Hopefully you'll be back next year and be able to hear that you're in a whole bunch of stores.
Sure. Looking forward to it.
Very, very cool. Thanks for coming. Very much rest of the show. Interesting. Very interesting. And you know, we always talk about on the show how our show is unpredictable. Yes. We don't know what's going to be next, right? We went from a laser cutter to a retail product, right? It's a very different category, very different, but all very interesting. I like the idea of keeping, well, at least attempting to keep other people's hands off my stuff, which I'm not gonna lie, I hadn't quite considered how many people may touch a drink before you get to it. Now I'm not even a little bit interested in ordering from a place like that. But yeah, and you know, for our regulars, Adam and I, with some of our other team, run the Forge Gaming Center in Tampa, and trying to leverage data has been our big thing, right? Trying to figure out what does and doesn't work, using the information available to us. Any ability to add additional information in is a win, because that's how you are able to make more educated decisions. So really cool. It gives a benefit to the customer, it gives a benefit to the retail store, restaurant, just overall, really kind of a win. I like it. I can't wait to see. It was beautiful too. I don't know how clear it was coming on the camera, but I'll tell you, the thing he had was visually was beautiful. So very cool. Well, our next guest is here. Hello. Hello. How are you doing? Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Hello, I'm Peter from
All right, so tell me about it.
What am I holding now?
Okay. Probably, because one of the conversations that we had to put our hands on a portable drive. Luckily, one of our other team members had one on now, and we realized that USB was pretty slow. Yeah, no, if I was able to push this over the network, I bet it would have been a whole lot faster. And now it's showing up. So, what kind of a price point are we talking about in the product? What storage is in this? Storage we have like you can Wi-Fi directly onto this and then manage and access them. So no internet, no nothing. Obviously, you don't have anything here, including power. And we're still fully functional. If you're on battery, is there a way to turn the screen off to save some battery? Yes. Fair enough. Do we have a release window on this? say this was out or coming soon?
No, this was already available. Website 229. Check.
Fantastic. I appreciate you coming out and talking about this. Have a nice rest of the show. All right. Speaking of storage, I need to check on something real quick. I'm going to ask Adam to go to the playback Zoom screen while we check on something, and then I'll be back in just a minute. Well, that's not good. All right. Hello again, everybody. We are back here at CES 2025. One of the interesting things about what we do here is we produce this show in a pretty small amount of space with a shrinking amount of equipment. And one of the things we discovered, or I guess realized today, was just how much storage we use every day. As it turns out, a single day of broadcast is between 600 and 700 gig. And the storage on our computer over there is filling up faster than we would like to admit. So we're dealing with that. As soon as this next interview is done, I'll have to take off again for a second to finish that. And then we should be good, hopefully, for the rest of the week. Knock on wood. Okay. Continuing on our journey of interesting guests, I am seeing what appears to be some sort of stuffed animals. I cannot wait to find out. How's that, Adam? You want to remove? I'll be able to see you through it. If we push it too far, it's going to be completely out of frame. Where do you want it? You tell me where to put it.
Actually, I think there's okay.
Okay.
Because I can see you and the guest.
Okay. and I can see her behind it, so. I think we'll be able to make this work. This is ooh. Okay. This will be an interesting one. It's probably a good thing we put this extra table up this year because it's sitting on that table a little bit right now.
I think we're going to be stuck in this shot the whole time.
That's perfectly okay. We will make it work. All right. Well, if you haven't figured it out, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello. I'm Young Chen from PLUGHITZ, the first outcome in the world for the cat.
Okay. Yeah. So, tell me about this thing in front of us. It's very interesting looking.
Yeah. Actually, I want to show you the first thing. It's a really cute cat kitty. You already see that. I can't believe that this is really made by the real fur. I mean, the real cat here.
Oh, yeah?
And the care here is collected by this machine
Okay.
automatically. This machine is a machine really being made for the cats. Some of our users feedback to us the cats use it for more than 60 times one day, and it collected a lot of fur. So I can show you guys how this magic happened.
Okay.
There's at the top, there's a smart treat dispenser. I'm sorry, the product is a little huge, and you guys can see.
It is a big product.
Yeah. At the top, there's a treat dispenser. You can drop a treat by this machine, and the cat will be, the cat like treats. Every cat like treats, and they will be attracted. They will try and go through in the store and try to get the treat. And the magic thing is that there's 6 brushes at the door, and the brushes is designed with the same as their cat toy. For cat, it's feeling like being brushed by 6 cat toy, which is like super cat massage. Cat really loves the feeling. It's really comfortable for that. And can you believe that it's totally mechanical way? Because if you have cats, cat is fear of electronic things.
Yeah.
So this is no electronic totally. So the cat love it. And when they go through, they will be brushed one time. When they go out, they will be brushed another time. And here is okay. If you can help, here is a collection. There's a button. Please press the button to off.
This one here?
On the side, on the cat ear side. Yeah. Let's go to the off. Yeah.
Okay.
Help me to take it out. Yeah. I guess. Okay.
It's not designed to be done the way we're doing it.
Okay. It's honestly, there's a story. Yeah. Please do that. Oh, you can see that. I can show you. The brush is very flexible.
Okay.
And what kind of a size cat can go through? Even a Malcolm or Rodar. And when the brush is rolling, the cat here will be collected in the storage box. There is 6 storage box. Every 2 or 3 weeks, you can take it out once. And that is a totally magic sense. So we made the product, based on the real cat behavior. So the result shows we already have 2,000 customers around 26 countries.
Okay.
If you Google our brand name is PLUGHITZ. Why PLUGHITZ? Just like this. Pour, swing. Yeah. So if you Google PLUGHITZ, you can find out there are already a lot of users test our products and give a lot of positive feedback about this product. Guys, you have the automatic lid box, maybe, and you have the automatic drinking machine or automatic freezer, right? But there's no one who made something in this area, right?
Yeah,
And
it's really an interesting idea.
Yes, and honestly, every cat owner are worried about the cat fur problem. Cat
Sure,
fur always
sure.
spread everywhere,
Yeah.
right? We have a lot of problems that, but no one literally, guys, why don't we solve this problem at very beginning?
Yeah,
Right?
instead of having to go and clean it up later, right?
Yeah.
Which is the normal situation. You go.
Yeah, you have
go
the air
by-
purifier or
Yep.
the robot clean machine try to
Exactly.
clean it, but it's very hard to clean it all.
And you've already gotten some of it on your feet as you're walking around the house. It's getting
Yeah.
into the furniture. And your little
Your
robot.
bed, your clothes,
Yep.
everywhere.
And
your
your-
clothes when you meet your friends.
Yeah, and your little Eureka robot vacuum is not going to get that, right?
Yeah,
because it's
cool.
already on your clothes. It's already on your couch.
You got it.
Your dining room table, because cats go wherever they want.
Yes, you got it.
So get it at the source.
Yeah.
I get it. That makes sense. Fascinating. How did you decide that this was the problem you wanted to solve?
Honestly, this is our own cat. Mini cat is based on our own cat.
Okay.
We have 6 cats. We adopted them. Before us, they are homeless cats.
Okay.
When we have them, we want to give better life to them.
Fair.
So we designed this idea particularly at the beginning for them.
Okay.
And we found they love it. So we think every cat will love it. And the result is there are already more than 2,000 cat owners used it and found out that's really awesome. Their room is very clean. They can hug their cat, and no worry about losing fur.
I mean, that's the biggest selling point right there.
Yeah. A lot of machine. I mean, we created a new category.
Yeah.
It's totally the autocom. Yeah, I think every cat family will love it. Yeah, there's a lot of reviews. People can have a look. Yeah.
So, you said there's 2,000 of them out there, which means they're already on the market?
Yeah, we have we finished the crowdfunding campaign. There are,
Okay.
1 year ago, there are 2,000 cat owners from the campaign. They used our products. And after 1 year, they give us a lot of feedback. And
Okay.
Yeah, we published the feedback on our booth. Yeah.
So if a new customer wants one, can they get one now, or?
Yeah, they can get it.
Okay.
For USA, Canada, I mean the North America, we can deliver it in 3 to 5 days.
Okay.
We have our online shop. If you Google Pathway, you can find us on our own website. We also sell the product on Amazon right
Okay.
now. Yeah.
Impressive.
And yeah.
So what's the price point on this?
Good question. Yep. On the original before CES, our price is around $200. But my boss told me that he want to give something special for CES. So during the CES, we have a special discount for CES area, the CES period. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very nice. So the regular MSRP on this is only $200?
$200.
$200.
Yeah.
Okay.
The whole machine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's less than I was expecting you to say. So that's great. And so people can go on Amazon right now, find it, order it, have it in a couple days.
Yeah, you're right.
Awesome.
Absolutely right. And cool.
Very cool. If people want to learn more about this, how can they do that?
Now we have a booth in this floor, and you can also Google our web Swing. I mean, my brand name is really easy to remember. Pour and the swing. That means lucky for people.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you Google Swing, you can find everything for us. That the YouTuber reviewers and our own website. Yeah, it's all on the website.
Well, very cool. This is a fascinating concept. We've seen like vacuum brushes and things for dogs and cats in the past, but nothing that's entirely self-sufficient.
Yeah,
everything else requires work.
Imagine you're having your coffee, you're doing your work, even you're outside, enjoy your holiday. Your cat stay going throughout and in, brushing themselves.
Uh-huh.
Even without you, they take themselves very well. And their skin feels, their hair soft. And your home is still keep clean.
Yeah.
Even you're outside.
It is quite a win.
Yeah. We have already a lot of user feedback. The real user feedback, they prove that it does work and it work very well than other machines on this area. So just Google us. You can find out.
Well, wonderful. I appreciate you bringing this and coming and talking to me today. It's really an interesting product.
Wow, thank you for your kind words. And we are startup. We spent 3 years for this product.
Okay.
This is our first year to sell so publicly.
Well, I'm impressed that in your first year you've already got 2,000 of them out there, and hopefully we'll see more of them out.
Yeah, appreciate your good advice. Thank you.
Have a good rest of the show.
You too. Please Google Passwing.
All right. Hi. I'm over here now. We're going to take another quick break so we can deal with our storage issue, and I will be right back. Hello again. We are back at CES 2025. I want to apologize to our live viewers and listeners for what sounds like may have been bizarre audio a couple of segments ago. In the final version, hopefully, we'll be able to correct that. I don't know. Something happened, but it seems like it's been corrected now. We do deal with very bizarre internet issues here, so it's possible that it was caused by that. So sorry about that. The final video should be okay, though. But we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Hi there. My name is Manolete Concepcion, and I'm with Michon LLC.
All right. Go ahead and tell me what we've got going on here, because
sure thing.
I'm not entirely sure just looking.
So Michon LLC is a black woman-owned company, and what we do is we provide a more personalized, immersive experience using the power of scent. So there's a couple of products that I brought over here. So this is what we call the BB, and it's a personalized product that you can actually use and take along with you and be able to smell whatever scents that you want. The scents are limitless from that perspective. And this over here is the Bam Bam and the Binky, which is primarily would be used to be, I can't put it over this obviously, but this would go directly under your nose. So if you're watching a home video, for example, or listening to an audio book for the blind, they can actually get that same scent when something's being triggered. So you see a flower, you'll be able to smell that flower. You have champagne, or it's a wedding video and you wanted to relive something. So Alzheimer's patients, for example, they might be able to see their bride or groom and they smell their perfume. They'll see the flowers, they'll see the champagne, all of these different things that they'll be able to trigger that. So you're not only seeing it and hearing it, but you're also going to be able to smell it.
Fascinating. So how do we accomplish this? Is it something that's interchangeable for the particular purpose, or is it a universal thing that creates it? How does that work?
So this right here, with this particular device that we have, this is our design of the headset that comes enabling the Binky, right? So this can be plugged right into there. If somebody already has their own headset, which a lot of people do, for gaming, for example, or somebody wants to play, GTA, whatever it might be, they can actually attach it. So we have another device that actually attaches to that and be able to be an adapter, and you can use it along with that. So while you're gaming, you can see, burning rubber, and you'd be able to smell that from that. So it's encoded using our software onto the videos, and our devices would actually allows for the scent to be smelled.
Okay. And so depending on, do we have to replace anything depending on the context, or is it able to create a particular range of scents?
I think if I'm, I don't know if how well you'd be able to see it, but there's a couple of little, what we would like to call, they're called dearies, what we call them.
Okay.
But they're essentially like micro candles, if you will.
Fascinating.
So the scents are limitless. You can change whatever scent you want to smell. You want to smell a fart, vomit, perfume, doesn't really matter what it is. We can create that scent. That scent can be created, and that can be replaced. So these cartridges can actually be swapped out.
Okay.
So in this right here, in fact, I'm going to show this one a little bit. So this can actually hold a minimum of 25 different scents.
Okay.
So this can be interchangeable, and once it runs out, you can just swap out the cartridge and replace it. Each of the dearies will have a minimum of 50 times that it'll burn. So it's a significant amount that it'll do that for. So hopefully that explains it a little bit more for you.
Yeah. So it is a not perishable, consumable
yes.
item.
Correct.
That is specific to the scent.
Correct.
Or
to whatever that.
Or like Jelly Bellies, right? You
100%.
can combine them into a different thing. When you put two of them together, sometimes you get a surprising flavor on the other side, right?
Yeah.
Same kind of thing here probably. If you combine two scents, you might end up with something else.
But you could potentially do something like that. But I mean, talking about food, actually, so let's say McDonald's wanted to advertise and they want people to actually be able to smell their burgers as well. That's a scent that can be created, and actually, as they're experiencing that particular commercial, they can actually experience that and be like, oh, I'm really hungry now. And in fact, fries do sound pretty good.
Okay, so me as a user, if I want to be able to experience that scent, obviously I have to put that.
You have to encode.
What was it called?
So you're going to need to encode the Deary.
Deary.
Yeah.
So I have to have the Deary in the device.
Correct.
That will produce it.
Correct.
Okay. And so how does, since there's 24, I think you said.
The minimum 25.
25. How does the device know which one's which?
So that's where the software comes into play.
Okay.
Where we're encoding, let's say, a video. Like again, using just to simplify it, because this can be applicable in virtual reality or multiple things. But just let's say it's a home video.
Yeah.
You have a wedding, like I said. So you're taking that video and you're using our software to actually encode it. So when you see that particular marker for that flower,
right,
that's when it's going to trigger, and it'll know when to trigger it.
So we're watching a video. The video has the encoding in one point that it should be a Big Mac at minute 3, and at minute 10 it should be a foot.
Yep.
Now, how does the device know which one of the sockets is the Big Mac and which one's the
From
foot?
the encoding, it'll know which one.
So the actual.
trigger.
So is this one of them here? This little guy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this little guy is able to tell the device what it is.
This is what it is,
Yeah.
and the device will, the software will know which one it should be triggering.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Because the device is able to tell from this that this is Big Mac.
It's going to be depending on which port it's
Yeah,
going to be in, right? Oh, that port 5 is going to be the Big Mac.
Okay. And so
20th is the
So
foot.
how does it know that port 5 is the Big Mac? Do we have to tell it that, or is it able
The
to read
software
it
is
off
gonna,
of?
it's going to know that from the software
Okay.
being encoded. It's going to be able to pick that up and
Okay.
actually signal it.
Okay. Very cool. So I, as a user, don't have to tell it
No.
that port 5 is Big Mac.
You could, so you can actually go and do the encoding yourself by going
Okay.
to our website and making those markers and encoding it. But you wouldn't
Okay.
have to be able to, this particular one has to go here. No, you don't need to do
Okay.
that.
Okay. That was my important.
We would be the ones that are sending you the cartridges with them
already in place.
So that's how you're going to get it. So
There we
I missed
go.
that you were missing that.
There we
so
go.
I apologize.
So this is not exactly a user.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like, they're not going to be, you're going to be getting the cartridge itself that already has all the Deary already pre-installed. That's what you're going to be having.
Got it. So already we know what it is because
Correct.
it's configured that way. When I
Exactly.
get it, we're popping it on.
Yep.
We're off and running.
That's correct. All you just plug it in.
Understood. So I'm not messing with these little guys.
Nope.
You are.
We are.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's way better because those things are tiny.
They're very tiny. You need some pretty good eyes.
We had one pop out just
Yeah.
when you were opening it up, and I looked at him like that. I don't know if that's one of them or if something just fell.
Yeah. No, and this was a fresh box, so I had actually just grabbed the fresh box because obviously I can't really demo this completely because you don't have the video or anything that you'd be able to experience the full thing. But so I just grabbed one, and obviously it wasn't a prepared one. But
No worries. Okay. No worries. But that just means I don't have to worry about something.
Nope.
That
Not
looks
at all.
like a tenth of the size of an automotive fuse, which is already hard enough to deal with.
Exactly.
Fantastic. So, who is your initial target demo for this?
Well, that's the interesting thing about our software and our hardware. It has multiple applications, right? So one of the things that personally I am very much interested in is more on the wellness part of it.
Okay.
Like I mentioned, Alzheimer's or audiobooks for the blind. And actually, Alzheimer's is a very big thing for me because it's something that I think would be very helpful in helping somebody relive something that they've actually experienced and hopefully bring them back into the current state.
Auditory and olfactory are the two.
100%.
Primary memory.
3.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
But, you hear a sound and, you're transported back
100%.
somewhere. You smell something, you're transported
and the
back
smell
somewhere.
is a very, very strong trigger.
Huge part of it.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a comedian whose mother is going through Alzheimer's, and he brought music to her. She couldn't remember ever having seen this artist, her favorite artist. And as soon as he started playing the music, she started singing along.
Yeah.
But she couldn't remember the artist or ever having heard of him before. But as soon as the music started, she could sing with
It's crazy.
it. Yeah.
The brain is an amazing thing.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
very cool. So where are we in production on this?
So we actually have like the BBs on Etsy. You can find the Bam Bam on eBay. So it is out there.
Okay.
We're still iterating on it more and developing even more and making more improvements, but it is out there.
Okay, very cool. If people want to learn more, either from a consumer or a production standpoint, how can they do that?
They can go to micheon.com. That's micheon.com, and you can learn a little bit more about us. And you can go to Ascension, which is another part of us, and pomonaRoma.com as well for the encoding and stuff like that.
All right, very cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. This is fascinating.
I appreciate the time.
For sure.
Thank
Have
you.
a good rest of the show.
You too. Thank you.
Really interesting. I'm always intrigued by these types of things. We've had scent generators even on the show in the past. Obviously, this is taking a different approach to the one we saw a couple years ago, which had like 8 scents, like base scents that were merged, kind of like the jelly beans that we talked about earlier. Whereas this is very tuned to a thing. I would love to see this in action, either in a game or a video or in something to put it a little more into context. But conceptually, it's really an interesting idea. It's the thing. We talk about immersive media all the time with AR and VR and surround sound, and I think we might have had or going to have a company on that is able to take just about any audio and turn it into spatial audio, including a record player, which is fairly incredible to me. So if you can make audio immersive, you can make video immersive. The thing, we've got the vest that we had on a year ago, 2 years ago, that in a video game, if you get hit, you can feel it. So we've got, tactile. The thing we're missing is scent, and there it is. So, you add that to Call of Duty, and you can smell the gunpowder going off or something like that. It's really an interesting concept and would make that already fairly immersive media just one step more. Probably not that interested in being able to taste a video game or something like that, but I guess scent and taste are pretty tied together, so maybe, who knows. It is an interesting idea. I'm going to need just a second. All right. Sorry about that. Dealing with some stuff not here. Anyway, we've got a lot more coming up. We are on the air today through through 6 o'clock. At 3 o'clock, I will be going away, and Marlo will be taking over to end out the day. While we're waiting on our next guest to get set, I guess talk a little bit about Blueberry. If you don't know, Blueberry with no E's is a great resource for everything new media, podcasting and such. It's all the resources at this point that you could probably ever want. Everything from hosting for your media, web hosting for your RSS feed and website, AI tools to make your content production easier. All of that is available through Blueberry. Obviously, we have a direct relationship with Blueberry because Todd is the founder, and he's giving us, if you use the promo code Blueberry004, you can get 30 days to try out the platform and see what is available and what will work for you to improve or get started with your own podcast journey. For me, it's a lot about building. Oh, is that what I'm hearing? Okay, sorry. I started hearing a voice in my head, and I was a little worried about what I was hearing. My big thing when you're in the new media space is building on top of your own ground. Don't build your brand on top of somebody else's. And so with Blueberry, you own everything, the website, the RSS feed, and therefore your listeners and viewers, which is my biggest thing and is how we built our brand as well. So Blueberry, BLUBRRY 004 is how to get started over there with a 30-day free trial. Definitely check out all the cool products and services that they have made available over there. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Good, quite good. Yes, busy with that exhibition.
Good. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Sure. Hi, I'm Jiawei Gu. I'm the founder of the company called Ling.ai. So we bridge the physical world into AI. So basically we are building the physical AI.
Okay. You seem to have brought Elon Musk with you there on your chest. Yeah. We were just talking about him about an hour ago. So tell me a little bit about what we've got here.
Yeah, so basically I have two devices bringing here. First one is just on my neck. It's a personal AI.
Okay.
Which you can search for different kind of agent. You can go to talk with different guys. Just like you see, you can talk with Elon about the scientific new research and also the what's going on for this year. And also you can find different kind of guys to talk with you and hang out with you. That's basically what we see. We call this Agent OS. So we build different kind of avatar IP to connect with the user. So the mostly user we have here is the kids. So give them Agent OS. They can never go to the app to find something, to manipulation their service. They can ask for somebody to help you. So everyone here in the device, you can search for, you can talk with, you can also even give them a lot of information. For example, let me try to give you a real demo here. So if I bring a guy coming here, it's called, let me show you, Da Vinci. So Da Vinci can actually help you to bridge the real world into a physical, virtual stuff. Let me show you. When I take this picture, can you help me to create a painting like the before you created before? Just show me the painting as your style, as a Da Vinci way. I will love to see what's going on here. So it's making this picture into a generative image through their language model, and it will generate the content directly through the baseline.
Okay. And is this doing it on device, or is it doing it using the cloud?
It's cloud-based computing, so...
so it needs a network connection.
Yes, need a network connection.
Does it use Wi-Fi, Bluetooth to your phone? Does it have cellular?
I have the cellular SIM card here.
All right.
As well.
And so that's how it's trying to do it right now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So cellular has been a real problem in this building today. So that could be, if it's choking a little bit, that might be why. But okay.
So that's one of the devices we can actually holding different kind of agent to see. They can see the world you see and interaction with you, just like a pilot on your shoulder.
Okay.
And you can engage with different kind of agents. Another one is this one. I can show you. So that's the guy described the scene he see in the photo. So it's the tiger doing a poems to you. giving you a very nice prompts.
Okay.
Books filled with dreams. Whispers of old. In every page turned. New wonders unfold.
So is it generating this,
It's
or is it
generating.
pulling it from
It's
somewhere?
generating.
Okay.
It's generating.
And was it generating it based on that picture?
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me show you another scenario we have here. So we can actually use this very lovely owl. It can read. The lovely owl can read the book to you.
Okay.
Not only this on the device, it's a personal AI, but this one is an ambient AI, which is the second view to read the book for you. Let me show you the scenario we have here, because every day you have the picture book, illustrated book, you need to read to your kids. It saves your time, and it can read directly through a robot. It's an AI companion robot to help you to read the book. For example, these books are very popular in the market. On the market, you can actually put in the book here. It will directly read to you. You flip to different kind of page, it will read directly to you.
He's all right, my dad.
Can see? You flip to any page, it directly read to you.
He's fantastic at football, and he makes me laugh a lot.
Flip to any page, you can read directly.
Okay.
My dad's as big as a house and as soft as my teddy.
So and also, if like this kind of battery magic, I can show you another magic here we have. Let me show you. So we can bring the real time, because it's AI is just like the talk with the guys. You can bring the physical world directly to agent. You can you can select different kind of agents.
Okay.
Then you can ask one of them to help you to interaction with the real world. For example, let me show you what I have here. If I flip to a kind of bird, if I take the picture of this, and I will ask Dalvin to help.
So while you're doing that, my first question is, what makes the hardware on this a benefit, as opposed to having it on your phone or something like that, a device that you already have?
Understand. So there are 2 points of view. One is for the specific user, like kids.
Okay.
They are not allowed yet for mobile when they are like before 10 years ago or 12 years ago. So it's a way, but you want to use them, give them a ChatGPT to learn from AI.
Okay.
But now give you a very vertical devices they can use directly. This first view of view. The second view, app is in the mobile phone. You have the mental set to swipe the screen and then go to the app. But in the AI generation, the AI arrow, you don't need to go to the app. You just found somebody to talk with, just like you added someone in the Facebook. You can take FaceTime with someone, and then we reconstruct the UI, user interface. Then we reconstruct the OS. That's a new UI OS. That's why we build our own devices to leverage this agent OS.
Okay.
For example, like I take picture of this smart, interesting, the biometric book. So there's a bird there. I can actually show you here. So tell me more about this picture I took and give me more content like what I mentioned.
So while it's processing, where are we in the production on this? Is this out in the wild? Is it coming soon?
So we are coming on this one is already on the market. You can buy it.
Okay.
We have already sold almost like 10 million units for this all.
Wow.
And also that one is ongoing. We are published this time, and they are going to the market soon. So let's see what they tell you. Oh, I didn't get my sound.
Can you spot any bright colors on this kingfisher?
Yes, please repeat that again. I missed that the sentence you said.
So you said this one's coming soon?
Yeah.
When do we expect this to be on the market?
So that one will be in April. And
April?
then, yeah, you can buy it.
So second quarter?
Second quarter, yeah.
Okay, and what kind of price point are we looking at?
This one will be $200.
Okay.
And also have the subscription model afterwards. Let's first listen to.
Oh, I didn't hear clearly. Could you please repeat that to me?
Do we know what the subscription model is going to be?
Yeah, so that will be a very interesting model that you can unlock different kind of agent.
Okay.
And to understanding more, if you go to a place, you can unlock a new agent from that space as well. So that's one model. The other model is try to unlock their skills. More skills will happen. So more skill will be a learning way for different subjects for kids. Yeah, it's just like a AI way to understanding a lot of questions.
Sure.
So.
What stands out to you the most?
I love it because it's a blue and the yellow style. I love the colors here in the bird. So,
so if people want to find out more about this, how can they do that?
We have a website. We call the link.ai. Link is our company and try to build the link to the robots. So Link is our creation to make every robot alive. So on link.ai, you can get more information about the company and the products we are working on.
All right, so that's ling.ai?
ling.ai, yes.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for coming up and showing this to me.
Sure.
I really appreciate it. It's an interesting concept.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good rest of the show.
Thank you.
I think we predicted ahead of the show that AI was going to be our term of the show. It definitely seems to have come to fruition. We've seen it in a variety of different implementations. Just in the last 2 hours, we've seen the device that is able to listen and help with sales pitches. We've seen the device that's able to identify and then read books. There's lots of different ways that AI is being used. We've seen some of these wearables over the last 6 to 9 months. The first generation of them was probably, I'd say, a commercial failure, but that's because none of them had an identity. They were basically just putting ChatGPT, which was already on your phone, in a device, and most of it didn't actually work or add anything. This seems to have taken the idea and added personality to it, done something interesting. Obviously, anytime you're talking about AI and this type of device, you do have to keep in mind that there's cloud interaction involved. There is data being taken from where you are and put to the cloud. With me, I always remind people to check and see where and how that data is being transmitted and stored, because obviously data storage is very important. Privacy is something that we've been losing as the AI stuff has grown, but there are a lot of big uses. Some of the new Blueberry product is doing AI work. It's really interesting. We use it as part of the video descriptions that we use for all of the episodes that you're watching from CES. All of the video descriptions are being pulled from the video, and an AI system is used to then transcribe and build summaries off of it. But knowing where and how your data is being used and stored is always important when it comes to AI products. I think our next guest is heading up the stairs right now. Excellent. Again, everything we see here is, we know, a varied styles and products. We never quite know what's coming. 1 minute you can be talking AI, and next you can be talking about locks and probably biometrics, which appears to be what we're about to do here in a second, which longtime viewers of our CES coverage will know. Locks and biometrics are a big interest of mine personally, so I'm glad that this one is showing up while I'm on the air. So definitely a good day for us up here. All right. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello, hello. How are you?
Fantastic. Yourself?
Good, good. Having fun.
Good. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
My name is Michael Paoni, and I am here with Lock-In.
All right. And tell me about Lock-In.
Sure. We are the producers of smart locks, so we're showcasing the Vino 7 Pro here today. The cool thing about this lock, so this goes on your front door. It's for basic consumer use.
Okay.
Everybody who owns a house or an apartment can use this. And the big fun thing here, I'll give you a little bit of a demo. It opens with the wave of a palm.
Okay.
So you can be like a Jedi. It detects pretty quickly, pretty accurately, 99.8% accuracy.
Okay.
Which is a big improvement over the fingerprint, which it also does. But the new innovation is the vein detection.
I was going to say, I seem to remember in the write-up, in the description, that it had something to do with vein detection.
Yeah, that's right. It reads via infrared, quickly scans your vein signature. Everybody has a unique one. You can kind of see it just by looking at your hand, but what it does is it really brings that out, and that's how it opens the door.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did we decide that this was the thing we were going to do? Because that's wild. How did we decide that that's where we were going?
It's faster, it's more secure, and it's actually more accurate.
Okay.
A lot of people have issues with their fingerprints. Some people actually have very smoothed out, and the fingerprint technology doesn't work really well, or if you have some smudging or food on your hand or anything like that.
God forbid you're holding a cold cup.
That's right. It's just a way more efficient
I definitely
way to do it.
don't have a fingerprint lock that gives me trouble because I've been holding a cold drink.
Yeah, yeah. So it's just the next thing. It's fast. If you're doing something, you don't have to pay much attention to it. We kind of have it on a conference mode so people can come by and use it.
With it.
But once you program your palm in, which just takes about a minute, give it a couple different angles, you can actually
very similar to doing Touch ID or whatever on a phone. It takes a couple times and
100%,
a minute or so.
100%.
Okay.
And it's very fast. You can do a quick wave. You can kind of vary the angle that you use, but that's what it does.
And so the actual unlock process is just a wave over that.
Yeah, you want to give it a try?
Sure.
There you go. So set you up and then hover maybe like an inch or two. You got it. You're a pro.
Okay.
You're in the house. Pretty simple, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I find a problem in general with any kind of a lock is I tend to be coming in and out with some large amount of equipment.
Yes.
So theoretically, if I could get, all I have to do is get a bag to here.
Yes.
I can, as opposed to having to shift stuff around to get a fingerprint in.
That's right.
I can still have a bag hang here and do it and get in.
That's right.
Okay.
It's very fast. It's very versatile. And also, it does have a party mode if you are kind of coming in and out a lot and you don't want to be messing with the lock each time. You can set it to just open for anybody. Say if you have a couple guests and you want to make sure that people aren't coming randomly off the street, but you want to give them access quickly, you set it to the party mode, and people can come in and out.
Okay.
So it's very flexible.
Okay. So in that mode, if I just walked up to it and didn't know what I was doing, I'd walk up and it's locked.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then somebody who I've told just wave at it.
Yeah, it relaxes the security.
Okay.
Just temporarily for people. If you have like a barbecue or something like that, and people are walking in and out constantly, you don't have to keep futzing with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I imagine you can set it to just be open.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that as well. On the back, there's a lock.
Okay.
Yeah.
I figured.
Yes.
I can't see that side of it, but it seemed like a seemed like a good guess.
There she
okay,
is.
so just a standard.
That's right.
Okay, so it's locked, unlocked, and locked.
Yep.
Okay.
And it also, it's very versatile. It's a kind of 4-in-1. So it's a doorbell itself.
Okay.
Camera.
So I noticed the camera.
2K.
I was going to ask about that.
Yes, it's a 2K resolution, 180 degrees, very wide detection range.
So this would go where your deadbolt would normally go.
That's right.
And then this is going to stick up over
over
top.
Yep.
Which is very similar to how mine works.
Yep.
This is unrelated.
Yep.
Okay. So it doesn't matter what handle I have on it because I have a very specific one that I love.
There you go.
Okay,
you can keep it.
It's a push-pull rotate. So when I've got stuff, I can just hip check it and it'll open my door.
Oh, very cool.
So that's not going anywhere no matter what.
Yes.
Okay. And so this gives me doorbell capability.
Doorbell capability.
Kicks on the camera.
That's right. And it detects human motion. If you get packages and deliveries, it will send you an alert and tell you that your Amazon package has arrived or your food is at the door. And you can communicate through the app, via the camera as well.
Okay. And you said this is the newest, which suggests that there have been others. So the question is this one on the market? Is it coming soon?
Yes. We launched a Kickstarter yesterday.
Okay.
Just released it. People can find more and get on board with the Kickstarter. If they do, they get a great price, $209 currently. We plan to ship in February. Retail price would probably be around $300.
Okay, in like February.
Yes.
Okay.
Coming up.
Not February 26th.
No.
Okay.
No.
Just sometimes you hear Kickstarter, and that means 10 to 14 months.
Yeah.
So we're talking it launched yesterday, and we're hoping to ship in February.
That's right. And we're here showing it off.
6 or 7 weeks at most February.
Pretty quick,
okay,
yeah.
Awesome.
And we don't have it up here right now, but it does have a solar panel connection. This is the other big innovation, which makes the fingerprint and the vein technology really kind of stand out. There's a USB-C in here.
Okay.
Tack on a little solar panel also in the front of the door, placed with some good sunlight, and it will constantly keep topping off the lithium-ion battery inside.
Okay.
So you'll never run out of power.
All right. And so if you don't have that or are not able, you're in a place where it wouldn't be usable anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe you're in an inside hallway or something like that.
Right.
Able to charge it just off the sea?
Yes, that is the other way to do it. So you probably get about 9 months on average for the battery life, which is pretty great with average use. And then, you just manually charge it, maybe about 5 hours, and then you're good to go.
Okay. Yeah. And the charge is on the outside of the on the outside. It would have to be. Or
yes.
The solar wouldn't make any sense.
That's right.
Never mind.
That's how you connect it. Right underneath here, right on the front.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you could, if you can't necessarily plug something in, you could use a battery bank or something like that.
That's correct.
If you're doing it that way.
That would be a great way to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And you said Kickstarter $209, retail in the 300 range?
In the 300 range, yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're expecting to ship the Kickstarter in February? Are you expecting to be in retail in that same range or further out from that?
That will be a little bit further out.
Okay.
But Kickstarter is the way to go for people right now.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how to grab it.
Very cool. Is this our only color choice?
Yes, this is the current. This is the current design.
Okay,
yeah.
It's an interesting, like the angle. It keeps changing colors, which is something that I like. My car does the same thing.
You can also get a sense of the. You can get a sense of the depth. It's pretty narrow. It's an improvement over our previous brands. This is the higher end version.
Yeah, the outside is about the depth of mine, and the inside is less. So
Yeah.
Mine runs on AA, so it has to have a certain amount of space.
Yeah, in this particular design, we collaborated with Helmut Esslinger, who was the design chief for Apple 2C. So it's a beautiful collaboration, and this is how we came up with this sleek appearance. Designed to be easy to use and easy to look at.
Sure.
Yeah.
What's your favorite part?
I just really love doing this.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
It makes me feel kind of like I have some sort of magical power every time I do it. It's really fun.
Yeah.
You know, the first couple times I was trying it out, it felt pretty powerful. Like I was just influencing the technology like a technopath.
I like the soundscape.
Yeah.
On it. That's something that I've been kind of focusing on in the last year or so.
Oh, sure.
On technology is the sounds that companies choose.
Yeah.
Because we've ended up with a Rivian in our collection. And they're really good with their soundscape. It's all natural sounds.
Oh.
And so I was like, oh, right. Sounds that tech makes don't have to suck.
Yes.
They don't all have to be digital soundy beepy things. They can actually be interesting. And this has an interesting soundscape to it.
Yeah,
I like it.
yeah.
Yeah.
A bing boom, very welcoming, very kind of standard doorbell vibe.
Without being
Yeah.
Like a digital.
That's right.
Like a $20 Walmart, digital doorbell.
Yeah.
Sounds like a digital doorbell.
Yeah.
And this is a little calmer, but still obvious.
Yeah, very relaxing, very kind of like, come to the door and see what's going on, but not like.
When the security camera and all that goes off, do I get notifications just on my phone, or can I connect to it from like an Echo Show or anything like that?
Yes, we have a lot of connectivity. Apple Home, Google Home, Alexa, and SmartThings.
Okay.
All built in.
Awesome.
Over the Matter platform.
Very cool. Oh,
Yeah.
good. So.
Yeah. So whatever you got going on,
That's one of the two big ones, so that's good. Yeah.
Easy.
Once you're there, you're there.
Yeah, yeah. Really easy to integrate into whatever setup you have at your home.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I really appreciate you coming up and talking about
Of course.
this. Cool lock. About 5 or 6 years ago, I got big into biometric locks.
Yeah.
I've got too many of them. We keep doing reviews on them, and it's really a cool technology.
Yeah.
I love to see it evolve.
Yeah.
This is not always convenient, but this might be a whole lot easier when you've got equipment. So
one more time before we go, give it a whack. Oh, there he
it
is.
goes.
So
I was
easy.
too close.
Yeah. If we programmed you in, it would be almost instantaneous, and you can really kind of just like swipe. It's pretty cool.
Very cool.
Yeah. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming up, and
All
thanks
right.
for bringing it.
Yes.
Not enough people bring them with them.
Our pleasure.
Have a good rest of the
All
show.
All right. Thanks so much.
All right. That is fascinating, Adam. The vein mapping?
I didn't even know that was possible.
Right? I also, I guess, hadn't considered, but obviously is true, that everybody's vein map is different. Everybody's structure is different. And of course, fingerprints become a problem with time. I have my biometric lock on my door, and so long as I'm not holding a cold drink, it's fine. But as soon as I am, whoop, the end. I can't open it. Noelle can, but I cannot, which is fascinating. If I've gone picked up some fast food and I've got a cold plastic cup in my hand, there's no way I'm getting in the house. I have to put the pin in, which I guess we didn't talk about. It also had a pin pad. I wonder if it also has a physical key. It didn't look like there was a place for a physical key. That's one of my things. I want a physical key on a bolt like that. So, very interesting. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
Long time no see.
I know, it's been forever.
Yeah, I've been on the air for 2.5 hours.
So I haven't seen you in
about
2.5 hours. No, I saw you downstairs. I was watching.
Fair enough. For those who don't know who you are, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, everybody. I am Brandy Jackson, and I am the CEO of ScoutLire.com, and I'm super excited to be here today.
Tell people about ScoutLire.
So ScoutLire is really kind of a gift of a bunch of teachers working together with researchers to create a better educational platform to design innovative learning.
And it's a really robust platform. I've seen you use it for a number of very divergent things.
Oh, for sure. So I think what's most interesting about what we've done with this platform is it was originally started by data scientists, and they were looking at how can you train someone to do healthcare from far away, like almost telehealth in the past. And so as we started building out this program, I was like, teachers need to be able to see what's going wrong with students so we can help them be successful faster. And once we were able to scaffold learning like that and give teachers that capability within the ScoutLire platform, and then now that AI has existed, we realized that we could actually teach anything, especially really impactful hands-on learning, which is kind of why we came here.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, we've mentioned Brandy on several occasions over the last 2 days. She's kind of been heading up the downstairs part of our broadcast. We have a lot that goes on downstairs.
There's so much going on, and I think what people don't think about when we talk about education is that we're actually training the people that are going to work in every career field, and they're going to be the people that become creators of all of these objects. And so a lot of times teachers are like, well, I'm just teaching English, I'm just teaching social studies, I'm teaching history. I'm like, no, you're teaching innovators to become people that solve problems. So when we came to CES a couple years ago with you, I started walking around, and I realized when we're at an EdTech conference, we only see a tool specifically designed for a teacher. Here, I see tools designed for solving problems. And that's the way we want education to change.
Right.
We want education to become so innovative that we look at problems that need to be solved, and then we start working on building the skills to solve those problems.
Yeah.
One of our biggest things we're working on this year, if you've never seen anything about our company before, we're funded by research money. We're funded by the Department of Defense, Office of Naval Research and STEM, National Science Foundation, to build kids' skills in manufacturing, computer science, really rapidly evolving science skills. So when we're walking around here, this is what our kids are doing. Right. They're building robots. They're building, I'm not sure if y'all have actually had it on yet. I think they're scheduled, but they're going to come in and talk about like the aero farming and using the fog water to grow plants. And I'm like,
I have not seen it show up, and I figure they'll bring it. So my guess is they're scheduled later.
Yeah, so it's really exciting to see that and see how something that is designed. So often what happens is people bring in something into a classroom, and it's a toy. And they say it's going to be an educational tool. So I come here and I look for consumer products that can become teacher tools.
Right. X Tool right behind you, for example.
Gosh.
Right. They were on earlier. We were talking about their thing. These are the earrings that we mentioned in that conversation that were made on the new machine.
Oh, for sure. There's a lot of stuff that gets brought to teachers that is not as high quality as I really want it to be, because they realize they can charge a school more
even though it's a lower quality product.
But when you go to a consumer program, they know they've got to get a high quality product out there. And so I was really excited to see X Tool here. There's a lot of laser cutters on the market. Some that, if you know me personally or follow any of my other stuff on social media, which ones I don't use. But what I really loved about X Tool is they actually can take you through the whole entire manufacturing process.
Sometimes in one small package.
Oh yeah, that is a really big thing. Being able to talk here when we walk through, because I think what I add to the team is when I'm talking to people is, okay, you think you want to sell to schools. You're going to have to meet student data privacy rules. We're going to have to talk about where did your chips get made.
Let me tell you about where all your drawbacks might be.
And let me help you before you get too far down the road, because I really like your product.
Yeah.
And I want it to be successful
Let's
in schools.
figure out how to pivot a little bit
just
on
these
what's
tiny
going
things. And one of the things is like each one of these people like, oh, I'm going to sell to schools. I'm like, awesome. So are you going to become a vendor at hundreds of thousands of schools? Like, that's very hard.
Yeah.
You need to find a distributor, or you need to be on Amazon.
You need to
How
be
are you going to do that?
partnered with somebody who
Yeah.
already is a vendor.
Well, and I think, I think, you know, one of the things that some of the people we've talked to today has been, you want to bring that tool like Xtool into classrooms. A teacher needs training.
Yeah.
They need to know how to bring it into the classroom, and they can do such awesome things with it. You know, and I think people, especially educators, don't really understand how much goes on to making something, building something, designing something, and how all the things that we've taught our whole lives to our students go into building these companies. And so I think what I've really loved about being here, and why I would suggest anyone like, oh, I don't know, what's that thing in Vegas? Come, because it's awesome.
Yeah.
Is watching it.
If you can.
Yeah.
It is important to note that it is not easy to get into this conference.
No, it is not, which is why I volunteer and help out.
Despite the 200,000 or so people who will be here, the CTA will give us rough numbers probably Thursday or Friday when they come on the show. But probably 180 to 200,000 people, and yet it's still not easy to get in.
No,
because think
it's
about how
not.
many people want to be here.
Yeah, because you want to see it happening. I think one of the things that I really loved is talking to some people. How did they go through this process? We've been working with the DoD on the CHIPS Act, and how do you put technology into a new device?
Yeah.
How do you program it? How do you do the software that goes around it? And then how do you market it as you go to a strategy? And so all of those are like really important skills that in Scoutlighter we teach people how to do.
And doing it to try and attract here, for those who don't know, there are 3 target demos here, and it's buyers, industry analysts, and media. Being able to target those 3 are all very different.
Yep,
but
for
being
sure.
able to target schools is even more.
Totally different.
Unrelated to the first 3. Because you can hire, I'm going to point off camera, a great PR firm. We happen to have one in the studio right this second. You can hire a great PR firm, and somebody like him can get you in front of these 3. He's not going to get you in front of schools.
No, it's a totally different thing.
Yeah.
And the thing is that what I'm most interested in, and why I'll continue to help you out and do these programs and bring the Scoutlighter team out here, is that we can help people that have really great tools.
Mm-hmm.
We can help put it into curriculum so teachers can use it, and we can do it in a way that it makes these really awesome innovations get to students faster. When we worked with researchers in the past, the biggest problem is they say an innovation hits the market and it takes 15 years to get into the classroom. When we do this and come to CES, that was hilarious.
Yes.
I'm trying.
I think a lawnmower just hiccuped or something
It did.
next to you.
I think I just got a cut by lawnmower. I didn't get cut. It was fine. But if an innovation comes to market, it'll take 15 years before we're training students how to use it.
Yeah.
If we're here at CES, we actually have jumped that divide by 7 years.
Yeah.
And now we're learning, and
Yeah,
we can
yeah.
then teach this back to kids. So thank you for having us on.
Of course. They're still working something out. We can.
Okay.
One of the things, like from the software world, right? When we were hiring people out of USF, the thing that we noticed was the stuff that they were being taught was stuff that I had stopped doing 10 years ago.
100%.
It was technology that was, they're like, oh, I'm an expert in C++. Like, well, great.
We're not doing that anymore.
If you're heading to India to write drivers for video cards, that's going to be a big help to you.
100%.
And if you're not, chances are that's not the thing you're ever going to use in the real world. You're going to be using C# or Java or Swift outside, or JavaScript if you want to hurt yourself. Outside of that, you're probably not going to use these other languages either that have popped up to try to become popular or have fallen by the wayside. And I was in high school. I was learning COBOL and Fortran that were decades dead at that point. But that's still what the AP test was being tested on.
Exactly. And
now, it turned out in my advantage because the Y2K was coming, and it was Fortran and
So you could save the
COBOL
world.
that you needed, so you could charge whatever you wanted even at 17. But
well, that's the thing is, you know, you look at it. We recently started a partnership with ServiceNow, you know, which is going to do some automation processes, and they're bringing a lot of AI in on top of all these companies' programs, what they're doing, and as we started working together, we started realizing, oh, we can start bringing all these things together very rapidly. And what we have to teach kids how to do is think through a problem in an algorithm. Think through a workflow, because the language is going to change. The software you're using is going to change. The tech devices you're going to use is going to change. The problems are going to change, but you have to learn how to solve the problems. So when we come through here and we talk to hundreds of thousands of inventors, you learn how they think about solving problems. And the funny thing I see, because you know, when we're sitting up here, we listen and we don't judge. We just kind of, sure, tell me about your product. But then you walk away from it and you're like, okay, that was so overly complex that here's 17 different ways it can break. And we start really bringing in those keep it simple strategies, simplifying things, making them secure, making sure they work, making sure they test, teaching students trademark activities, you know, all those things that have to happen to make really good products launch. And it's just been phenomenal. And it's phenomenal to see how young innovators are. I mean, really, the innovators are all ages, but really, you walk into Eureka Park and you see how many of them are young people. And it's exciting. And I'm excited to bring back, I think so far, my phone, I've got about 75 individual interviews that we're going to pop into some curriculum around, like, this is what's being invented right now that's directly connected to what you're teaching in the classroom. So thanks for bringing us out here. We can't wait to come back and help again next year. Can't wait to connect with people that are like, hey, I really want to talk to somebody about how do we get this stuff in schools so that we're making the right decisions, because we need to get better products into schools' hands, and it takes people that work on both sides of the fence. So
for sure.
It's exciting.
Well, before you go, let people tell people how they can find out more.
So you can contact me at Brandy at Acern. Acern is the name of our company, brandy@acern.com. Our website is www.scoutliar.com. We have several products that exist. The curriculum is all free, and it's funded for educators. And if you just want to talk to us about your product and how to bring new things to market, if they're rapidly evolving science and technology, we're interested. So we'll talk again soon.
Excellent.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks. All right. We talk often about how big our team is and how without the people on our team, we wouldn't be able to accomplish all the things that we accomplish. Brandy is one of the people this year that has been a huge benefit to us. That without Brandy, this would have been a whole lot harder this week. You're not on yet.
So a quick little behind the scenes stuff. Our next guest has a huge object that weighs 70 pounds. So how do you want to work that out as far as putting, I don't know if that thing's going to hold on this. I don't know if you want to use one of the guests for the guest camera for a pseudo product shot, or do you want to?
Oh, you know what we could do? We could kill the host shot and tip it around.
What?
The camera that's currently on me?
Yeah.
We could tip it down, add it over there. That's what we did last year. We took
We took
this off the tripod and set it down there.
You're right.
For the oven. We could do the exact same thing.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to do that?
It's up to you.
Yeah. Let's do that. We'll go to a graphic, and I'll be right back. All right, we're back. We sacrificed one of our cameras for a few minutes because this next product that's coming up is large and heavy and was not going to be able to safely join us up here on the stage. So instead, it's on the floor in the studio, and we've moved one of our cameras over there, and we'll that way we'll be able to show you the product. All right, well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good, good. Thank you. How are you?
Fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Hi, I'm Mandy. I'm from Limo Tech, and I'm the co-founder of this team. And today, I'm very happy to be here and share my product with you.
So, obviously, I was just looking at it while we were getting things set. Let's talk about what we've got going on down here.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm very anxious to introduce you to the Limo 1 robotic mower.
Okay.
It is the world's first robotic mower with a rotary motion blades.
Okay.
I believe it's going to be the game changer for you with your lawn, which is going to be your like effortless smart lawn care body. Because it has the rotary motion blades. It handles all type of grass, including thick, tough, and long to wet. And it does not just cut the grass, it also mulches. So the finely chopped clippings can be spread out evenly across your lawn, which can be taken as natural fertilizer, makes your lawn look even healthier or more vibrant. And other than that, it's super efficient. It has a 16-inch wide cutting width. It covers 5 times more ground per day than most other robotic mowers. That's why it is perfect for large lawns. You can get a lot done within less time, but without losing any exceptional quality.
Okay.
And you see with the treads, the track tread design provides incredible traction and stability. It can climb hills up to 45 degrees, glides over any obstacles such as tree branches or uneven ground up to 2-inch clearance. So no matter how challenging is your lawn is, it handles like a pro.
Okay.
Other than it's not just powerful, but it's super intelligent. You don't need to worry about it damage anything because it's smart obstacle avoidance system. It makes sure it maneuvers safely around people, pets, or anything in its way.
Okay.
And it uses RDK and V-SLAM technology, which which does not require the boundary wires. So.
Okay.
And
so you don't have to do a big install.
Nope.
Okay.
It's, you can. So it also provides super precise localization. That's how you can manage everything through your app. You can do multiple zone management, and you can even customize your cutting patterns like diamonds or checkboard or any other, even circular patterns as what you want. And plus, this thing is built to last. This thing is made with a die-cast alloy, aluminum alloy frame.
Okay.
And is built for durability and stability under any condition.
It literally looks like a tank.
Yep.
So you're saying it's built like one too?
Yeah, we're trying to make it like a heavy-duty yard tools instead of just a flimsy like a toy for people.
Okay. So what does setup of this I've just bought one, I've opened it up, it's charging. What does it look like to set this up for the first time?
Super easy.
Okay.
You download the app, and then you take the app as like your remote control. You walk behind your robot and let it go around your perimeter, like a boundary.
Okay.
Once that is set, then that's gonna be the defined area of your lawn. Then you set the robot there, and you can divide the zone into multiple zones. For instance, you have multiple type of grass. You want to set each zone with different cutting height. That's totally possible. And then you just leave it there. It will do the rest on its own. It can go back to charge itself, and it can I mean, when it rains, it detects the rain and go back to its docking, protect himself without getting wet or anything. So basically, it is a one-time setup, and then you forget about it. Then it takes care of the rest of the lawn.
Okay, so we start as if it's a remote control car.
Mm-hmm.
We drive it around the lawn.
Mm-hmm.
We do, that's how we build out our perimeter.
Yep.
And then it's using, is it using GPS to identify where it is and then stay within that boundary?
Yep.
Okay.
It uses GPS plus vision system.
Okay.
That's what makes sure it has precise localization all the time. Even if under covered area, like with the large trees or tall buildings, you don't lose your signal.
Okay. So it's able to identify items around it to remember what its boundaries are.
Yep.
Okay. Very cool. So sounds like setup is pretty easy.
Mm-hmm.
How does it power?
So this thing uses a Li-Fi PO4 battery. It's very
Okay.
reliable. It's the same one that you use in electrical cars.
Okay.
It's very safe, and it has a super high capacity. It lasts for 3 hours once it's fully charged.
Okay.
And if it is the battery is low, it will just return back to the docking station and charge itself.
Excellent. That's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah, once it's finished, it will go back to wherever it left off and
Okay.
just continue the task.
All right. So there's a docking station. That lives outside, is my guess.
You can set it inside or outside. It's all up to you. It has a little housing to protect it from weathering.
Hey, there was going to be my next question.
Mhm.
So it can live outside. It's got a little protection. The mower starts its life in there.
Yep.
And then when it's ready to go, I imagine we can set parameters, do it once a week or whatever.
Yep.
It comes out, it does its thing. If it takes too long, it returns back, it charges, it goes out, picks up where it left off, finishes its process, returns back, and waits for its next time that it's supposed to go.
Yeah, you can schedule at any time you want it to go out to work, and it will just do it automatically.
And then I can tell it, I've changed my mind, go now.
Yeah, you can
Okay.
start it. I mean, break its own schedule and then do it anytime you want.
Okay, so for us, like in Florida, this month, I probably only have to do it every couple weeks. But in August, I might have to do it twice a week.
Oh, that's totally fine. You can do it every day if you want. This thing covers up to 1.7 acres per day based on only 3 charges a day. You only use it during the day, but if you want to use it at night, it can cover even more than 3 acres. So,
Okay, so you mentioned using it at night. The important question then becomes, how much noise does this make? We know some mowers make a lot of noise. Some, I have an electric push mower, which is incredibly quiet. Where does this one fall?
so this one has it tested for 65 decibel.
Okay.
Compared to traditional mower, it's almost nothing. You basically don't hear it. If you're like a few yards away from it, you can totally ignore it.
Okay.
So at night, if you're staying at home within the house, so you don't hear it at all.
Okay. Yeah, 65's not bad. 90's where my watch starts to complain.
Yeah, 90 is bad. Yeah.
Okay. Very cool. So the important questions, availability, price, things like that.
Okay, so we launched in Kickstarter like in last October, and it's now actually the most popular product and best-selling product in Kickstarter in this category. Now,
Congratulations.
Thank you. We're still on the late pledge. We're already being successfully funded. We raised $3.4 million at the 45 days, and then it's still on the late pledge, and it's now for $19.99 per unit. Then when we go to move to Amazon and our own website, it's going to be $2.99 for retail price.
I want you to say that number one more time.
Okay, it's $2,999.
Okay, I wanted to make sure because the first thing you said couldn't have possibly been correct.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
No.
For Kickstarter late pledge, you get it for $1,000 and $999.
Okay. fantastic. I mean, that's literally in the price range of some of the indoor vacuums.
Yeah, and a lot of outdoor like equipments that can go up to that price very easily, especially for a good one.
Yeah, for sure. And so, do you have a time window, an expected time window on when they might actually hit the market?
So we're gonna ship the unit for our Kickstarter customers between February and to March, late March, and then starting from early April or late March, we're gonna sell it on Amazon or our website. Then that's when everybody can get it, and we can start shipping right then.
Okay, so you're expecting to ship these things like in a couple of weeks, start February, March. We're not talking February, March 26.
No, we're 2025, yeah.
Okay, so literally just a month and a half or so.
Yeah, exactly, because we're exactly we're in the massive production right now, just getting everything ready.
Fantastic. So if people want more information about this, how can they get it?
Just get into our website, limo.com. And you will find all the information you need. Or you want to search for like YouTube videos, go to YouTube and search for Limo. Then you can find all the YouTubers, beta testers, reviews, and real customer reviews and everything.
Fantastic. Well, legitimately looking at it, it looks like a beast, which is what it's supposed to, right? Thank you. Now I can see it better. It looks like a tank. It's a serious piece of kit. I would not worry about this thing outside. That's like some of them I've seen, even some we've had on the show in the past. I look at them like, okay, that obviously you're like a vacuum company that thought that you were going to get into lawnmowers, and no.
I mean,
because it's tall, right? The height is tall. It's got treads. It doesn't just look like a vacuum cleaner that we're trying to put outside. This looks like it can cut your lawn.
Yeah, this
no matter the condition.
That's exactly how my my landlord call it. When I first introduced it to him, he said, "It's a beast with real teeth." The
there
blades,
you go.
they call it teeth.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. Well, it looks fantastic. I can't wait to go check out videos of it in action.
Thank you so much.
It's really cool, and
really
I'm
appreciate
glad
this.
that you've been successful in your Kickstarter, and hopefully your Amazon launch will go just as well.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for coming on and showing it to me today.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of the show.
You too.
All right. Yeah. We've had these on before, and legitimately, I have worried about some of them. Not all of them, but this one looks really solid. All right, I'm gonna get up and help them get the. Oh no, Kirk's already there. Never mind. I'm not gonna go anywhere. He can do it. I'm just gonna hand him the piece that he needs. And then we should be good. Oh, goodbye. That's good. I fell down. Similar to what Don and Kirk were worried about with one of the guests earlier, I believe. Yeah. I think one more set of hands is what is needed. I will be back in a second. All right, we are back here at CES 2025. Sometimes we end up with these very large products, and we have to figure out how to make them work. We have to sacrifice a camera. But we're back to normal, and our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I'm good, thanks.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yeah, so I'm Franck Barat. I'm the CEO and co-founder of G-Light, a French company and French-based company, and we are doing what we call indoor photovoltaics.
Okay. I remember reading about this. Tell me about it, because we know indoor normally you can barely power a calculator, and that's about the extent of it. So tell me about this.
So exactly, so far all the products on the market have a lack of efficiency, and when they are efficient, they are not very stable over a long period of time.
Oh.
So that's, this is exactly what we've solved over the last 10 years, more than 10 years. So we have the most efficient indoor photovoltaic cell, and also the most stable. So it's over 15 years of stability.
Oh, wow.
And over 25% up to 28% efficiency. Whereas what you had in your calculators, they have between 7 to 11% efficiency.
Okay. It's actually higher than I would have suspected. So you mentioned longevity. So you said 15 years of stability.
At least, yes.
What's the average?
Yeah, it depends because it's very sensitive. Indoor photovoltaic is very sensitive to higher intensity light. For example, if you put them outside or to heat, and this one is very stable either to high lux, what we call high lux, and also to higher temperature, up to 70 degrees.
Okay, interesting. All right, so how have you accomplished this?
It's a lot of work. So the project, the research started back in 2011 in France. And so the first step was to exactly understand what happens inside the cell when it degrades, and to find out new solutions.
Okay.
So to stabilize it. And so there was a first patent, international patent 2015, and then a second one that we use for the process, which is proprietary. And so we were able to achieve this kind of efficiency and to stabilize it over time and in different conditions.
Okay, and so obviously there are a number of these out there, otherwise we wouldn't have statistics on other implementations.
Yeah.
So what is the target usage for indoor photovoltaic other than, you know, a cheap calculator?
No. That's also why we are discussing it today, because the market is growing very fast. And the main applications are for sensors.
Sure.
As soon as you hear smart home, smart buildings, smart industry, smart retails, we are able to make them autonomous in energy, or to extend the battery life depending on the consumption of the device. But also, for example, small electronics like remote controls, keyboards, mice, or all kind of things. Also in smart retail, like ESL, electronic shelf labels.
Sure.
Just a number for you, in a middle-sized convenience store, there are 20,000 ESL.
Woo.
So you can imagine if you have to change the batteries every 2 to 5 years, it's a lot of work.
All right. With that information, if anybody from Home Depot is watching, I'd love to know how many you have in your stores. Because if a convenience store has, you say 20,000?
In average.
Ooh, I'd love to know how many a Home Depot has. Those are huge. Okay, so shelf tags, sensors, keyboard, mouse.
Beacons.
Oh,
Beacons, tags.
Sure.
Connected locks. You name it.
Legitimately going to be the thing I was going to say, because we had a lock on earlier, and they offer a solar panel for it, and I'm like, but like a solar panel on a lock becomes obvious and looks stealable.
Yeah.
But if you were able to have something more integrated, it might be more less obvious.
Yeah. It's always integrated in the product.
Yeah.
So it's not a standalone. It's always integrated in the product.
Okay. So something like what you're holding there, what kind of output would we expect from that?
So we give the output for 1 square centimeter at 1,000 lux, which is a lot, but generally we give it at 1,000 lux. It's 80 to 90 microwatt per square centimeter.
Okay.
And then it's quite linear down to 50 lux, and it operates already at 20 lux. And 20 lux, it's a clear night with a few stars.
Okay.
To give you just a perspective.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So does it, at that point, I know wattage is voltage and amperage. Does it matter what voltage? Because, you know, most stuff is, at this point, running on lithium. To charge one of those is generally 5.1. The lithium actually runs to 3.7. So are we looking at something in that category that we'd be able to power and charge?
Yeah, well, when you integrate photovoltaic, whichever competitor, you always have what we call a power management electronic with it. So to allow it to function, to always have the same output, at least the same voltage.
Okay.
And our cell has a high voltage. For a cell, it's 0.8 to 0.9, very stable.
Okay.
So we don't do what we call MPP tracking, so maximum power point tracking, which is why the electronic and the conversion to higher voltage is very efficient.
Okay.
So we use only a monocell, and then we convert the voltage on with a buck boost to what is needed.
Okay.
But it's very efficient. But you have it anyway. Either when you use a battery or when you use a photovoltaic cell, you always have a power management electronic with it.
Right. Because, I mean, at the very least, if you plug it into the wall, it's coming in at 110, 120, or 220, 240, and AC. And your device doesn't want AC for nothing.
No. Exactly.
And then parts, like on a computer, there's one sitting in front of us.
Yeah.
Some of it runs on 5 volts, some of it runs on 12 volts, sometimes there's a 24 volt circuit. So there's always, no matter what it is, there's always conversions.
And the price is comparable. So we replace the electronic with our electronic, and it's comparable.
Gotcha. So right now, who are you targeting for implementation?
Mostly the OEM or ODMs, meaning B2B, the integrators. Companies like Samsung, Logitech are already using it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, a lot, yeah.
Well, awesome. That's some big companies using your technology.
Not our technology, but indoor photovoltaics.
Okay.
So
Okay, I see.
We arrived on the market last year in August, so after a lot of years of research.
Got it.
And now we are the first products in which it will be integrated are coming on the market in the next few weeks.
Nice.
Mostly sensors and remote controls for now, but we are also working on keyboards and different things like that.
Okay. Very cool. If anybody's watching and wants more information, either just about the technology or maybe to contact you about doing some integrations, how can they do that?
Yeah, on my website, on our website, so it's glight.com, or directly they can contact me, it's contact@glight.com.
Perfect.
I will be happy to answer.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate you coming up and showing this. Obviously, anything solar being the colloquial term for it, but anything photovoltaic I find really fascinating. I worked in electronic retail for a long time selling parts, and I've been following it for a long time, so it's really cool.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me.
Have a great rest of the show.
Thank you.
All right. You know, the lights in your office, in your house are already on. Being able to harness that light, because it doesn't It doesn't diminish the amount of light in the house. Being able to harness that to power the devices that you already have that require small amounts of power, keyboard, mouse, front door lock, sensors on for your security system, all that. If you can do all of that efficiently without having to replace batteries all the time, sounds like a win to me. Well, it is the top of the hour. I see Marlo in the corner. That means that it's time for me to swap out. My time here for day 2 is complete. I'm Scott with PLUGHITZ Live. You can follow us at PLUGHITZLive.com, PLUGHITZ live.com. All of this content and a lot more will be available over there, and I will see you back tomorrow, same time, same channel.
Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by using promo code QZZ2J.
And welcome back, everybody. This is your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, taking over for Mr. Ertz. We're taking some long shifts here. I think Don and Scott and myself, I think we all have 3-hour shifts every day. But, you know, the guys behind us that run the boards and stuff, they're working even harder than we are. Why are you smiling over there? Because it's true, isn't it?
It's definitely true.
Yeah, yeah. There's what, 2 of you?
There's 2 of us this year.
Yeah, and 3 of us.
Yep.
And a whole bunch of other people putting this on, but we're glad. We're glad you're here, everybody. We're continuing our coverage of CES 2025, and we have a whole slate of great interviews coming our way. Hypershell will be joining us shortly. Holiday will be here as well, and I think we actually have our first guests just ready to go right now, so we'll get them all mic'd up. And great day today on the floor. Had a lot of great interviews, some great technologies. You know, I'm a fan of robots, artificial intelligence, of course, and but instead of like the humanoid robots, we decided to go a little different direction today. We found some great pet robots, which I thought was kind of a fun thing, and we'll talk about that in a little while. Right now we have Carter from Holiday.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Carter. How about yourself?
I'm a little tired because our booth has been really busy these days.
Well, that's fantastic. I love to hear that. So tell us a little bit about Holiday.
Yes, our brand is we are focusing on smart AI glasses right now, and we are promoting the world's first proactive AI glasses with invisible display. And we already started a pre-sale on our website, and we will start launching late January and start shipping starting from late March. So our glasses is the world's lightest display glasses ever. It weighs only 35 grams and is like half of the weight of most smart glasses, and even lighter than most sunglasses for that matter.
Okay.
And our battery life lasts longer than 12 hours, and our frame is compatible with most prescription lenses. So that makes our smart glasses the perfect everyday glasses we would want to wear. Because what we believe is, if your smart glasses is not first a very good pair of glasses, no one is going to wear it. So it doesn't matter what good features you have. So you have to pass the bar first, and that is the weight, the duration and the design. Like as you can see, is a very sleek glasses.
Yeah, so you're wearing them right now.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Yeah, so they are kind of a cool looking glasses. And
yeah.
Do you have prescription lens in yours right now?
No, right now I'm leaving it open, but I can just get any prescription lenses at any power you want.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's very cool.
And as you can see, the display is completely invisible to the others. You cannot see I'm wearing a smart glass. You would think I'm just wearing a very retro style glasses, and that's it.
Yeah.
Because the magic is we have a secret display right here on the right side of the frame.
Okay.
Does the camera see this or like?
Yeah, if you put it right here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we. Yeah, there you go. I think you can kind of point to it. See the camera right or the display right there. Okay.
Okay, it should work. So right here is our tech secret.
Okay.
It's called Digital Window, and
okay.
it is a compact display module in front of a micro LED display, and it beams the image directly into your eye, and you can see a virtual image right here. That is about 3.5 inches big in screen, monochrome, only green. But it's very clear. It's crystal clear, and doesn't matter what your myopia power is, you can see it. And the image can only be seen by you because the light directly beams into your eye. It's not going to anywhere else, so like no one can see the screen you're seeing, and it's totally private. It's totally discreet, and it can demo all kinds of features. It's demoing right now, and it has all kinds of features which I'm about to introduce later.
So, I mean, would it show up on, like, if I put a piece of paper in front of it, would you see it as well?
Yes. You would see a very small dot on a piece of paper.
Okay.
But our eyes
but
our eyes has very complicated structure, right?
Yes.
So the light just directly display on your retina, and your brain is going to complete the rest, and you see the virtual image right in front of you.
That's incredible.
Yeah, and with that, because we can do that, we have that technology. We have very high energy efficiency, and that is why we can do 12 hours of battery life compared to competitors that can only do like 2 or 3 hours with display with continuous use. And our frame can go as light as 35 grams, and that is like 2 cookies, and that's it. Yeah.
2 cookies.
Exactly.
I love the analogy. So do you? You said it's in monochrome right now, or is it?
Yes.
Oh, it is. Okay.
It's monochrome.
Okay. But you still get I mean, if somebody sent me a text message, I would just see it right there.
Exactly, and that is one of our features. That is, you get the most important notifications. We have a very comprehensive notification screening system because you already have so many screens, right? So you have a smartphone, you have your computer, you have your smartwatch even. So why do we want a 4th screen in front of you? That is a near eye display. For us, what we believe is if we can make your notifications, we push the most important notifications in front of you, and you can check it with a very simple lookup action, like right now. Sorry, I need to put it into the.
Yeah.
Like right now, I quickly check my message. That can make sure I never miss any important messages.
So you just looked up and then it activated. So it's almost like a gesture type of scenario.
It actually is. I can activate through here. I can activate through the control ring I'm now taking right now, and I can also control it with the tempo control.
See. Okay.
It is basically always on if I want it to be.
Okay.
But because it is out of your main field of view, so I don't see it when I'm looking at you.
I got you.
I see it when I look up a little bit.
I
As I
see.
quickly check the message, I go back to the conversation. When I'm talking to you, I don't want to text like show up on your face, right? It's distracting, it's disrespectful. So we put it on the out of your main field of view. It's like on the upper right of your field of view.
So no more having the excuse that you didn't see the message to pick up milk on the way home.
Yeah,
it would always be right there.
Yeah, if you miss the message again, your wife is going to kick you up.
This is really, really fascinating.
Yeah, notification is like only a very small features of ours. Like we use that to help our users to stay away from their phones like for too many times, like get rid of phone addictions, right? Because you're not missing any message, then don't check your phone so many times every day.
Right.
But our most amazing features are related to the secret power you can have with this invisible display. With AI, with AI models that we generated our own AI agent, and it can help you to facilitate conversations. It can help you to learn new knowledges and do a lot of things that you can't even imagine before. For example, let's start from some basic ones. For example, you can have a teleprompter in here, and it can work as a cheat sheet in your presentations, in your speeches, in your interviews, such as ours right now. We have AI translation. So basically, when you travel abroad, you are talking to a person who speaks a foreign language. It will show up like a subtitle in your real life, like a live subtitle. So when everyone has smart glasses in the future, no one has to learn a second language ever, because you only need to speak your own language, and the other people with the smart glasses will understand you.
Right.
And that's a bright word, right?
Right.
And the most amazing feature of ours is the proactive AI agent. The reason we call it proactive is because it does not require your command or your prompt to provide information support. For example, when you use Siri, let's say it's AI, when you use its AI functions, you have to activate it. You have to say, hey Siri, right? You have to activate it, and then you have to ask a question. Like, for example, what time is my alarm, right? Set me alarm. Help me set an alarm at 9 o'clock, and then ask what time was the alarm. Like, it is a conversation based. You have to ask the AI directly or give the prompt to the AI agent directly. But for us, we believe the more intuitive way to interact with the AI is the AI can proactively know what you want, and it can analyze the conversation, analyze your surroundings, and provide assistance directly and proactively instead of waiting for your command. And because, like, for example, I'm having a conversation with you, there's no time for me to activate the AI and then ask a very complicated question.
Right.
But what AI can do is it can analyze the conversation we are having right now and find out, like, when I need information support. For example, it can be a question. Let's say we are talking about the smart glasses industry, and you ask me, how many smart glasses got sold last year in 2024?
Yep.
So let's say I don't have that information on hand right now. The AI can help me answer that question based on the information he searched on the internet.
So is it active right away? So
no.
Okay.
No.
So do you have to, like, tap your glass, or how?
You have to activate the AI. You have to activate AI for you to start proactively help you with your questions, because there is a privacy issue at stake, right? When you do not want the AI to listen to you, you can turn it off. You have to proactively activate it.
So is it something like if you were in a meeting and you said, "Hey, would you mind if my virtual AI joined us in the meeting," and they okayed that, then you could turn it on and it would be actively helping you. Okay.
Or like you can do it just in an easier way. You can put it on your quick access menu, and you just use your control ring to quickly access it and open it.
I see. Okay.
So it's entirely up to our user to decide when to use the AI or when not to use the AI.
Okay.
But when it is up, it will proactively analyze the conversation and continuously provide new information and check your facts. So it can work like a bullshit detector. Like, when someone is lying to me, AI is gonna tell me what a real fact is.
Right. Right.
Even it might not be an intentional lie. It might, like, I forgot. Well, where is the capital of Cambodia? Right.
Well, sure. There's all kinds of ways. You don't know when a president was born or passed away. You just haven't. You know. I know I grabbed my cup of coffee because it's like having coffee at the coffee shop with a bunch of guys. And when I'm back home, this happens all the time, and we're Googling facts all the time because, you know, I knew that what thing happened back then, but what year was that? How many people did it impact?
Yeah.
Having that information just beamed directly into your eye is incredible.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I do that a lot. Yeah. I constantly have to Google facts, but when I do that, right now, in the past, we have to go to a computer, and that is even worse.
Right.
But right now, I have to take out my smartphone and turn on the Safari or Chrome and type in my question.
Yep.
But with a proactive AI, it will just continuously support you with more new information.
Yep.
And all I need to do is just look up and see it, remember it. And that is a great learning experience as well.
All right.
Because the best way to learn is when we need the information the most and we get it immediately, and that is when we remember it the most.
Well, unfortunately, Carter, our time has come to an end, but
That's okay.
how do we find out more information about Holiday?
Go check out our website. It's holidayglobal.com.
And that's HALLIDAY.
Exactly.
Yes.
Like James Halliday from the movie Ready Player One. Yeah.
Great thing. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay,
Thank you very much.
Check that out, everybody. This is very, very innovative. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right. And, what a great idea. I wish I had more time to actually visit. So the information actually beams directly onto your retina. So there's no like projection onto glasses, which is what most smart glasses do. This is a very, very unique approach. I had some safety questions I was going to ask about it, but if it's low level, I would imagine that it must be pretty safe. He's beaming it into his eye himself, so I guess that's a pretty good indication that it's pretty safe, right? Wow, I can't believe that that's possible, but I guess it is. Hypershell's up next. Jason Cockerhan will be joining us, and this ought to be a fascinating conversation as well. Again, a lot of robotics today. Really spent a lot of time in the pet side of things. Luna, L-O-O-N-A, Luna, it's Luna, L-O-O-N-A. I love that little pet. This is a great little companion if you're not wanting to take a dog for a walk or have to feed it or whatever, but still reacts to you just like it's a dog. It's just truly remarkable. I just cannot get over how cool that is. So just a little recommendation if you're looking for maybe a companion for your kids or for yourself, and don't want the challenges that real pet ownership comes with, then Luna might be a great answer for you. So you want to check that out. Oh, we got another award winner here as well. That never gets too old. Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. Do I have to wear this as well? No. Oh, come on, Jason. Yeah, so Jason's getting mic'd up right now. And he is an award winner here at CES in robotics. Oh, what am I? I don't know anything about robotics, so I'm just giving you a bad time. But just talk about Luna. Have you seen Luna?
I have.
I love Luna.
It's really cute.
It's really cute.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many serious things about robotics that obviously are going to change the human race, right?
Right.
But then you have Luna.
Right. Yeah, and especially for kids. Like my kids are young, so they would go nuts over it.
Oh yeah.
So
I just love that. I mean, I've been following Luna for a while, and today's the first time I got a chance to see Luna in action.
Oh, nice, cool.
And I thought it was pretty cool. But
yeah.
anyway, we're not here to talk about that. So
not right now.
Hypershell sounds very, very interesting. So what are you showing me here? And first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
This is a big deal, everybody. I mean, there are so many thousands of products that are shown here, and robotics. I mean, my goodness. You can't walk down a single aisle without seeing robotics at this show.
Right.
So to actually be in a CES award winner in robotics is very, very significant. So congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, a lot of this. I didn't do anything. It's all the team. The team did all the hard work.
Well,
I'm just here to talk about it.
Fair enough. So I'm just going to move this off to the side.
Sure.
So I can take it home with me later.
Wait. Hold on. Hold on.
Well, actually, so we can see Hypershell.
Of course.
Later,
yeah.
All right.
This is Hypershell.
Okay.
And the idea is it's an exoskeleton, right? And the idea is it's meant to kind of assist you when doing some outdoor activities, right? So, for instance, hiking, mountain climbing, those kind of things, right? Just to kind of help you reduce fatigue, reduce stress on your body, give you a little more energy kind of as you're completing those activities, right?
Okay.
Yeah. And you can even use it for things like just jogging or long walks or stair climbing, whatever your kind of outdoor activity is. It's just to kind of give you a little bit of assistance, right?
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, all right. So I'm assuming it hooks to your legs somehow or another?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. We're kind of limited on space here,
Yeah.
but I'll try to show you. So these are kind of the leg. Oh, it's connected here. So we got 2 leg clamps right here. Oh, my goodness. There we go. All right.
Oh, holy cow.
So that's Hypershell.
Okay.
So basically this just clips around your waist, sort of like a belt. And then these 2 clip down to around your hips, around your thighs. And it's fully adjustable, so you can adjust back here. You can adjust the size of the hip clamps. You can adjust the length of the leg clamps. You can, of course, adjust the straps and everything like that. And so it's really just super easy to clip on, right? That was the whole point of it. We want it to be really, really easy to use, so you're not thinking about it, right?
And then does it sense then, like when I'm going to step up with my left leg, it senses that and then helps me lift my leg?
Absolutely, absolutely. So you put it on, right, and then you just turn it on with a simple click of a button, and then as soon as you start to lift your leg, it notices that and will kind of just assist you as you're lifting your legs, right? So as you're walking, you just kind of feel that assistance as you're walking. It just makes it easier to walk, gives you a little bit more of a lightweight feel. One of the other best applications for it is like when you're wearing a backpack, right? So it kind of essentially makes that backpack feel a little bit lighter. So instead of a 50-pound pack or something like that, it feels more like 25 or 30 pounds.
So, like,
right?
I mean, a great example is today.
Exactly.
I mean, we just got up here, and I was just telling everybody how tired I am because, I mean, we have a video crew that we walk around the floor with, and even though things are still a lot smaller, we still all carry heavy backpacks with battery packs and everything else in them because you need to get through the day.
Absolutely.
And you start feeling that after a while. Yeah, and even Nancy's shaking her head over there. Yeah, just up and down these stairs, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, Nancy, who's helping everybody with we're so blessed to have this tower every year here, right?
It's great.
It's great to be up here above everybody.
Bird's eye
And
view,
yeah, it's wonderful, right?
Yeah.
But for Nancy to go up and down those stairs, 50 to 80 times a day? Oh, she said she's going to get an escalator next year.
There you
That's
go.
a good idea.
We could
That's
do
a good
that.
idea. But that'd be awesome to be able to help with that scenario.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And to that point, we've actually been kind of lending this out to people to come and test. Some journalists, some other folks have been wearing it around. They'll wear it around the show. They'll walk around for a few hours and bring it back. And they've all commented about just how awesome it is to not feel so stressed and tired and just worn down after even just a few hours of using it.
So is the learning curve tough on this? Or, I mean, is it just automatically know if I'm going to – because, like, when I'm going through the show hall here, and I know there's so many case studies with this, but we'll just pick on what's in front of us. I'll speed up, I'll slow down because there's somebody that'll step out in front of me real fast, and so you got to slow down, and then I'll speed up again to get around somebody. It just auto-adjusts to that.
In a way, yeah.
Okay.
There's not sort of like real-time sensing.
Okay.
But it definitely does walk with your body, right? So it's not like pulling you at a set speed, and if you slow down, it's going to pull you off your feet or something like that.
But but the way it sounds is that it actually works the best if you're kind of steady.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And there are different like intensity modes, right? So there's an eco mode if you're just trying to get the longest battery and just doing some light walking, things like that.
Yep.
Or for instance, if you're hiking and you come across maybe a steeper part of the trail, you can up the intensity a little bit, help you get up the trail,
I gotcha.
and then turn it back down if you want.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of reminds me of an e-bike in a way.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Because you can pedal when you want to.
Right.
And if you need a little help going up that hill, you just push the button and it'll help you up the hill. You still continue to pedal. So very interesting.
Yeah, that's the idea. And you can even just completely turn it off, right? If you're on like a really light stretch of the walk or something like that, and you just don't need the extra assistance, just turn it off. Save your battery life, and save it for those really intense parts of the trail.
So speaking of battery life, how long does this work? I mean, can I go on a 10-mile hike, for example, and will it last the entire time, or?
I mean, just about. So the higher end model is rated for about 17.5 kilometers of continuous use. And then the base model version is about 15 kilometers. But the battery sits back here, and it is interchangeable.
Okay.
So you can just swap out, put in a different battery.
Gotcha.
And the higher end models do come with a second battery, so it's really easy to swap them out. And then, like I said, you can turn it off if you need to extend the battery life, that kind of thing. And they even charge just via USB-C cable. So there's no proprietary charger or anything like that.
Gotcha.
And on top of that, it supports PD fast charging. So you can fast charge them in about an hour. You can get the batteries fully charged and ready to go.
Okay.
I had a guy come by today, and he was like, wait, so if I'm out on the trail and technically I've got like a solar charger, I can charge it on the trail with the solar charger, right? I was like, I mean, technically, yes.
It might take a little time.
Right, you might take a little nap or something, but
yeah,
you could. So that's
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have, I'm old, fat, and bald now, and I have this crazy.
Couldn't tell.
Thank you.
Yeah,
the old fat part, right?
Right. No.
The bald thing. Obvious, Ever since they cut my hair here yesterday.
Did they really? Wow.
I know.
Oh
it.
my goodness.
What we'll do for an interview around there, I tell you. But
just don't touch the beard. Like they could cut my hair, but not the beard.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're hollering, shave it all off. I mean, there was a whole crowd down there going crazy. It was kind of funny.
Man.
But almost did. Well, see, I mean, I had hair like you yesterday.
Full head of hair this morning.
I think they sold my hair to somebody.
Oh
now.
man,
yeah,
gosh,
it's crazy.
That's hilarious.
But so I have this hike coming up, and into the Grand Canyon, and I'm just thinking that, as I'm scaling up and down the Grand Canyon, that's going to be the challenge. The actual hike, when I get to the bottom, I think it's like 12 miles or something. Sounds long, but you're just walking at your own pace.
Right,
you're doing your thing. It's the scaling of the side of the canyon that sounds kind of challenging. This could really help me with that.
Absolutely. Yeah. My wife's been to the Grand Canyon several times.
Oh, my.
Yeah, she loves it. And
that's good to know.
Yeah.
I'm excited about it, actually.
Yeah. She went several times with her dad as a kid, and she has so many memories of scaling down.
Yeah.
And, that's the hard part. You get down, and the real adventures at the bottom, and you're hiking around and stuff.
Yeah.
So that's what this is perfect for.
Okay.
And you can even leave it in your tent while you're hiking around on the bottom or something like that. And then help you get out. So that's perfect for that. And another use case we're excited about too is, maybe people with kids, grandkids, and stuff like that. They're just a little nervous about doing long walks or hiking or something like that. They can put this on and feel a lot more confident about it. Right now, it's not a medical device or a mobility device or anything like that. But for instance, like my father, he's got some hip and knee pain. He's mobile, but not quite as spry as my 5-year-old, right?
Sure.
But he has this on. He could go on a long hike with us and not have any issues, right? And so it'd be a lot easier on him.
That's really cool.
Yeah,
That's really
yeah.
Cool. I'm assuming you have a website?
We do, yes.
Okay.
It's just hypershell.tech.
Okay.
You can check out all the information there. And we actually are ready to ship. So we're finishing up our pre-orders now.
Okay.
And we'll be shipping January 20th.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah,
So
almost every country in the world.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so we're a Kickstarter story. We finalized our Kickstarter campaign late last year.
Okay.
And so now we're ready to ship.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So, congratulations on everything.
Thank you.
For the award, for finishing up on Kickstarter, for shipping your product, because that's actually a big deal, too. Many products on Kickstarter never get to the finalized part, so that's very cool.
I have supported many a product and not received.
Yeah. But that's the story behind Kickstarter.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, Jason, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Check it out, hypershell.tech. And maybe order one. How much are they, by the way?
Yeah, so great question. Real quick, there's 3 models. The base model is going to be $799.
Okay.
And the highest end model is going to be $1499.
Okay.
And the biggest difference is just the materials. So this is the Carbon X. It's like a carbon fiber type material with a Gore-Tex material on the inside. So it's the highest end. It's lighter weight. It gives you a little bit more length in your walk. So it's just going to give you a little more battery power. But,
very good. Yeah. All right, get out of here. So
right,
thanks,
thank
Jason.
you so much.
We'll see ya.
All right.
Take care. Check that out, everybody. Hypershell.tech. They're a pioneer in power suit, and it's an exoskeleton. And you're starting to see more and more of these exoskeletons that are basically built, on the outside of a person. And some of these exoskeletons are actually helping people walk again, which is quite amazing as well. You're starting to see them in military use as well, and that'll probably be a big deal as we move forward too. So anyway, next up we have Eureka. Jan Ron will be joining us here shortly. I'm going to have a little more coffee, maybe try to wake up a little bit more. Are you hearing that through the mic, by the way? I should probably move the mic up a little bit, right? Like so. Yeah. And keep the slurping to a minimum. Oh, there we go. A straw would be great, but maybe not with hot coffee though. Cold coffee. Did you drink hot coffee with straw yesterday? You're a brave soul. Gotcha. Yeah, so Nancy had a mug, and she didn't want to drink it straight up, so she used a straw instead. Yes. What are you drinking now? Oh, you have something cold now. Coca-Cola. Yeah. Not cold. Yeah. Like everything else, our cold sandwiches become room temperature, and our cold Coca-Cola becomes room temperature, and our coffee. Yes, exactly. Everything we have here at CES is room temperature. Oh, I'm going to just hate this. Hey, it's another robot. This is, I did not have this planned, by the way. I did a bunch of interviews today on robots, and now on live, we're also having robots to talk about. So this is fantastic. So it's Eureka, by the way, and I'm sure many people are probably going to know this brand already as they get set up over here. I'm excited. I'll have some more coffee. Oh, yeah. That's much better. Want it a little forward? Okay. I think that might work. We'll see. We'll see how it looks.
I think that's good for now.
Okay. So I can see right here. I think as soon as we come in this, let's see what it looks like in the screenshot here, and then, oh yeah, see, look at that. It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Hey, I bet it's a vacuum cleaner, or at least it cleans floors. Yeah. Look at that. I love it already. There we go. And we'll get his headset on there, and away we go.
What's my name?
Jan?
Yeah, Jan.
Ron, no, nice to meet you, Jan.
Nice to meet you.
And so you're with Eureka.
Yeah, I'm the PR manager of Eureka.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's no hiding the product. We can't just surprise everybody.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm Yuan. Nice to meet you here.
Yeah. So this is it's great that you brought this up here. We don't get a lot of larger type of units that are on this table, so this is great. And I think a lot of people are pretty familiar with robotic floor cleaners, right?
Yeah.
So
I think these days robot vacuums are, blooming. You can see here in the booth.
Yes.
Yeah. Many robotic vacuum brands are launching their new products. So do us. So
yeah, I'm just I'm already noticing some differences about yours.
Yeah.
And first of all, is this a LiDAR on top here?
Yeah, this is a LiDAR.
Okay, so very nice.
Yeah.
Why don't you explain to everybody back home what a LiDAR is?
So LiDAR is mainly for mapping for your house. So the LiDAR is using the LiDAR technology. So when you put your robot vacuum in your home, the LiDAR will be accessed with your permission. And it's the main function for the LiDAR is for the mapping, and the outstanding function of the Eureka J50 Max Ultra is actually the front.
Okay.
You can see here. I don't know if.
So like right in here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Our audience will see it clearly.
Yes.
So traditional robo vacuums, the flagship robo vacuums, they only have one camera, which is an RGB camera, like a smartphone.
Yes.
And our Eureka J50 Max Ultra is featuring two cameras on the robo vacuums.
Okay.
So you can see on the left side is an RGB camera like every robo vacuum has.
Right.
It is of high FHD resolution, which means it can see clearly. You can have better interactions with your cat and with your pets. Yeah. And the biggest feature I want to mention is the camera in the center.
Okay.
You can see this is an infrared camera.
Okay.
Yeah. So it is very useful for the robo vacuum to detect the objects, because the infrared camera, if you are familiar with the surveillance camera, you can see they are always using the infrared camera.
Oh, yeah.
Even in the darkest environment, it can see the 3D structure of the object in front of it very clearly.
So is this why, and I do this a lot, I have some vacuums that I run in our house, and sometimes before I go to bed, I'm like, oh, I'll run a vacuum now, right? And then I notice that it bumps things at night that it wouldn't bump during the day.
Yeah.
Is it because it doesn't see those things at night?
Yeah.
Interesting. I did not know that. Okay. Or of course, having infrared now, that doesn't matter at all.
And it also is very useful for it to detect the transparent liquids.
Okay.
Because because traditional RGB camera is very likely to our human eyes. We are very easily to get affected by the ambient lighting.
Gotcha.
Right? But the infrared lights, they has a bigger light range, and it can detect even the transparent things, liquids, and it detects very clearly.
Okay.
So this
so you have LiDAR to map.
Yeah.
And does the LiDAR run all the time too to help with object detection and things?
Yeah, when it starts to work, it will run. When it returns to the base station, it will not work.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
then you have 2 cameras in front, an RGB, and then
and apart from the cameras, we also have a very powerful suction.
Okay.
It's a suction power of 22,000 Pascal.
Okay.
Which is almost comparable to some of the traditional canister vacuums.
Okay.
Which is very amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I noticed also, and I'm just going to, can I flip this over?
Yeah,
okay.
sure.
So, what is this about right here?
Yeah, this is mops because nowadays most flagship. Can I stand up?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I want to take the robot to introduce to you, and because most robot vacuums nowadays flagship robot vacuums can not only mop, not only vacuuming, they can also mopping, right? And from all our Eureka J15 series has mopping and mopping and vacuuming functions.
Okay.
And
so you're doing hardwood floors and vacuuming.
Yeah. And when it detects there is a carpet in front of it, it will raise a mop. Yeah.
Okay.
And also the mop is extendable. You can see here. It's extendable.
Oh, okay.
It is locked. I cannot move it. But when it runs, it will extend it when it detects there is a corner or an edge in front of it to make sure that you have a complete cleaning experience.
Yeah.
No spot is missed. And also the side brush is extendable also. See here.
Oh, look at that. Okay.
Yeah, side brush.
So around the corners and all that good stuff is great. Yeah. Very nice.
Yeah.
And then after you're done, so what is all this about up here?
After.
Do you want me
the
to leave it upside down like that? Okay.
After the cleaning work is done, the robot will return to the base station. So very slowly.
Is it a dry mop scenario?
Mm-hmm.
Or can you do wet mop as well?
Yeah, wet mop and dry mop.
Okay.
Yes, well, wash the mop with hot water, dry mop with the hot air, drain the dirty water into the dirty water tank, and refill the clean water into the robot vacuum, and also empty the dust box into the dust bags.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, and also very impressive function that's welcomed by many of our users, Eureka fans. Is this is self-cleaning base tray. You know. Most robot vacuums, for cleaning the mops, but also clean the base tray, because one of the most user pain points nowadays for this kind of robot vacuum mop all-in-one station with all-in-one base station is that the base tray always get dirty. Yeah. And we had no other choice but to clean the base tray every week or every 5 cleaning cycles.
Yeah.
So we have
the whole idea behind having this is to save you time, not make you more work for you, right?
Yeah. More hands-free. So it will scrape to this dust collection area, and it will be collected into the dust box.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very clever. Very clever.
Thank you very much.
So, are these units available for sale now, or
these units are available for sale in June this year?
Okay.
Yeah, we have 3 lineup in the Eureka J15 series. Eureka J15 Pro Ultra, which is already available in the US and also across Europe. It's priced at $999 on Amazon, our official website. And we also have an entry level of Eureka J series. J15 series, and it will be available in March this year and priced at $799. And also this flagship topping the industry will be available in June this year and priced at $1299.
Okay. Yeah, this is quite the unit. I'm very, very impressed. Like I said, I have a lot that run around our office and at home. It's a huge time saver.
Your office will be clean.
What I like about this is that we have both hard floor and carpet in the office too. So this would be amazing to have there too. So, very, very impressive. So, and you can just go to Eureka. Your website is Eureka.
Yeah, Eureka.com.
Okay. Very good. Very good. Well, I appreciate the time. This has been fantastic. Good luck on the new model here.
Thank you.
This is notice I'm smiling because I love robotics, and I think that this is another thing that just saves a person so much time and does a better job actually keeping your house clean, because you just put it off. I mean, you might look at your floor and like, I can do it tomorrow. You don't have to worry about that when you have a robotic vacuum cleaner. It just
you
makes
can
your
set
house
up a plan in your smartphone, and you
Yeah.
could do it by yourself.
Yeah, it just does it right for
hands-free.
you. So
Totally
it's fantastic.
hands-free.
All right, Ron, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great CES. All right. So check that out, everybody. Eureka. They've been around for a while, since, believe it or not, in 1909 they were invented. Their company started in Detroit, so they've been around for quite some time. And make sure that they're all right. Think we're good there. Next up is German Bionic. Thomas Levid will be here to join us with German Bionic. That should be very, very interesting as well. I'm just, curious, I guess, it would be interesting, I guess, to find out how many people have a robotic vacuum out there now. If that is actually, when a person goes and buys a vacuum, is that the first thing that they look at now, or is a traditional vacuum still the more popular choice, and people are just kind of warming up to robotic vacuum cleaners? They probably don't do as good a job as a handheld for the most part, but I always think about it this way. If I have a handheld and I vacuum once a week, or if I have one that's not quite as good that vacuums 2 or 3 times a week, I'm thinking that I'm still winning on the 2 to 3 times a week, because it's picking things up quicker and all that good stuff. That's just me, I guess. But anyway, other robotics, like I said, Luma was I love that. There was another one today. I wish I can't remember the name of it, but it actually is a companion for your pet. And this one was really, really interesting too. They had about 3 or 4 different styles. One actually had toys and things that you could play with your cat, and remote control as well. So that's great. We have obviously a jetpack coming on board next year. Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea, Thomas, is just stand right there. You got him okay right over there? Okay. We're gonna move the chair out of the way there, Thomas, and let's just. Do you want to just pull the chair all the way out? All right. Let's just. Is anything attached to the chair? Let's just pull it all the way out then. There we go. Yep. There we go. All right. And you'll be coming up here shortly. How about now?
Okay, cool.
All right, there we go.
I'm ready.
Hey, Thomas, how you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing well.
Fantastic.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I'm thinking that we need to have you move this way a little.
Okay,
there
okay.
we go. There we
Okay.
go.
All right. Better?
All right. We can
Okay,
kind
I
of
can
see
see.
the unit there now. All right. Perfect.
That's right.
Perfect. So Thomas, you look like you're about ready to take off.
I am every day taking off. Our business is taking off even.
So what is German Bionic?
German Bionic, what you see here, maybe when I turn around, is an active AI-driven exoskeleton.
Okay.
Which helps mostly workers in warehouses, in production facilities, but also in care homes and hospitals to lift heavy items or people.
Okay.
So it's really driven by the sensors in the back of the device. I come down and the product will pull me up. So to put in perspective, if you have a box of 60 pounds, it feels like a bag of potatoes.
Yeah.
So it's maximum 80 pounds weight compensation per lift.
Okay.
And the AI is important because you and I live different. So you cannot have one solution fits for everyone.
Gotcha.
And you live different on Monday morning than you do on Friday at the end of the day.
Sure.
When you're almost dead.
You're tired
so to speak.
and everything
exactly.
else. Yeah.
And this is where the product gets to know you. So every user has his own PIN code, a 2-digit PIN code. You put it on and the product said, I know that guy.
Okay.
It is no name, no email, no weight, no size. But it recognizes how you move.
Okay.
And the more you move, the more you use it, the better it adjusts to the individual.
Okay.
So the product adjusts itself to the worker rather than the other way around.
So is this something that you know, if you're a FedEx or UPS, I could see this being used all day long. You know, of course, if you're in a hospital having to move patients and things, you know, there's all kinds of case study type of scenarios here.
Exactly.
And so how much, you know, you're talking about a 60-pound box, but, you know, a lot of people in hospitals have to, you know, if the person's 200 pounds or whatever, is this helpful there as well?
Exactly. So this is why we introduced the Ultra at the show here.
Okay.
Basically, is an upgrade of the software, which adds another 20% of power, but particularly in the sensitivity, right? When I pick up a box, I come up fast and I throw it on the conveyor belt.
Right.
When I have a patient of 100 kilo or 200 pounds, I can only do this, and my movement is much less. And this is where the extra power kicks in and the sensitivity.
Okay.
So it's a very different algorithm that we use for this. And particularly in the warehouse, in the hospital area and the care homes, this is very, very effective. So this is will help you to lift the patient from a chair up. And, you know, those workers are mostly female workers. They often come also from Asia. They're smaller, petite. And we heavy guys, you know, are sick and need to be lifted. And it's terrible.
This is really interesting. So, well, first of all, is it available already?
Yeah. So we are selling in North America already for a couple of years. This product is since a year on the market here, but the Ultra Mode is, of course, brand new. In Europe, we sell already for 3 years as well, 3-4 years. Is our biggest market, and a smaller part in the Middle East and Japan and Singapore.
So is your typical market like warehouses right now?
Warehouses, logistics, production facilities.
Okay.
Basically.
Repetitive lifting.
Repetitive lifting, certain weight, and this movement.
Yep.
So everywhere where stuff is moved from A to B, manually.
Yep.
That's where we come.
Yeah.
And then stuff can be people or boxes, so to speak.
Right.
Yeah. It's not so nice to compare, but that's what it is. It's heavy, it's frequent, and it's a nasty movement.
Do you have any studies yet that show the increase in productivity for a person? I mean, is there a 20% that a person can move 20% more boxes in a day because you're wearing this?
So we have a lot of these cases.
Okay.
They really differ per use case. So if there are 2 guys in the container with a boom conveyor taking loose loads from China out there, we have measured up to 58% faster unloading time.
Wow.
So it really depends. So the top workers, they increase 9 to 11%, but you only have a few of them.
Right.
80% of the workers can improve between 40 and 50%.
Okay.
It's very significant.
Yes.
Overall, you can speak 20, 30%.
And then what about like back injuries and that type of thing? I would imagine that this has to help with that.
Exactly. So it's less easy to measure, obviously, but we have a couple of customers, some big container shipping companies, where we have measured up to 31% less sick days within 12 months.
Okay.
So that's substantial.
Yeah.
In the end, because I know you're going to ask me also about the price.
Yeah, you might as well just tell me.
So there are many different ways to purchase the product. You can just buy it, and you can just, or you can lease it, robotics as a service. If you buy a handful of units, it's around $350 per month for a long-term contract. If you buy loads of them, like some of our customers do, you are really substantially below that. To put it in perspective, if you take a company like a Canadian Tire, for instance, in Canada, where they work 364 days a year, 3 shifts, you talk about less than 50 Canadian dollar cents per user per hour. That's before any benefit.
Okay.
So break even, 12 months, 14 months.
Okay.
So it's a quick payback, which is important.
And I noticed you talked about the 2-digit code, so you can wear this and I can wear this.
Exactly.
Right?
You can share. We can share this.
Yeah.
Of course, the vest.
Yeah.
You will need a bigger one.
Yes.
And also for hygiene reasons.
Right.
So everybody has his own personal vest, and you slide that in the back, and that's basically, you need to know 3 numbers: the height, which is a number on the back cover, and your 2-digit code.
Okay.
And it has no name, and it will recognize you. It doesn't say "Welcome back, John" or something like that. But I know this guy. I know how he lifts.
You know, Inspector number 13,
exactly.
right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
that's
cool.
a
little bit how it works. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I would imagine it takes a little time to charge them. So
the charging is actually very fast. It's a standard Makita battery. I mean, I can take it out now. It's hot swappable. It lasts 3 to 4 hours.
That's very
it's
very
a
clever.
Standard battery. You can go and buy the Best Buy.
You just have battery packs laying around that are
yeah,
already
it's
charged,
just
ready to go.
it's a Makita battery everywhere. And so this is important. It's a safety issue, and we are not in the business of making new batteries. So we take test what's on the market, but it's important that it recharges fast and that it lasts long.
Well, and the fact is then that if you are in a warehouse situation that's 24/7, 364 days a year, like you said with Canadian Tire, then they can, here you go, Bob. Here's your lifting mechanism.
It hangs on the wall.
Yeah.
You walk backwards. It's like a bicycle rack, essentially.
Okay.
You backwards, you put it on, you go, you smoke one, and you go get to work. So that's what we see. And yes, it takes a bit of time to get used to it, right? So I mean a cigarette,
That's funny.
right?
Yeah. I'm glad you clarified that.
Okay,
Although I think the other is more acceptable now. So
That could be. Definitely. I'm from Holland, so I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's true. You really live in that space. Everybody's laughing over here. So I am very, very impressed with this, and I can see where a lot of companies will really benefit from this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Workers and companies. Our real ultimate goal is to look after the worker, to make sure that he or she comes home on Friday, that she can do more than lifting the remote control, but can play with the kids or his kids.
Because you're not exhausted anymore.
This is the whole thing. The motors take over the energy that you otherwise yourself have to put in each lift. And it's not 50 per hour. Some of these companies have targets of 900 picks per hour.
Sure.
I mean, that's
a
slavery,
lot.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And this, you can see that people like it. You can see that people don't even notice they wear it when they're in a 60 degrees, Celsius container unloading our Christmas presents, right?
Yeah.
That are just being shipped from China.
Yeah, I would imagine it takes a little getting used to, but
Absolutely.
after you get past that, you probably don't even know how to survive without it.
I would say that of our customer base, 60% says, I love it, I ain't going to work without. Then you have some 25% that said, okay, if John wears it, I'm going to wear it too. And then there is this last 15% that says, over my dead corpse.
Yeah.
And they can only be convinced by that. It is what it is.
Yeah.
And so we ain't going to solve world hunger in that aspect. Yeah?
Well, or fashion. That's probably what, that 15% you're talking about won't wear it because it's not fashionable to wear or whatever.
Exactly.
But You did actually, when you walked up here, I thought you were actually wearing a jetpack. I mean, I thought you were going to blast off the top of here. And
maybe next year.
That will be the next thing, right? Right. Well, your company is the right name for it, German Bionic. You could create your own jetpack. But it's wonderful having you on the show, and I wish you all the best. And thanks for changing the world for us, man.
Thank
I appreciate
you
it.
very much.
So, thanks.
Thank you for having us.
All right.
Bye-bye.
That's Thomas with German Bionic, everybody. Oh, my goodness. You think you've seen everything, right? And then here comes the next. That was really, really, really cool. And I think that that will be something, obviously, already starting to change the work environment in many places. And, so I'm going to have a little more coffee. And I am your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson. Nancy, I don't think I'm getting tired of saying that anymore. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Yeah. Cueva is next. Jacob Calderon is here, and we'll be talking to Jacob here as soon as he gets mic'd up and seated in the tower. We are high above CES 2025 in the Venetian Sands Convention Center, which is just a very, very small part of the overall consumer electronics show this year. It's just massive, and there's a lot of people here today. It's I would say the busiest day I have seen here in 5 years. It's very, very, very busy. I wonder if yesterday felt a little light, and I think it's probably because of the snowstorms that have been going across country and the delayed flights coming in, which has made today very, very busy here. So anyway, Jacob, how you doing, man?
Doing super well. What about you?
I'm doing well, too. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good to be here.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. Did you have any problems flying in?
Oh, that was really hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of company here, a lot of good product.
Yeah. So it's great to be at CES. That's for sure. You are the founder of Cueva. Am I pronouncing that properly?
Cueva. Yes.
Cueva. Okay.
Yes.
And it looks pretty compact and fun. So what do we got here?
Yeah, so this is a smart pet tracker made to monitor pet health and behavior. So the goal basically is to always keep your pet healthy basically with that. So everything is linked to an app, And basically on the app, you have access to a health score for your pet. So general health score, so you're gonna like take in consideration the age of your pet, the weight, like everything that we're tracking with the device basically, and also the calorie expenditure. And when we detect something like a problem on your dog, like example, he's scratching too much or like head shaking, we're gonna ask you a couple questions on the app. So you're gonna have a couple questions to answer, and it's gonna arrive to the solution. So what you can do basically to always keep your pet healthy.
So I wear one of these.
Yes.
And I'm sure you probably have one on as well.
Yes,
Look at that. Oh,
exactly.
look at our watches here. We'll talk about that later. Who's got the best one, you know?
Apple.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Mine's a Samsung, you know. Like I said, we'll talk about it. But this is probably kind of the equivalent to a smartwatch, right? As far as the ability to maybe track some things that are going on.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
And I'm thinking about, like, you know, our smartwatches track heartbeats, they track our steps, they track actually a lot of information. You know, they track our sleep rhythms and all of these things.
Yeah.
You've created an equivalent type of scenario
for
outside
pets.
of the timekeeping feature
Exactly.
that a watch would have, right, for your pet. So, and then it notices things. So, like you were talking about, like the head shaking. So, if your dog is starting to shake its head quite a bit, that's probably a sign to something.
Symptoms, exactly. Potential symptoms of a potential problem, and with all the symptoms that we're collecting, we're able to prevent like that kind of problem. Yeah.
Okay. And does it have like standard tracking and that type of thing in it too? So, you know, like for your dog, is there GPS in the unit?
Of course, we have the GPS. Yeah, exactly. We have the GPS. We don't consider like our device as a GPS tracker, since my focus is really like the health and the behavior. But for sure, we do have the GPS.
Well, I think it's one of those things that if you don't have it, people are going to say, "Why don't you have it in there?" Because I don't want to have my dog wearing two things, right?
Exactly.
So interesting. So, what kind of? Can you give me like a case scenario or a study or something or maybe even a story that somebody has shared with you about you know, something that maybe their dog had, you know, that this picked up that they had noticed about their dog?
Yeah, so the story is really like for the ears infection, sorry. So basically when the head is shaking a little bit, or like when he's scratching is more than usual, we're gonna ask a couple questions. So we got like so a dog having this problem recently, and it was exactly how we like to prevent basically the ears infection, because before having the ears infection, like the bacteria like develop and everything, like the dog will scratch his ears a lot, and basically based on that, since we're detecting all the motion, we're able to like prevent the owner basically and ask a couple questions basically to arrive to a potential solution, which was to clean the dog ears. So it's pretty easy as a solution.
Gotcha.
Instead of like, you know, going to the veteran, spending tons of money when it's too late.
And that's kind of the point, isn't it? Is that if it's early detection, you can save yourself a lot of money, and you pay your pet a lot of you know, I don't know what you want to call it, but certainly maybe prevent a sickness or
exactly.
You know,
it's preventive health
earlier.
exactly, and you can also save stress for your own as
course,
a dog owner. Yeah, it's really stressful. It takes time to go to the vet, you know, and we're not there to replace the vet. The vet is still really, really important, and I will say we need the vet. The same thing for a human. You know, we have like watch, we have a lot of wearable device. We still go to the doctor sometime. The goal here is really to optimize the vet process on their side, but on a horse side, really, like as a dog owner, basically to save money and basically to always keep our dog healthy, because we're going to the vet maybe 1 time a year, 2 times a year, but we between all those consultations, we have nothing to track basically your dog's health.
Well, and I would have to think that a vet, not unlike a doctor, would like to have more information.
Definitely, exactly. So
I mean, you're kind of just looking at the dog for 5 minutes and trying to figure out what's going on.
Exactly.
You can come in with 2 weeks worth of data and say, hey, I've noticed this progression with my dog. This is what's been going on, and the vet will go, well, I can tell you exactly what's going on here.
Exactly,
so,
and on that side, we're currently working with veteran basically to develop a solution that we're going to connect with their clinic. So they're going to be able to have all the data remotely for their customer. So that will be really helpful for the customer itself, for the dog owner, but also for the vet, because it's going to optimize their process on their side, because they're going to get like a lot of data remotely without, you know, spending times for the consultation.
Yeah, absolutely. So how do we find more about your product?
So on our website, so cuevapets.com.
Okay.
So yeah.
And do you have, I know we talk a lot about dogs, but do you have the same solution for other animals as well?
Yeah, so not currently.
I have a little gerbil. I was wondering that No,
not now. Maybe in the future.
Okay, that would be fantastic. My goldfish too.
Oh yeah, goldfish.
Yeah, I spent 22 cents on that thing. You know, I'm just letting you know.
Need to keep it healthy.
That's
yeah.
right. That's exactly right. So, no. So in the future, you're gonna have something for cats. And
Yeah,
things
for sure.
too?
For
Okay.
their like kind of pets.
Yeah.
For sure. Currently, the goal is really the dog because we want to be really good for dogs, and after we can expand to like the other kind of pets. Yeah.
And are you taking? And I know this is a little bit of a privacy issue, but are you able to take like a crowdsourcing type of scenario so that as your AI it becomes more learned about certain symptoms on dogs that you'll be able to help treat them a little better in the future?
Yeah,
Does that
definitely.
make sense?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Definitely making sense. So we're training basically with like all the data we're collecting, but in terms of privacy, there's no like I'll say data on like on our side. We're just getting like raw data. So based on that is like how we like process those data. So yeah.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I would imagine as it learns more, it'll help diagnose the issues that dogs have in the future.
That's the goal, exactly.
Yeah. And are you able to then like the different breeds of dogs? I would
Exactly.
imagine? Okay.
So when you like subscribe to or subscription online, you have to choose like your dog breed, your dog like energy level, but also your dog age, and date of birth and everything.
Okay.
So we're taking all those parameters in consideration in the detection. Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Cueva.com.
So we have cuevapets.com. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. So check it out, cuevapets.com. Jacob, thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is very, very cool, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
All right.
You
All
too.
right. Take it. Get out there, everybody. Check it out, cuevapets.com. It's the smart dog collar that will help you understand your dog's well-being. So very, very cool. And, of course, I hate to, it sounds like he wasn't very excited about mentioning the dog tracker, but it is built into it. So you could actually have the best of both worlds here. I'll have another sip of my lukewarm coffee, which is kind of how it is at CES. Oh, I'm good, Nancy, actually. I'm just making light of the scenario of being part of CES. Let's see. So today for lunch in the media room, we had a choice of roast beef, turkey, or Caesar salad. Yesterday's choices were roast beef sandwich, turkey sandwich, and Caesar salad. And you know what? Tomorrow will also be roast beef, turkey, and I walked in there at like 11:45, and I could not get over the line that was there. I've never seen so many people here. This is the single busiest day I've ever seen in this building. So this has been a lot of fun to see so many people, and I'm sure it's just because of late flights getting in and that type of thing, but it's been quite eventful. And actually, I'm looking forward to my turkey sandwich tomorrow. Just saying. What was that, Nancy? Did you? Are we in? Are we waiting for people right now? You can grab the microphone. I know.
We got about a 20-minute gap.
Okay. I didn't see anybody going like this. I could have kept Jacob a little bit longer, So, all right, Nancy. That's right. Get rid of that cool headset you got on and put even the cooler headset on.
Fall on my face.
No. You can't fall on your face.
Yes, I can.
You know what's going to happen? People are going to like the two of us having conversation, and then they're going to want us to have a show.
I never got my badge. I'm sorry. It's downstairs.
Well, we're both bachelors
I worry about
now.
everybody else's badge, and I forgot my own.
I don't know where mine's at either.
Downstairs.
So probably.
Or
Alice has
it.
Yeah. Or Jim or somebody.
Yeah.
It'll show up sooner or later, hopefully before tomorrow morning. So, do you have a pet?
I have. Yeah, we have 2 dogs.
Okay.
I've always had a dog. It's like air for me. I have to have a dog.
Do you have technology on your dog?
Adam has a tracker on each one of them. I don't even know what they do, but I know my dog, Hugo, his tracker fell off.
Okay.
So I don't know where it is. It's gone.
So if Hugo
it's
goes
time
out and
for
gets
another
lost,
one. Oh, I
then,
have my eye on a few things out there.
Yeah. That was pretty interesting with Jacob.
It
there.
was.
Yeah.
It was very interesting.
Yeah.
I think it's important. Hugo's a bolter, and the rental house that we're staying in, 90% of the fence is blown over. So we have a huge yard that I could let them out in. They both love to run with each other, but we can't do it because he'll go right. He doesn't know where he is in Largo. He's not used to living in Largo.
Right.
We're used to being on the beach, but he.
Yeah, yeah. You should probably tell everybody. You've had a little bit of a challenge in 2024.
Well, it's just
And you're smiling about it, so that's a good thing.
2 stupid hurricanes that came through, and I've lived on the beach over 60 years, and I have never seen water like that. Never.
And they were like, what were they, about 10 days apart, something like that?
2 weeks apart.
2 weeks apart, okay.
2 weeks apart.
Wow.
The first one was water. Helene was water, and Milton was wind.
Okay.
So we got what Helene didn't take care of, Milton took care of.
I see.
Of course, you have the yard debris, and that's no big deal. And you have trees that probably should have been trimmed or taken out, and that's going to happen eventually. But you get the big stuff cleaned out. And since we're not living there, we don't put a whole lot of effort into the yard right now because it's silly because we're not there. We're not living there. And I don't know how long before we can live there. So anyway,
so you have alternate living for a while until that gets figured out?
My son rented a house in Largo.
Okay.
The one that lives with us.
Okay.
Now we're living with him. So, yeah, it's a small 3-bedroom house, but we're making it work.
Yeah.
We have 2 dogs and a big yard that we can't let them run in because it's not fenced in. And supposedly when I go back, I hope they have started on the fencing.
Are there a lot of people in your neighborhood that have the same scenario where they're just living where they can until they get their places
I mean my old
fixed back up?
neighborhood?
Yes.
Most of the people are back in the house.
Oh, they are? Okay.
Yeah, but we live in a 1-story ranch house, and a lot of pieces are 2 and 3 stories, and the ground floor flooded, their garage, and their...
So people are back in their houses but living in upper floors until they get them fixed or whatever.
Yeah.
So, interesting.
But all the 1-story houses, like my neighbor, I don't even know if he's going to be able to get back in his house. So it's just, we're in the same boat.
Yeah.
We're in the same boat.
Yeah.
And my husband's father built the house. So we want to keep it in the family. And we've lived there since 1976.
Wow.
So it's important to us, and it's the government. I'm not going to say any more, but it's just the stupid government. I'm hoping things will change.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that, even though you have these challenges going on in life, that you're back here. You've been here for quite a few years.
This is my 8th year.
Okay.
And
you must enjoy it.
I do love it. I always tell everybody I'm not a techie. I'm not a techie, Mom. I am always asking my boys, how do you do this? How do you do this? I forgot. Tell me again. And they get annoyed with me, but I can't help it. I'm older, and I said if I had this technology when I was in my 30s, I'd be great.
Sure.
I'd be great. I wouldn't have any problems.
Yeah.
Just to the point now, I learn quickly, but I don't always retain what I've learned. And that's very frustrating,
So over the 8 years of being here, has there been anything that just walked through the process here at CES Live, or you're walking the floor that you're just like, your mouth just like, how is that possible?
Oh, so many things.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of it is AI.
Yeah.
AI. And early on, you didn't hear a lot about AI 8 years ago. You didn't have that much.
It's interesting. You say that, and then
But it's been around.
It has been around, and I actually.
Maybe I didn't notice it.
Well, it wasn't as noticeable until ChatGPT came out, and then it was like available to everybody, right? I mean, that really was kind of the flip the switch on to the whole world. Now knowing that this is and available. I mean, you could just all of a sudden start typing or talking to something, and it would just like answer back, and you're just like, oh my goodness, what can I do with this?
Yeah.
But before that, I had a ping pong match with Forpheus 7 years ago, and I went back to that interview because it was such a cool interview, and I forget the name of the company now. It'll come to me in a second. And I had this great interview, and then I was actually able to play against this robot. And the whole conversation with the engineer was about the artificial intelligence.
Did you win?
I did okay. The guy afterwards came up and said that I had one of the best scores that he'd seen.
There you go.
For an old fat bald guy, I was pretty proud of that. But it was just interesting hearing this conversation about artificial intelligence and how this robot would adjust and play against, whoever its opponent was. It was actually playing against one of the top players in the world, and then it played me, and I'm just like, there's no comparison here, but it matches up to the style and everything else of the person that was playing against. And so it was already readily talked about, even 7-8 years ago,
right,
in this show, like it was just like everyday thing. It just really became prominent because all of a sudden everybody can just put an app on their phone and start using it now, and being built into everything. But yeah, I have to say, I've seen a lot of things, and I will say that AI is probably, at least in my lifetime, I can't imagine something else being more dominant in my lifetime than artificial intelligence.
And it seems to be getting in every aspect. Everything.
Yeah. And I think it scares a lot of people. It scares me a little bit, but I'm also way more productive. I like my life better because of it. I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
So I have this kind of love-hate relationship towards it. Probably a little more love than hate.
Yeah.
Just because I like my life better now than like just a couple of years ago. I just get more stuff done, and I have more time to do other things, which usually means it's got AI involved, and I'm just creating things like, my new music career or whatever, which I was just sharing with you. I'd have never got to that, quite frankly, if it wasn't for artificial intelligence.
Well, look at the lawnmower we just had.
Yeah, absolutely.
That you could be doing something else while you could be sleeping when your yard is being mowed. I don't know if the neighbors would appreciate it, but if they can't hear it,
They can't hear it. I have one that runs across my yard right now. And it runs, and occasionally runs at night. I run it at night because it's got cool lights on it. So I like
he
to
said
run
it had
at
lights
night.
on it.
Yeah. And people come out. They, everybody calls it Jetson in my neighborhood, my lawnmower, after the Jetsons.
Yeah.
Which I think is kind of funny.
That's what Tom just looked like.
Yeah.
Right out of the Jetsons.
Yeah, exactly. It's just really, really cool. So, yeah, I have that. I have 4, we have a 4-level house. And there's a robotic, vacuum cleaner.
Oh,
I'm getting fried already.
Like
it's only 2 days. It's the second day of this show.
Yeah.
Yes, like a Roomba, running on all 4 floors. Outside of vacuuming the stairwells, I haven't really vacuumed a floor in a long period of time. So I love those type of things, and that time it gives you back. And the house is cleaner than it's ever been. That's the other thing that I like about it. It's actually better, and I do less work.
If you had Hugo in your house, you wouldn't. Hugo sheds like crazy. He's a mixed breed, and he's 60 pounds.
Okay.
And he's just a love, but he sheds.
Yeah.
I mean, and he's got a gorgeous, fluffy feather tail that's got to be that long.
Yep.
His tail is really long.
But even, you say that, and
but he sheds.
My mom has a pet, has a couple pets too, and I got her a robotic vacuum cleaner as well, and she loves it. And I will tell you that her house has less pet hair than it's ever had.
Yeah,
because
I can understand
because it just vacuums every day.
Well, Adam has. Well, when we were in our home, we had 3 of them, and one for each section of the house.
Yes.
And they were always going, but
Yep.
a couple of times his dog has a tendency to just kind of go in the house and just went right over it.
Oh, yeah, that's always been.
That
that's
was
the
not
nasty,
right. And then it did it again.
Yeah.
Another time, and I said, Adam, I just,
Yep.
you don't know she's going to do it. She's
right.
She was a rescue, and she was fixed too early, and she has
Yeah.
no control, and she can't help it. And but we love her, you know. But we clean up and just move on.
Yep. Yeah, that is one of the challenges. I think moving on, like the Eureka we just seen here with the new sensors and things
and
on
Ab's
them.
new one has mop.
Yes.
Like similar
yes.
to that. You know?
And I think it'll notice those things and stop and not spread it around or whatever.
Right,
It'll just won't vacuum over it.
Well, we lost 3 of them in the flood, so.
Gotcha.
That's, it's one of those things.
Yeah.
They're on the floor.
Yeah.
You get water in the house, they're going to go.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're here. 8 years is a lot to be here.
Yeah, it is. And every year I'm a little older. You know, and I don't know what it'll be. And I don't know how many more years I can do this. I'll do it as long as I can.
You can just wear German Bionic here in a year or two and help
believe
you
me,
up and down
hauling
those
in all
stairs.
the stuff to set the studio up, it's a real temptation to wear that, and or get one of those motorized wagons.
Yes.
That
those
would
are
be
nice
very.
too. Yeah.
That would very be very
well,
nice.
Yarbo, I just did an interview with Yarbo. I don't know if you're familiar with them or not.
No.
They have they call it a yard robot. It's not just a mower. It actually moves snow.
That's awesome.
It'll clean up your leaves, and it has also a follow feature, and it has a yard cart, and it'll just follow you. So if you're out working in the garden and you want to walk it over, it'll actually just follow you out to the dumpster or
That's
whatever.
awesome.
Isn't that cool?
That's great.
Yeah,
that's great.
So you could something like here. And then and the thing it'll haul 3,500 pounds
at once.
No, 10 pounds at a time, but it'll get there eventually. I'm just kidding.
Wow,
wow,
that's
a
amazing.
lot, isn't it?
That is a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you could clean your whole yard for that.
2.5 tons.
That's ton and a half.
Ton and a
yeah,
half.
yeah,
Ton and a half. My
yeah.
math isn't great.
That's okay. That's okay. But yeah, no matter what, it's a lot. So yeah, you could clean your yard. I mean, imagine cleaning up after the hurricane with that.
Yeah, there's a lot of. We had some very good friends that came and helped us do that.
But you think about
just
that,
to get
right?
To the house.
If you had that there, and as you're cleaning, it just follows you around. You just keep chucking the stuff in that you want to throw away instead of running out to the curbside, running back.
I didn't have enough cans. had to have the neighbor put the garbage out for us so we could come back. And fill it up again. It was several trips.
So I'm just using real world case studies here, I guess. But it's kind of interesting. So, how about your phone? What do you use for a phone?
I have a Samsung.
Okay, like a Galaxy or
Galaxy.
Yeah, how do you
I
like
love
that?
it. I love it. I love it. I don't want an iPhone. I'm sorry. I like my Android.
Yeah, it's fine. It is interesting.
Takes wonderful pictures. Better than my husband's camera.
And what kind of
he's got several cameras.
Okay.
Real cameras. Yeah.
Yeah,
Good ones,
the
this one takes
sensors
great
on the
pictures.
Samsung Galaxies are just remarkable.
Samsung makes the best cameras in a phone. They do.
They don't really tout it a whole lot though.
No.
They were at one time touting it a little bit, then they backed off on it. I thought that was a mistake. I mean, their night photography or their night shots are just unbelievable.
Yep.
I mean, you can stand in what you would. I've actually taken my hand, put it in front of me, like what I'm doing right here, and I can't see my hand, right?
And you take a picture.
And then I take a picture, and there's a mountain in front of me, and I'm like, how can it see that?
Was that with a flash?
No flash.
No flash.
No, you just put it on night mode, and then it's got a little countdown, 3, 2, 1. What it does is it takes 3,000, 5,000 photos, and and it just gathers that little bit of light that's left out there and creates the one photograph.
I haven't tried the night. I have to do that.
It's remarkable. Yeah. I sometimes don't like it because it's actually gotten so good that sometimes like when I'm shooting fireworks, for example, I want the black sky behind it.
Sure.
And then it does its thing, and then it's
or
kind of lit up.
I love
or lightning.
It's hard to get the lightning just
right. It is not.
Really? You just put it on slow-mo?
So, well, that's a good idea. I never thought about that. There's a lightning app.
Not on my phone, but
you can get it, right?
Yeah.
And what it does is that you turn the lightning app on, and you just hold it, your camera or your phone up.
And it knows when the lightning is going to come?
So what it does is it has video going all the time at high resolution.
So it catches it.
And then as soon as you see one, you tap the screen, and then it'll just pop up, and it'll show you like the last 20 frames, and then you pick the frame that you want that has the best. It's the most clever thing.
Awesome.
I have taken awesome lightning shots because of that lightning.
We
app.
get great storms down in Florida that have beautiful lightning and thunderheads. I love thunderheads.
You should borrow that or get that app and do that. So I think our next people are here.
I guess my job is done.
Well,
I go to my other job
Come
now.
back again. Let's chat some more. All right. So Eli Health will be with us next. Thanks, Nancy. That was nice. Marina Pavlik will be with us, or Maria Rivas, excuse me, Eli Health. And this ought to be a very interesting conversation. Nancy's great as you're getting to know her a little bit here too. She doesn't get a chance to be, in fact, I don't think she's ever been on the show in the last 15 years that we've been streaming from here. Hello, how are you doing? Good, good. We'll get you all mic'd up there and we'll have a little chat. And again, everybody, we are coming to you live from CES 2025. We are in the CES Live Tower high above the Venetian Sands Convention floor. Yeah, all the people behind us. This is easily the busiest day I've ever seen in CES, and I've been here for a lot of years. So it's very, very packed here today, but it's a great day to be at CES. And how are you doing?
Good.
Yeah, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So it is Marina?
Yes.
All right, Marina. And you're the co-founder and CEO of Eli Health.
Exactly.
All right. So where are you from?
Montreal.
Really? How was that? Were you delayed at all getting in here with weather or anything?
Not at all.
Okay.
Much colder there, but no
Yes.
problem getting in.
Yeah, I bet you're excited to be here. I'm from North Dakota, so when I get to Las Vegas in the wintertime, it's always a wonderful, wonderful treat. You know?
Yes,
So.
nice break from the cold.
So you have some cortisol tests. So I think I'd be your first guinea pig, as a matter of fact.
Yes.
I shouldn't say I wouldn't be your first, I'm sure. But tell us a little bit about what you have here. This looks very intriguing to me.
Yeah, so I can show you how it works.
Okay.
You put this extremity on your tongue for 1 minute.
Okay.
And this enables the technology to collect the saliva. And then you simply pull on this.
Okay.
After a few seconds to a few minutes, the lines develop. You need to wait 20 minutes for the line to fully develop. And once that's done, with the mobile app, you take a picture in order to receive your results directly on your mobile phone. And that's a big difference from what is currently available today, which is to go physically at a lab to collect a sample, process it at the lab, and then receive your result at best in a few days, sometimes in a few weeks or even a few months.
Oh my.
Or order a sample collection kit and ship it back to the lab. And the reason behind that is that it takes time to collect the saliva sample, to process it by professionals in the lab. So what we introduce is the possibility to do it yourself at home, or in fact, wherever you are. For example, at CES, you can test live and get your results in less than 20 minutes.
That's incredible.
Yes,
Yeah.
we've worked 5 years in R&D to make this a reality.
So is it just cortisol right now that you're testing? Do you have other things that you're bringing to market as well?
Currently, we're testing cortisol and progesterone. We're starting with those two hormones, and
Okay.
we'll have additional ones coming up.
Okay. So when you find out what your cortisol level is, then obviously if you can find out in 20 minutes, you can react to the scenario that you're probably experiencing a little sooner as well, correct?
Exactly,
Yeah.
and that's really the main gap that we're filling, because, for example, when we take other health data like heart rate, it wouldn't make sense to get your heart rate once per year and then use that level to make decision the rest of the year, because it changes all the time.
Right.
And that's why smartwatches are so popular, because it enables you to have this data in a real-time basis and change your daily decisions based on this data. So we're introducing something similar, that instant result and ability to use it as a data to change and shape your life and health, but directly at home or wherever you are.
So that's interesting. I was just going to ask you that. If this is strictly for home use, or are you expecting that you'll have doctors' offices across the world adapt this as well?
Currently, it's for home use, because the main gap we wanted to fill is enabling people to get this data instantly and shape their decisions on a daily basis based on that. But they can decide to share this information with their healthcare provider in order to use it in that context. But really what we focus on as a company, it's the wellness angle and enabling people to change their lifestyle based on this data.
Is there an app that accompanies this?
Exactly. So the app is what you use to collect, to get the guidance, and then to be able to take a picture.
Okay.
So how it works is really taking a picture of the test.
I see. Okay.
And then getting those results directly on the mobile app.
Okay.
And those results are the hormone level, but also scores, metrics, insights and recommendation, personalized plans based on those hormonal data.
And if you can you do this? This is really interesting to me here. So I'm trying to formulate great questions for you. Is this something that you would want to test like every day or every 3 days on a cortisol thing, and then will it build a profile for you from that information?
Exactly. So that's really the difference that we're introducing, that instead of having one data point on a yearly basis, the relevance of this is to test frequently and over time. So what we recommend, it's at least 4 times throughout the month. And for cortisol, what's especially interesting is to test once in the morning, once in the evening to see that shape, because cortisol naturally rises in the morning. That's what wakes us up, and then decreases at night. So being able to see that full shape and to see it on a certain day, but after that over time, is providing powerful information.
Is this reasonable? I mean, is this what's the cost of a packet, or do you get like a pack of 4 or a pack of 8? How does that work?
Exactly. So it's a monthly subscription that starts at 4 tests per month and at $8 per test.
Okay, so basically $32. Is that Canadian or US?
US.
Okay.
And to give some comparison, today if you want to test your cortisol, you either have to go physically at a lab or order a sample collection kit. And most of the products out there for hormones like cortisol are between $100 to $500 per test. One time,
yep.
And needing to wait a few days to a few weeks to receive the results. So this really opens up the fact that it's affordable, quick, the possibility to use hormones as a metric for daily life optimization, which was not possible with previous forms of testing.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. And I like the fact that you can build a profile, because that's the other challenge you have. If you're spending $300 or $500 a test, who's going to spend thousands of dollars to build a profile over a couple of months getting tested once a week? You can do this for maybe $100 here if you wanted to. So in the subscription, is it like a 3-month subscription, or you can just go as long as you want and cancel when you want? How does that work?
Exactly. So people have flexibility on the duration of the subscription.
Okay. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Anything else that I'm missing here?
No, what we're excited to bring this product because it's part of a much broader trend of proactive and personalized health. There's more and more, and you've probably seen a lot at CES, enabling people to get data, collect data at home. But why this is very important, it's because by having this data, people are able to become proactive about their health and not wait to develop conditions, symptoms, and be able, as soon as they emerge, to understand where it's coming from, to be able to act on them, and to have plans that are personalized to them, because the same measurement means different things for different people at different stages of life. So it's really exciting to be part of this transformation when it comes to health and the possibility it opens up for everyone.
This is quite amazing, and I interviewed a company 4 or 5 years ago in the Fayetteville, Arkansas area, and probably a precursor to what you're doing here, right? And they were kind of like a litmus test type of scenario where they would swab saliva to give you kind of an indication of many things, everything from pregnancy to cortisol at that time, right? Mm-hmm. And one of the things, and I'm just using this as an example, if you could take a saliva test to determine if you're pregnant, for example, right? And it's important for a doctor sometimes to understand that, because if you were in a car accident and they don't know, I mean, if they could give you a quick saliva test to find out if you're pregnant or not, changes the trajectory of how you're being treated, correct? So these simple tests like this is actually, in my opinion, a great way for preventative health, and also it helps as far as your doctor understanding what's going on with you as well. So I just love this.
Exactly,
Yeah.
because our body is full of information, but the problem is that if you can't access that information, you can't leverage it properly. And that's why the company started. My background is in data science.
Okay.
And having data to make decision is important, especially as a data scientist. But we realized that when it came to our own health, we were missing that data, yet it's present here in our body, but we didn't have the chance to have a tool that enables us to collect it where it stands. So that's why we're very excited about opening up that opportunity.
Yeah, I can see a great future for you here. So thank you very much for sharing that, Marina and Eli Health. Where do we find out more information, by the way?
At eli.health. So website is simply eli.health.
All right, eli.health, eli.e. I've obviously been doing this way too long today. eli.health.
Exactly.
That's what I was trying to say. All right, Kirk's going, yes, he could do
Thanks.
that.
And you can join the wait list at that same address.
Okay, very good. And when is this going to be available?
It's going to be available in the next few weeks, but we did open up the possibility for people at CES to test.
Okay.
So anyone can feel free to join our booth and get a test there and bring it home or test it live as they prefer.
Fantastic. Thank you, Marina.
Thanks a lot.
Right. And we'll continue our live coverage here at CES 2025. We're high atop the Venetian Sands and the CES Live Tower. And Kirk is trying to get me to smile. Cheers. Yeah, yeah. What is that, like an actual camera? Wow, not a 35 millimeter. You using film? Okay, okay, it's a digital SLR. All right, all right. You were really gonna impress me if you were actually shooting with film today. Yep, exactly. All right. Oh, we have even larger things coming on. These are items. People are bringing me items I can't steal today. Let's put that right there. So we'll put you right where you're at there, I think. We'll just kind of put you right here. I think the camera can get there and go ahead and sit down. I think we're going to be good. Look at that. Perfect, huh? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, hide yourself as much as possible. No. All right. Well, while they're putting that all together, I will tell you this is Pawport. Martin Diamond will be joining us here, or is joining us here. This looks really, really intriguing. You know, the problem with this stuff is that when they bring small things, I can usually slip it into my bag and take it home with me. I'm thinking that this is not coming home with me today. Or unless you have a bigger case than I do to steal stuff, Kurt. Kirk's looking at me over here. You're the closest person I give a bad time to right now, so that's why you're getting that. Yeah.
Don't lean on the chair, it'll tip.
Don't.
Just if you could sit back a little bit.
I'm going to just move it.
Are you?
Perfect.
All right. How's it going, Martin?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. So this may be the biggest thing that we've had on this table.
Okay. Does that mean anything?
I don't know. Sure. That is the biggest thing we've had on the table.
I'll take it.
All right. So Pawport is a patented smart secure pet door that retrofits getting tired, you can just see it.
Long day.
Retrofits onto existing pet doors in seconds, instantly converting old-fashioned, flimsy, unsightly, and vulnerable pet doors into high security doors that can be controlled via an app. And I'm just going to stop there because I think Martin is going to explain the rest of this to us. So.
Well, there's a lot to talk about.
All right.
Appreciate that.
I love this.
So the door is designed to be a retrofit. It could fit onto an existing pet door. So let's say you have a pet door. I'm going to spin this around. This is going to get even fancier now. So on the other side, we have a different door, and this one is off, so I can illustrate to you how if you have a pet door that looks like that, how you can mount Pawport onto it in seconds and literally transform it. Now, there's screws that lock it on so that this is not going anywhere. It turns it from an analog, old-fashioned pet door into a high-tech digital door.
Oh.
And now you've got light control. You can set curfews and schedules for your pets. Your dog wears this little tag, a little smart tag that we have. And here it is right here.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And this is built into our collar that we have.
Okay.
And so now once he is assigned to your door, he's your pet. When he approaches pawport and gets within range of the door, then pawport will open for him if this is set up to go. I think they brought the wrong dog to me, of course, on the live on display.
It's all good. If it's connected to the Wi-Fi in here, yeah, good luck
well,
with that.
Well, we have
so.
signal trouble, but the door is set to open, and then you can schedule curfews and access for him to enter and exit as he wants.
So no dog hollering at you at 4 o'clock in the morning to let me out anymore.
Yeah, but really it's more about what can come in your house. So the main thing we did with Pawport was design it for security, right? So a lot of people around the country have wildlife coming in their pet doors.
Well, yeah, I mean, what's less exciting than having a raccoon going through your garbage in the house, right?
In our neck of the woods, it's bobcats.
Really?
Yeah. Coyotes, bobcats, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that's been the problem for pet doors, and burglars use them to access to. Not to mention the crawly stuff that gets through those vinyl flaps, right?
Yeah.
So Pawport just eliminates that. It's essentially airtight. Bugs are not coming in. You're not losing your air conditioning to the outside air. And then the wildlife is staying where it's supposed to be, on the outside of your house instead of on the inside.
I'm sure you get this question asked 100 times a day here, too. What about packages?
As far as
people delivering packages.
It's funny you say that. We had some people ask us about that, and we talked about making a package port. But you know what? We got enough on our hands right now.
Okay. So you couldn't. I mean, do you have the ability in the app to open the door anytime you want to?
Of course, yeah. The app control allows you manually to trigger and control it.
So if you had somebody dropping by something or whatever, you could open the thing up and just have them put it inside.
You certainly could.
Okay.
Yeah, you certainly could.
So it is a possibility.
It is. It's designed, though, to be more in your backyard, right? So, I mean, you'd have to,
Gotcha.
It's a way in, but it's not something you'd necessarily use that way.
Okay.
It's more for your pet.
I'll stop talking about it now. So I'm always thinking about other ways to use these things. But this is really, really creative. And you can literally transform any pet door that's out there.
Yeah, and if you don't have a pet door, obviously we have full systems to install a pet door. And our systems will install the Pawport in a wall or a door or even into glass.
Okay.
So we have different configurations and frameworks that will allow you to basically put a Pawport anywhere that makes sense in your house.
And, because I noticed that you just put this on over the door, the pet door you have now, is it battery operated?
Yeah, so, right, no wires, right? It's all magic. It is battery operated. We have battery packs that live inside the doors, so those are concealed in the doors. But you also could hardwire it through your wall so that no charging necessary, no batteries at all. You can simply plug it in if you're someone who doesn't mind looking at cords here and there. But there's also a solar panel attachment we make that goes on the outside of your home where the pet exits that also enables additional charging and juice for it. So depending how you want to use it.
Do you find that the solar pack is enough to keep it
charged
up?
It depends where you live. You
Sure.
know, in our neck of the woods in Phoenix, it can get quite a bit of power out of that. But if you're in most places where the sun is not bursting all days on you, then generally it's going to trickle charge the battery, give you that extra battery life that just makes it nice to not have to charge for a much longer period of time. But it's not designed to run off solar power.
So and I don't mean to stay on the batteries, I just want to understand this better. Are they just like regular AA batteries that are rechargeable batteries, or how do you have that?
Hardly. We've got a pretty large battery pack in the door. In fact, it fills the door. So it's basically the size you see here in this front panel is basically the battery pack. It's large.
See.
Yeah. It's designed to last quite a long time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know. And I'd love to hear a story.
So I'll tell you how we got here.
Okay.
All right. So our house in Scottsdale, again, exposes to bobcats, coyotes, you name it, rattlesnakes, right? We had 2 pet doors in our house. And not only don't we like to look at them, they're not attractive. Most people, if you've got an old pet door with a vinyl flap, you know what I'm talking about. It's unsightly. It's not something you want to see. We never showed our dogs. We've had dogs have their whole lifespan in our home that never knew we had a pet door because I just was afraid to leave it opening. Our neighbors, you hear stories all the time about wild animals showing up in someone's living room in the morning. And, with our kids at home, we didn't want that happening. So maybe looking at these doors, we would cover them up. We would put them behind chairs, hide them, keep them locked. Dogs never even knew we had them, and we'd be letting our dogs out all day, every day. So it really was, that was the genesis of it, to say, let's improve that. There's got to be a better way. Everything else in the house, I'm working through my phone. It's high tech. Stuff is cool. I'm a tech junkie. So, how can we bring aesthetics, functionality, and security to this, because it's just not secure having a hole in your house. So that's what we set out to do, and really build a product that let people enable their pets to be independent and be free to roam when they want, but also know when they're inside, keep them inside, and secure your house. And so the PawPort app allows you to do these things and see when your pet's coming and going. Your pet leaves your house, you get an alert. So-and-so went outside, so-and-so came inside. You see how long they've been out, so you're always aware where they are. And you know that when they're in and your doors are closed, PawPort's closed, your house is secure. So that's kind of how we got here. It was really out of just observation that we've got this product in our house and we won't even use it.
The monitor, great story, by the way.
Thanks.
The monitor that your pet wears, is there other technology in the monitor as well, like GPS tracking and things like that?
Not in this iteration.
Okay.
That's definitely something we're working on.
Okay.
We want to have a scenario down the road where an option for people, if they are looking to track their pet, if their pet wanders off, we'll have an all-in-one, right? So it's basically this collar, this tag here is, think of it as your pet's key to your house. And the GPS would just be their ticket home if they wander off, right? There is stuff in the works we're going to make for options for people who are looking for that enhanced functionality. Okay. It does come at a price. A lot of people don't want these big GPS collars, so we want to have options.
Yeah. And is this a product already available on the market?
It's actually launching Q2 this year. Okay. So in May is our target date.
What is your background?
That's another long story. You're talking about a story. But mostly technology for the last 20 or so years, 25 years. I did a dev shop. We basically built tech solutions, digital, for companies around the world.
But never in hardware at all.
So this is the first time I'm marrying sort of physical hardware to the digital. We had the digital down. We've got, love doing the branding, the aesthetics. That was kind of all wheelhouse stuff. And then going into physical product was like the next realm for me personally. And I'm thrilled with it. I mean, I love doing it. It's just great to dial it all together and see it all come together into fruition like this.
It's a great product, Martin.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I hate to kick you out of here. I kick you out of here, but we have to do that. Where do we find more information?
PawPort.com.
Okay, simple as that. Martin, it's been a pleasure. Good luck to you. I think this is very, very innovative, and sometimes the easiest things are the best things, right? I can't believe nobody's ever thought of this before.
Yeah, I've seen, doors try to solve some of the solution, but not with the level of tech integration, functionality, and aesthetics that we've brought to the table.
It's fantastic.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me.
You bet. Take care.
Appreciate it.
And again, everybody, check that out, pawport.com. If you have a dog or any type of animal. I don't know if that collar would fit on my gerbil very well, but anyway, check it out, everybody, pawport.com. Ladle cooking is up next. Sumanta Sharon is here, and as they move the PawPort off of the table. And this ought to be very interesting as well. Excited to hear about ladle cooking. I'm sure Alice, I noticed that she's now in the galley here. Anytime there's anything to do with cooking, she's going to be here. They're having some issues resetting everything here, everybody. But just want to let you know, again, we are coming to you live from CES 2025. We are in the broadcast tower in the Sands Venetian here in Las Vegas. This is behind us is the smallest convention floor of CES. And I know that's hard to believe, but the convention center is significantly larger than where we're at right now. But we like to hang out here because the thing with the Venetian Sands Convention Center is where all the new startups are coming from. And I'm sure you're noticing that as you're here. Usually over there, you know, you'll have the LGs, the Samsungs, the big companies with their stuff, and they are cool too. But there's just something, at least to me, about those small startups like Martin's story right here, right, with Pawport, and that story about, you know, the innovation that comes about because of the challenges that they had simply with a dog door, and how they will probably change the landscape as far as how people will allow their pets in all their houses in the future. So it's really, really cool stuff. So next up, ladle cooking. Samanti Sharon. Am I saying that right, Samanti?
Actually, it's Sumiti. Thank you for asking.
Say that again.
Sumiti.
Sumiti.
Yes.
All right. That's beautiful. I love
Thank
that.
you.
So, and ladle cooking. I see my wife is here. I think she heard about the cooking part, and she shows up. Haven't seen her in hours.
Hey, I got your wife to come talk to you.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So Ladle is an AI-powered sous chef. So tell me about this.
Awesome. So Ladle is an AI-powered sous chef and brand engagement platform.
Okay.
So what we're doing, Bob, is we are actually enabling people, inspiring cooks at all levels to cook what they love to eat. So we are taking recipes from creators. You know, think about the fact that most people these days, where are they getting the inspiration? Right? Creators and influencers, right?
Yes, yeah,
TikTok,
absolutely.
YouTube,
Yeah,
and
you,
stuff
you watch it and you're like, oh my goodness, I want to try that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we're taking their recipes and we're allowing people to personalize that based on their preferences.
Okay.
So it could be you want to make it spicy, not spicy. You want to take it, you want to make it vegan, vegetarian, dairy-free, keto, paleo, whatever you want to do. Or you want to personalize it based on the appliances in your kitchen. So you've got a sous vide and you've got an air fryer and you've got all these different things and you're like, hey, I want to use these appliances. And we're like, okay, we'll help you cook this with the appliances you have, right? And we're also adding languages. So it'll be available, right now it's available both to brands and to consumers.
Okay.
To consumers through a mobile-first web app called app.ladle.cooking. And consumers, it's actually available, and we've got thousands of users already on it.
Wow.
And people can go there, and they can pull up a recipe, and they can personalize it. And we also have a chat bot that allows you to do really nuanced personalization. So you can swap out ingredients, and you can make it more spicy, you can make it this, that, and the other, or you have a particular dietary need, like, you know, you're allergic to something, and you can do that. And eventually, we're soon going to be offering it in multiple languages, and then personalized across regions in the world. So that's what we're building out. And we're also providing it to brands, right? So think about OEMs, kitchen appliance companies, and CPGs.
Okay.
So they can actually provide that to their consumers and build deeper engagement with them. So you can find out more about Ladle at www.ladle.cooking and try us out at app.ladle.cooking.
And we're done. Thanks, everybody. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You took all my questions from me already.
Oh,
so
I'm sorry.
no, you're great. That was fantastic. So you're telling me that I have a toaster and I have a popcorn popper. You could actually figure out a way for me to make a meal out of these devices or these appliances? Or am I going a little too far here?
If you have a toaster,
yes.
So toaster is kind of cool, right? Because you can use a toaster for certain things, right? So for example, a grilled cheese, right? You might want to, you know, the grilled cheese typically you put it on, you know, you put it on top of your on a saucepan or, you know, on a frying pan, and you make it that way.
Right.
But you might want to toast your bread in the toaster, and there are things that you will do in the oven, and you can do it that way. Now, I don't think the popcorn popper is going to help. It's not going to help your grilled cheese.
Okay.
But if you wanted to make buttered popcorn in your popcorn popper, then we can help you personalize that for that popcorn.
Gotcha.
Not just a popcorn popper, but your specific popcorn popper.
Right, right. Okay, cool. Cool. So give me some case studies here, some ideas about what people would utilize this for. Later.
So let me give you an example. Talking about creators. So we just did over the holidays. So we are actually building relationships with creators, influencers, and, you know. So one of the creators is Caribbean Pot, Chris De La Rosa. He's a Caribbean creator. He's got over 1 million subscribers on social media and stuff. So he did a bunch of recipes specifically for us. We've got over 100 or so of his recipes. So one of them is his Caribbean jerk turkey. And what Chris did is to allow people to personalize that, because he's wanting to basically have different people cook it, right? People may not want it to be so spicy, or people may want it to be gluten-free, or people may want to brine it. So he gave us those specifications that we input into our platform that went to app. So what people could do, they could choose an option. So for example, if they chose the fact that they wanted to be more spicy, what ended up happening is our chatbot popped up, right? So in this app, the chatbot, which is here, will pop up, and it allows them, then pops up, and they can say, make it more spicy. And then the chatbot will ask you, do you want to add jalapenos? Do you want to add Scotch bonnet peppers? It gives you options, and then you tell it, hey, I want to add jalapenos.
Yep.
And then what it does, it goes to the recipe, and in the ingredients, it actually adds more jalapenos, and then it adds that in the directions. So then you know exactly how to modify. You know, it does it all for you.
Yep.
So all you have to do is cook it.
Yep. Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. So if I wanted to, I noticed that they told you my name was Bob. I love that you played along with that.
Is it not?
No.
All right. So tell me, what is it?
Well, I was going to say doofus. It's Marlo, by the way.
Oh, Marlo. Okay,
so
thanks, Marlo.
Thanks, you guys. So that's. Oh, neither one of you. You're not to blame here. That's hilarious.
Well,
somebody downstairs. I love this. They're always pulling one around here. I'm telling you. So there's like National Pasta Day, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So could I just type in pasta because I want to celebrate National Pasta Day, and then it would provide?
It'll give you all the, so yes, you can put pasta, you can do search for pasta, you can put pasta as an ingredient. We also have the ability of saying, hey, what's in my kitchen, right?
Okay.
So you can put in 3-4 things in your kitchen, and it'll basically start with all the recipes that has all the ingredients to then going down to recipes that may have 3 of the ingredients, 2 of the ingredients, 1 of the ingredients, so it goes down that way.
And then I could even go to this influencer you're just talking about and see what type of pasta
Exactly. If
yeah.
he's got pasta recipes, you can find those pasta
Yeah.
recipes, or you could. We've got actually several thousand recipes now, and we're adding more every day.
Okay.
We're also partnering with more creators now. Of course, as you know, creators, they're always fun to work with, right? You want to make sure you take good care of them.
Yes.
And so for a startup, that's a lot of work, but we're slowly but surely bringing some really great creators
Cool.
on board. But yeah, you can absolutely search for pasta. And hopefully over time, that pasta that you cook in Vegas may be different from people's preferences in New York versus Korea versus Japan versus,
Right,
so
right.
the ability to be able to personalize for regions is also something.
And that's really what this is all about, right? Is taking what might be just a standard recipe and saying, hey, I really do want to add a little more spice to this. What can I do so I don't destroy the recipe, the original recipe, right? I mean, that's what this is about.
Correct, and
Yeah.
we actually work really hard in our platform to make sure that whatever the changes that you're doing, that they're okay to do, right? Because at the end of the day, people say a lot about AI, but AI is not accurate, right? We want to make sure as a brand that we're giving you something that you can cook and you're going to be happy with,
Right.
So the changes that you are making, you're saying, hey, so for example, there's a goat cheese tart that I love, right? And I'm saying that it's like, hey, add feta, right? So we now are starting to have voice capability, and it comes back and says, do you know that the feta makes it more tangy? So you're aware of the fact that that change is going to impact the dish in that way.
Yeah.
And then it'll also do a quality check. So if you're doing certain things that it shouldn't do, it'll go back and check against the parameters we have to make sure what is the size and portion, and if it should be making certain things. So the last thing you want for Thanksgiving is to take Chris's jerk turkey and say, make it vegetarian.
Yeah.
Because it shouldn't, we're not going to give you tofurkey, right? That's
Right.
not the point, right? We're trying to give you something you're going to like.
Well, very good. This is fantastic. Give us your website again.
It's www.ladle.cooking.
Okay.
Thank
very
you.
nice. I appreciate
Cheers.
it. Sumati.
Yes, Sumati.
Sumati. Well, just keep calling me Bob and we'll be
No,
even.
all right.
Sumati. All
Thanks,
right.
Marlo.
All right. Thanks, Sumati. I appreciate it. So check it out, everybody. Ladle Cooking. And be inspired. That's what this is all about, inspired cooking. So next up we have Identic AI, and Xenia Vogt will be here, but not yet. I guess we have a couple minutes. And let's see, who's my guinea pig now? Kirk, you got 5 minutes, don't you? All right, come on over. I was going to grab Nancy again, but I think she's tired of me already. I see that. She likes to talk to me too sometimes. Sometimes. But probably not so much today. Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well. So, day
What's up?
two?
Day two.
Coming to a close here pretty soon.
Yep.
My shoulders hurt. Oh, yeah, that was good. That was good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So far.
So far.
Have you seen anything that just is awe-inspiring to you?
Wow, that's a good question. Let me see. Well, one is possibly for my best of.
Okay.
Possibly two for the tippity top for best of for TPN as a whole.
Okay.
I don't want to say their names just yet.
Yeah, because you don't want to give it away.
Exactly right. There's a few down in Ricoh Park that really stunned me. I don't want to say because I don't want to tip my hat. Because somebody else may steal it for best of.
Sure.
You know, I don't keep it. But there's a few that really stood out. That, and the best part of Ricoh Park, which we have talked about it. And
we're going to finally wander down there. We're still not done up here.
Holy moly!
We have been so busy with interviews that we haven't got out of the main hall at Venetian here yet.
For those who don't know Ricoh Park, it's startups, and I was a candidate to Shark Tank, where they show their product and they give that pitch. And there's a lot of products that can make or break something.
Yeah.
It could be anything from something as simple as an app. It could be or a toaster, like mentioned yesterday. It just goes from one end of the spectrum to the other. So there's a couple that I saw down there that were all inspiring. And also the personal story behind their product, how it came to be. What was that brainstorm moment? Like, it's got to come out to the market. This is something that no one else has, and it could benefit. It can change that person. It can change the world.
Yep.
Different applications and products and the hardware and software. I can honestly say that this year, we talked about AI, and AI is like prevalent. Downstairs in Ricoh Park, I'm sure here.
Everywhere.
Across our studio in our tower. But what really was awe-inspiring was the personal story on these products in Ricoh Park. And I love Ricoh Park, and for those who obviously it's for industry folks, media, what have you. But I would recommend if you were to come here, that would be the first thing to see. How it started out so small and it grew to something huge.
It's huge, and so huge that it's even moved up here a little
exactly
bit now.
Correct.
I mean, a lot of the pavilions for the different countries that used to be in Eureka Park are
right.
now on
they're
top up here.
Yeah, they're way down the other end. I remember last year there was I think Canada was up here.
Yeah, and now there's Canada, Korea, Turkey's up here.
Yep.
Who else did I see over there? Ukraine is over there.
Okay.
Which is interesting in its own right, because I'm stunned to see Ukraine here every year. Because
Same here.
You just think that they're a war-torn country, and
Correct.
yet they're showing up at CES.
Correct.
It's just
correct.
It's just unbelievable.
And again, we get the emails. Scott and I get emails, Todd gets emails. I imagine so. You get pitch emails.
Yep.
And they come in fast and furious during the fall season up until now. And and I look at like I said it before, the personal story, how it came about. And as far as like for example, I can't remember the name of the company. It is coming out of Ukraine, and it told a story. And it's another one of my best ofs too, possibly, what came to be during that time period, and how that person's life changed, and what happened with that war, and how it affected this person. And it was just so moving.
Yep.
And powerful that changed the world.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing, like what you were saying with our best ofs, what have you. What changes the world? What makes a difference in the world? Or it could be something so small as a personal story down in Ricoh Park, a small startup. And last year or the year before, where I met, I think I mentioned it to you, and I mentioned it. That's when I got the pitch, read it. An 80-year-old man who designed an app called the Forget Me app. Like if you get your keys or wallet, what have you, it's an app that'll remind you to get your medicine, what have you. And his story was so touching, and to speak with him on how it came to be and how his story, his interview was shared on his local media. I don't remember exactly his state is, but it was so really cool to know that this 80-year-old man had small little booth. You know, these booths are like humongous.
Yeah.
I mean, LVCC, they're humongous.
Yeah.
But to
Not
go
downstairs.
not downstairs. Oh no.
Yeah.
No, they're like no smaller than our studio up here.
Yeah.
If not smaller, like maybe
Yeah.
half the size of our studio. And he designed that app that makes a difference and changes the world, because people never thought of that. I never thought of that.
Yeah.
You know, to have something that close to me that I can use and it's beneficial. And some people, we all say that the app can be used differently in different case studies. But that makes a huge difference to people locally, nationally, and globally. So it just really, you know, that really. And I told him that day after the interview was done, don't stop what you're doing, because what you're doing is making a difference. And he had these twinkly eyes, and my heart melted.
Yeah.
That interview he had it with Todd, and my heart melted. It was special. It was like a poignant moment. And for him to take his interview and share it, and his grandson was with him, and he was beaming, like his eyes like just lit up, and that moment was so special that day. You can't take that away.
I was going to kick you out of here because you're way over your time.
Oh,
but yeah,
no.
you had to finish your story. No, it's a great story. So, but get out of here.
Okay.
Oh, yeah? All right. We have to get Zenny on. Identic AI is up next. Zenny, that's a very, very cool story, Kirk. So thank you very much for sharing that. And that is true about CES. I mean, as many people as come here that don't make it, there are just as many stories that come out of here of things that do change the world, and then give you a glimpse all the time of what's to come. So, Xenia, how you doing?
Hi, thank you very much for having me here.
Absolutely. Am I pronouncing that right, Xenia?
Absolutely.
Wow, wonderful. So, Identic AI, I'll just read this real quick. It's a Swiss startup transforming e-commerce with AI-powered 3D and AR solutions. All right.
That's right.
So, explain that in everyday terms for the people watching.
Yeah, so thank you very much. You know, the millennials, Zoomers, and alphas prefer to shop online. And we are not only preferring to shop online, we would like to try on and out any products at our home before we make any purchase.
So I'll just stop you right there because we want to set the stage, right? So there are like eyeglass companies. I won't name any names here, but there's a company in particular that I think about that will send you up to 5 pairs of glasses to try on before you purchase. And I'm like, how can they do that? I have a feeling you're going to explain this to me now. Yeah.
So basically, this is the logistic question.
Okay.
And when we are talking about the products like glasses, companies can afford it. Or when we are talking about a pair of jeans that we can try on and then send back if we don't like it.
Yep.
But if we are talking about furniture, we spend hundreds and even thousands on purchasing furniture.
Yep.
And we don't have the chance to try it out at home before making any purchasing decision.
Yeah.
That's why we have created Identic AI.
Okay.
It is easily integrated with any retail via API. We scrape the images and the text description from the product page, and we generate 3D from this information within the matter of seconds. So it helps companies to save tremendous amount of money on sending goods back and forward, on creating 3D assets, because for example, the chair that you are sitting on, to create digital twin of this chair manually costs a couple of $100.
Okay.
And we generate it with AI within 40 seconds at a fraction of a current market cost.
Okay. And then you can take this chair, and I'm just going to play out the whole scenario here. The digital image of this chair now, you snap a photo of your room, or you have your room open on your camera on your phone, and the chair is now there.
Exactly, you are right. You know.
So go ahead.
Yeah, you know, companies like IKEA identified this trend long ago. That's why they provide augmented reality experience to their customers.
Right.
But the problem is that not every company can compete with
Because it's way too expensive, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we provide, let's say, cost-efficient way of creating digital twins. It's
Yeah. So I mean, if I'm even a small creator, or I should say a creator that's crafting even one-off items, yeah, but they might be they're expensive, like $2,000 for this wood table that you created, right?
Yeah.
The ability to actually make that digital so people could see what it looks like in that room is really important to them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So with our current customers, we have seen the sales increase by up to 15%. We have seen that customer engagement increases 3 times, and the small producers of furniture can close their deals at a fraction of a time. For example, one of our customers produces tailored furniture. Before, they were able to close the deals within 1.5 months. Now it takes just 1 week.
Wow. So how does the process work? If I wanted to take this chair and digitize it so I could put it online to sell it, take me through that process.
Yeah, so if you are a small retailer or a furniture producer, you can just log in on our platform, drag and drop image to our platform, maybe write even text description with the furniture measurements, and then within 40 seconds, our AI pipeline will generate 3D for you, and you can use the link and embed it to your social media or your website. If you are a bigger furniture retailer, you can use our API integrated within 1 day, and then magic happens automatically. We scrape the information from the product pages, we convert it into 3D and send it back to the product pages as embedded 3D and augmented reality experience.
Wow. And is this a subscription model that you have? Do you charge by the instance? How does that work?
Yeah, it is a subscription-based model, and it's always dependent on the amount of products you want to showcase in 3D. If we start our subscription plans from $20 per month, if you have up to 20 products, and so on. And we have bigger subscription plans, sorry. And not so long ago, we have launched also our solution for SketchUp. SketchUp is one of the biggest 3D modeling softwares that was bought from Google by Trimble many years ago. And SketchUp is mainly used by interior designers, 3D artists, and architects. Last month, we have launched our solution with SketchUp, and now everyone who is using SketchUp, instead of modeling and spending hours, they can just Google any nice image, drag and drop to SketchUp, and get 3D object for their project.
Wow. So I know we're talking a lot about furniture, but are there other places like jewelry or things like that that make sense here too?
Yeah, so it's still untapped market for us. I will be honest, we started with furniture because it was much easier to train our AI on furniture data set, and furniture data is available. We trained our AI pipeline on 2,070,000 3D objects of furniture because it wasn't that difficult for us to get. If we are talking about jewelry, we see the market feedback. Jewelry market is interested in this solution, but there are multiple technical problems that should be solved, like the generation of glass texture, the reflection. All these things are very important in 3D reconstruction. And also talking about the data set for training our AI. It's not that easy to get data because jewelry companies, they're taking care of intellectual property rights, and there are not that many data sets available. Maybe in the future we will be successful in collecting this data set, but definitely not this year.
Okay.
So this year we are focusing on retail, furniture producers, and SketchUp, improving our solution for SketchUp platform. We have quite big and ambitious plans regarding integrating our solution also with Amazon Marketplace. We are working in this direction actively. And yeah, maybe in 1 year, in 1.5 years, we will step into the jewelry market as well. And automotive, there we also see a very good feedback. We have all the resources for this because we are a joint research project. In our team is quite small but very effective, but we also have research in ML engineers and data scientists from ETH. This is the biggest university in Switzerland with the biggest expertise in computer vision and robotics.
Very cool. So how do we find out more information?
So everyone can visit our website.
Okay.
That is called identic.ai.
Okay.
And there everyone has the chance to try it out, to register and generate for free first 3D
cool.
assets.
Yeah.
And for the users of SketchUp, they can find our solution on featured SketchUp extensions in SketchUp Warehouse.
Okay.
Feel free to test it.
All right. Well, I appreciate the time. And go out and check out Identic AI, everybody. And Zinnia, thank you for being here. Have a wonderful rest of CES and, of course, a safe trip back to Switzerland.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you very much for having me here.
Absolutely.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Yeah, so if you're making furniture, you just never know who you're going to run into here, right? So if you're making furniture, check out identic.ai. And they're obviously going to move into some other things as well in the future as far as how you can display your items online. Yes, Alice, my coffee is now cold. No, I'm okay. I'm okay. So we're broadcasting to you live from CES. You guys just like to crack me up here, don't you? Oh, Kirk's coming back online. He's got another story to tell us.
No, I don't have another story. No. No, between you and Don both crack me up.
Really?
Honest to God. And like, as far as like,
Scott too serious all the time, or what's the deal with him?
No, he has his moments.
He does.
He has his moments, and there's like some things where like you'll trip on something, and you'll start bust out laughing. Or you'll mess up a name, you know, and you giggle, and
you know,
so,
you can be serious about it, or you just it's just part of life, and just smile about it.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
Exactly. No, but no, I just there are times where you have an interview. All the interviews you do are very well. It's very because you ask questions and you want to know more information and things of that nature. But when you trip up on something, you know, and you start that laugh, forget it. And there are times when you turn redder than your one tech print shirt.
Yes. That is for sure. That is for sure.
No, but
I know Alice and I were recording. We do. She helps out occasionally on Destination Celebration, which is a National Day radio piece. And she's in there, and I always mess up. I mean, I'll take 4 or 5, 8 takes on it. I cannot get past a phrase or whatever. Alice is always so meticulous and right on until the last time. And it happened to her. And she's like, take 18 on this phrase. And I'm like, finally. Oh, yeah, it was the thesaurus. And it was just the way the sentence was phrased up to the. It's tough to say.
Yeah, it is.
Thesaurus.
Thesaurus.
You know? Yeah. So anyway, it was hilarious.
Thesaurus.
The thesaurus.
Thesaurus.
Yeah, you have to put the word "the" in front of thesaurus. So look at the thesaurus over there. Yeah. It's
thesaurus.
Yeah. So there's the newest tongue twister of the week right there. Anyway, if you haven't figured it out yet, we are live here at CES 2025, high atop the CES Live Tower in the Venetian Sands. This is a very, very crowded hall today, and even when we went to lunch, there was so many people at the media lunch. And what did you take today, Kirk? The roast beef or the turkey?
Roast beef.
Okay.
Well, see, I had the we
You
had
had a trick
we
yesterday?
Yes, I did. See, I'm here in the control room. So what they'll do is they'll grab our badges.
Yeah. Which is nice that Linda does that.
Yes,
Yeah.
and Linda's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, she's like amazing. Linda, the security we have, Jason and Josh. You know, people in our small little area here, you know, is
they're
awesome.
And we always get the same great, awesome people every year.
Yep.
I love this.
Mhm.
It's like a family coming back together.
Exactly right.
Like a reunion.
A family
every
reunion.
year.
Yep.
Every year at CES.
Yep.
You know, we don't see each other for another year.
Right.
You
Or
look
some will
amazing,
see-
by the way, for 82 now.
Do what?
Oh, you're not 82.
Oh, well, good for 82. Oh, thanks. Ba-dum-bum.
But yeah, it's like a great little reunion coming back here. So
It's awesome.
we've
I love
moved
it.
a little bit.
I look forward every year.
Yeah,
I really do.
It's great. It's great. So let's see, robotics. All right, Alice, it's your turn. You might as well just come up and say the thesaurus. Since I've learned now that she's not afraid to talk to me on the air. Yeah, look at her. She's already getting smart over here because the mic isn't hot yet. You do have my badge, right? Yeah. Yep. Oh, there we go.
Yep.
You got it now?
Had to turn it. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Got it.
This piece moves a little bit.
Yep. It's all good.
The other way. A little more the other way.
Okay.
Or there we go.
How about there?
I like that. Okay. Hey, welcome.
Welcome.
Anything exciting for you today? I'm sure you know what really excited me today?
What's that?
Other than the water thing that you spent money on.
Okay. That was so cool. I had to buy it and take it home.
So
well, no, he's going to ship it to me
Yes.
because it won't fit in my suitcase.
So by the way, what this is, it actually makes water from air.
Yes.
And you can drink it.
And
Yeah.
it'll make 5 gallons
5
of
gallons
water
a day. Yep. So it's like a water cooler that just basically
Makes it out of the air.
refills itself all
Yep.
the time. You know,
Yep.
so it's kind of cool.
Well, and really cool about it is he lives in Arizona.
Yeah.
In the desert. And it makes him 5 gallons of water a day.
Right. Yeah.
Out of the air.
Yeah. It's really
Yeah.
cool. But that's probably true. Yes.
Yeah.
I wonder, I hate to say this, but I am so curious about the mashed potato machine.
And that was very cool, too.
So
Yep.
This machine, you can put up to 5 potatoes in it, 5 potatoes, and in 20 minutes, you have, these are raw potatoes, not cooked, and in 20 minutes, you have mashed potatoes.
Ready to eat.
How's that possible?
It cooks them and it mashes them. Now,
I
I don't know about the cream
butter.
and the butter.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about that.
Yeah. But I'm guessing.
I could add that.
I'm guessing, and then the same guy had a tortilla maker. He was punching out tortillas every 30 seconds. Yes.
It's actually more about 15 or 20 seconds.
15 to 20 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
He said 30, but and then he had a waffle maker where you put the flour in, you put all the ingredients in it, it mixes it and makes waffles for you.
The tortillas was the same way.
Yes.
It's got a compartment where you put the flour, another one for water, another one for
oil.
oil, and start it.
Yeah, that's all there is to
mixes
it.
It makes the little. Yeah.
Yeah, set it and forget it is what
Ron
Nancy just
Popeil.
said.
Yeah.
I
and
love it.
It makes the little balls of dough, flattens them and cooks them, and sends out the fresh tortilla.
I have to tell you, I've never seen Adam move so fast. Oh, you like tortillas? No, I'm just kidding. He's like, where's that machine at?
No, that's kind of where you were.
That's true. Yeah, I was really getting hungry in that booth. I'm
no
telling
doubt.
You, it was great.
It smelled so good.
Yeah. The water machine is cool. So they're here. They actually have a machine that pulls water out of the air, and then they use that to make coffee, like a Keurig machine, right?
Right.
And that's what we stop for. But the technology to make water from air is really
Amazing.
Remarkable. Yeah.
Truly amazing.
Yeah. I mean, and if you really think about it, if you've ever run an air conditioner and the water just drips from it, that's basically what this technology is. That's
Absolutely.
how it works. And they've just refined it to a point where it's basically filtered water, distilled water. I don't know how they're
Nope,
cleaning
it's not
the water.
distilled because they're adding, I forget what he said.
Well, they said they have some minerals that they add
yes.
to it, too.
So
yeah.
it's the cleanest water you can have.
Right.
but it's also very good for you because it's got the stuff you need.
Right. So, yeah, it's very, very cool. Robots. What do you think of the robots today?
Oh, my. We've seen some very cool robots. That puppy that kept trying to escape the booth was really funny.
It's because like Bobby, who's our camera guy, that little Luna is the dog,
the
right?
name of the dog.
They put the dog down, and the dog just went right to the camera guy.
Took off.
It was just funny. And they finally put it up on the table, and it took off towards them again.
Jumped off the table
funny.
to go again.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. It was
trying to
funny.
get away.
But Luna. I love Luna. Luna's pretty cool.
It's very cool.
What about what was the device that we talked to before that, the robots? They had like 3 or 4 ones that interacted with your pets.
Those were pretty cool, too.
Yeah.
I don't remember the name of it. I'd have to look back at the stuff we've done, but that was pretty cool, too.
Yeah, you could
It was a
actually
way to have your pets be entertained while you're gone.
Right. And then you could interact with them yourselves if you want.
Right. And then it kind of also gave you, the movie, The Secret Life of Pets.
Haven't seen it.
Well, I haven't either, but when you got home, you could see what your pet had been doing.
Oh, yeah. It gave you
That's what it was about.
It gave you a highlight reel of the day. I forgot about that. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
So that was pretty cool, too, so you'd know if your pet was doing things they weren't supposed to.
And, of course, Yarbo.
Of course, Yarbo.
We haven't talked about Yarbo on this program, but on the Tech Ranch, it's a weekly The Life of Yarbo.
Yes.
Yes. We always are talking about Yarbo and the great things that Yarbo can do, but we've never, ever talked to Yarbo until today. Yeah, so we got a chance to talk to them. They are basically what they call themselves, a yard robot. So it can mow your yard, and it's got a nesting area, and then if you want it to, when it snows, it can move your snow.
Yes.
It's the same machine, everybody.
Yes.
And then
and it'll also blow the leaves out of your yard.
Yeah, it'll take care of the leaves in your yard.
Mm-hmm.
And that so that wasn't it's here. Nope, it's not the one that was here. Yarbo's not been up here. We interviewed them on the floor. But yeah, and then it also has a follow me feature, so it has a yard whatever. Yeah, we were just talking about this. And yes. And it'll pull up to 3,500 pounds in this thing. So you put all your trash and whatever into it, and then go do some more work, and it'll follow you over to there, and then it follows you out to the dumpster or whatever you need it to do.
It's so cool.
Can you imagine, like, when we plant flowers in the spring, right?
And we have all that garbage.
Well, it's not even the garbage. I'm thinking about when we put the plants out, because we have all these planters and stuff that we do. We could load Yarbo up with our planters, and then as we move through the yard, it would just follow us to the next spot, and we could just, instead of going back and forth to the garage.
You wouldn't be carrying all those pots.
That's correct.
Yarbo would do it for you.
Yarbo would do it for me.
I think we need Yarbo at our house.
Yep. So anyway, so Yarbo was kind of cool as well. Who else did we see today?
Oh, my goodness.
Who was in between Yarbo and then the Ma Machine?
That was very cool.
Yeah, so that's a lawn mower, just a straight-up lawn mower, but they have all-wheel drive.
Yes, and it'll go up.
And it goes up
unbelievable.
like this. I mean, and it was just unbelievable. So if you have hills and whatever on your property, it'll just cut those for you too. And the thing that I loved about that, and I know we had one machine here earlier too that does the same thing, but you can actually put in your grass like happy birthday to somebody or
that
whatever,
was way cool.
right? Yeah, it has that ability to do that.
There's some other words you could put in your lawn too if your neighbors make you mad.
I'm actually thinking that you just do that to your neighbor's yard. just dispatch the mower. Hey, I'll mow your yard for you, and then mow in some.
And then have
things.
I'm a jerk in their front yard. When they're out of town, they come home and in the front yard it says I'm a jerk.
Yeah.
That might be fun.
You could do, well, there's all kinds of stuff you could do, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fun too. The other thing I thought was kind of cool was that the guy this morning that had, I forget what it was called, but it was a bartender, but not a bartender.
I was just thinking the same thing.
It would do alcohol drinks.
Yep.
Or it would do coffee drinks, and he made frappuccinos.
Yep.
While we were standing there.
It was a robot that did all of these things. You just
did all of it.
Again, you mix the stuff. You put
you
the.
Just
it's like a barista. It's a robotic barista. for your home. Yeah. So that was kind of cool.
That was pretty cool too.
And then Wonder.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
So
I'm in awe.
I know you guys are familiar with their birdhouse. So they have a birdhouse, of course, or feeders too, or whatever. They have cameras in there, Wi-Fi cameras that you can see what the birds are doing. They're taking it to another level.
Yes.
They have like it looks like a tulip that's has a little solar panel on it, but within there has a little camera, and you can actually look at the bugs or the butterflies or the bees or whatever. Bird Buddy. Yeah,
yes.
One of their products is Bird Buddy. Yes. Yes. What was that, Nancy? Oh, yes.
Those little petals are new this year.
Yeah. Well,
yes.
Maybe they had them here last year, but they're within just a few months now of bringing them out. Yeah. Yeah. So that's pretty cool.
Well, and when a butterfly lands there, it will tell you what kind of butterfly that is. You can ask questions, and it'll give you more information.
Yeah, very similar to Bird Buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really, really cool.
Well, and I don't know if you heard this, but they're getting to the point, even with Bird Buddy, that they can identify the different characteristics of the bird in a species. So if you have robins feeding, it knows that this robin is different than this one, and you can actually name your birds.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be something that you got Bob the robin, showing up, and it would actually show up on your phone that Bob stopped by to eat some more sunflower seeds or whatever, That would be kind of cool. Yeah.
That'd be very cool, actually. Yeah, that's pretty impressive technology that they've got going on there,
So we do have AI Tensors Corp coming up here pretty shortly. Are they here already, or are we still... One of the challenges with CES, everybody, is that the show floor is so busy sometimes that it takes a while
to get where you're going. There we go.
Especially if you've never been here before, you just really off. Yeah, so
I'm being kicked out.
Time to get out of here now.
I'm on my way.
Yes. Well, thank you. What's that? Oh yeah, Govi. Yeah. We spent some time with Govi today as well. The Govi lights are absolutely incredible too. So Ravi Kota is here, AI Tensors Corp. And this ought to be interesting as well. And welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Yeah, a bit busy, but the managing booth and all, but perfectly I'm good. Thank you.
So have you been to CES before?
This is, I think, my 5th or 6th time.
Okay. Crazy busy today, isn't it?
It is.
I've done this for, I think, 23 years now. I've never seen the floor here so busy as it is today. I don't know if it's a combination of people coming in late because of the weather, because we had all these storms across the United States here, so.
I agree with you,
Yeah, I think so, too. I think they're just late in getting here, because yesterday felt a little light. But anyway, so AI Tensors, tell me about your company.
So we are based out of San Francisco, California. So we started this company for the elderly people, older adults. The population is growing, and there are a lot of they need of services like monitoring, then prescription, and then mainly the biggest problem that we have seen in the country is cognitive decline.
Okay.
That's happening for most of the people. So our company, when we started we started off with fall detection and fall prevention, and we successfully launched it in 2023. Slowly we moved to Alzheimer detection area. So what we do, we look at the sleep-wake disorders. Just to let you know, sleep-wake disorders is the very early sign of the cognitive decline.
Okay.
So if we can detect the sleep-wake disorders, then you can mostly you can prevent this. This is called cognitive decline conditions. So we look at insomnia, hypersomnia, and apnea areas. That's where actually people will be having breathing problems, body temperature increases in the night times, heartbeat raises up. Plus also they can't sleep, or some people sleeps longer hours, like more than 10-15 hours. Especially older people are getting affected with the sleep-wake disorders very quickly. So that's where actually we developed the monitoring system for older people, which is non-invasive. There's no biomarkers has been collected. It's no interaction the device expects, the product expects from the older people. So the potential customers or consumers that they can use this product is 80 years and above demographic people, which is close to 20 million people that we have in the country.
Okay.
And they are 24/7. They're depending on the caregivers, which is impossible to provide those services 24/7. So that's where actually we leverage the AI. It's computer vision. It's continuously monitors. We use different types of sensors, motion, thermostat sensors, and we heartbeat. Plus also we look at the person using the RGB sensors, which is a camera, and we estimate their pose, how they are sleeping, what's their, how many times they are moving, things like that. We developed in-house a model, AI model, which is a 51, 32, 34 points data model. That's what we named it. So what it does, it creates 51 data points on the body, and at any point of time, no matter what the angle the person is facing the camera or camera is facing that person, always the algorithm detects 34 minimum points. So that being said, these points are giving minute changes in the body. If the person's hand moves like this, it detects, okay, the left hand moved towards the left, right hand moved towards the right, something like whatever the position. So why that is important? It's because some people have, mostly they sleep on the left side, and they'll be having the blood circulation issues, problems. And these kind of small movements are very important in order to detect this deep sleep, REM sleep, awakening sleep. And that's what we are. And we are at the pilot stage now. We are about to launch it very soon.
Do the sensors, the cameras and all this stuff, is this something that you just put in the bedroom then to kind of monitor, and then you build a profile over time of what the person is doing? Is that kind of the premise here?
That's correct.
Okay.
So what we do, we collect the data for 1 week of time of that person, and we train the models with the data, and then we have the system. That's where we call it as baseline data we are collected already, right?
Yep.
Since after that, it creates individual persona. So person to person, dementia symptoms are completely different. The sleeping style is different. So we need to create that system, that kind of model, so that would solve this, that would predict much accurately than compared to the other people.
Right.
So yeah, answering to your question, yes, the cameras will be placed in the bedroom. It's anywhere on the ceiling and above this thing. It's very easy installation. The good thing what we are doing is, since whenever we hear about the camera or elderly people, since they are not much aware of the technology, so they have a privacy concerns. It's the first thing that raises.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, do I have to wear pajamas now?
So
I only said that because I wanted Kirk and Nancy to laugh. Yeah. Obviously, people have asked you this.
Every time we get this question, especially pajamas, they've been asking. Especially CES, they ask, do I have to wear pajamas?
Yeah.
Which means they're not wearing it, right? I was surprised to hear that.
Oh man, you're gonna impact the people who to manufacture pajamas now too, because all of a sudden there's gonna be a rush to buy pajamas in this country. So there you go. Anyway. I'm sure I'm 50 Shades of Red now too, but I don't care anymore. Yeah, Kirk's going, yep.
So
all right.
So what we do for that one, you made me cry. So what we do for that, we are leveraging an NVIDIA devices.
Okay.
So which is much cheaper compared to most of the devices, and it's an edge computing. So we give the processing system where the inference is happening, and the cameras are connected to this wirelessly, and the data will be streaming to this device. The device will be in the elderly people's homes. It doesn't go outside of it. So the video streaming is always be on the device, always be inferencing. It's a real-time inferencing. As soon as the inferencing is done, the data stores on the device for 24 hours of time. And after 24 hours, the data will be synced to the cloud systems. And the data will be available for the providers to see what is happening with their sleep cycle, how they're maintaining their sleep diary, are they doing good or not good. So those facts, they'll get it.
Okay. Well, this is really interesting. I don't mean to make light of this, because it is a very, very, you got me crying now too. it's a very serious topic actually, and it's great that, I mean, like you said, it impacts 20 million people, right, in this country. So it's a big deal, and I know as I've gotten older, I know that my sleep cycle, well, but I have noticed, I mean, that my sleep cycle is different than what it was when I was younger. You know, I am a little more restless, and, you know, you tend to, and you're right. I was thinking about when you said that, I think most people do sleep on their left side. I tend to roll back and forth a little bit when I sleep, I guess. But this would actually help people know what's going on in their sleep. And it sounds like, as you were saying, that if you might just move your arm just a little bit differently or whatever, and that will help you do that. Yeah. It's quite amazing,
so
actually.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So how long do you sleep generally?
You know, I'm like a 4 to 5 hour a day person, I guess. So I'm not probably your typical. Although, so I'll do that all week, and then on Saturdays usually is when my day where I get like 8 to 9 hours. Then, you know, I don't know. I just like to lounge around a little bit when I don't have to get up. You know. So
I think yes, 7 hours. 7 hours is good number of hours.
Yeah.
Our research, that's what we did. A lot of research on what is the right sleep, what is not right sleep, and all this thing. If somebody is sleeping more than 10 hours, it is hypersomnia, basically. That leads into the hypersomnia, which is different disease. That's not good too. Yeah, it's an average between 6 and 8, between 6 and 8, which is perfect one.
I don't know why I've never been. I mean, as I've gotten a little older, I think I sleep a little bit more, but not the normal 8. I don't know why I've always been not that person, I guess. I don't know.
The sleep is always depends on the lifestyle, what you eat. That's one is majorly.
Well, my body's built on bagels. I don't know if that helps.
That doesn't. It's a lot of carbs, right? Let's consider. let's increase the intake of the protein more. Maybe
what?
Yeah.
And that'll help me sleep better at night.
The protein helps me. Magnesium is one of the main key ingredient.
You know, I'm starting a fitness regimen called Body by Bagel, right, Kirk? And just. Anyway, all right. How do we find out more information about your company?
We have a website.
Yes.
It's www.ait.care.
Okay.
Pretty much everything we explained it, how we are selling it, how it's going to help the people, what kind of people that they can come and use our product.
Yep. And you're just in prototype right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The sleep-wake. But the fall, as I said, fall detection and fall prevention, we launched it in 2023.
Right.
We have been selling it in facilities in the Bay Area and Florida and Phoenix, Arizona.
Okay.
Yeah, we are in a couple of places.
Fantastic.
And we are also about to launch in Marin County in California, where most older adult population lives. Which is one of the great facilities they are providing to the older adults. We are about to launch in that county as well very soon.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, best luck at the show here this year. Thanks for coming up, putting up with me.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here.
And I appreciate you being here. So, all right, check it out, everybody. AI Tensors Corp. If you have somebody, if you or somebody you are that you care about is having some sleep issues, you know, this might be a way to help those people a little bit. Next up, Vormi is presenting. Oh my. Okay, so Dan English will be here for Vormi, I believe, is what we have coming up, right? Okay.
It's pronounced me.
Me. Okay.
Me, yep.
And that's actually, is that the name of the company presenting me?
Presenting product me. So I assume. That's the name of the product called me.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Okay.
Well, I actually know this guy already. I'm just kidding. I shouldn't say that yet. Vormi. All right. Very cool. Hello, Dan.
How's it going?
I'm doing well. How about yourself? Good.
Taking time to visit.
Yeah, we'll get you mic'd up there first so everybody else can hear. There we go. All right, I think we're good now.
Got it.
All right. How you been?
I've been good. How about you?
I've been doing well.
A busy show, huh?
It's been crazy busy, yeah. Had tons of interviews on the floor and up here, and I'm guessing your booth has been busy as well.
It's been jam-packed.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Unbelievable. Yeah, it's fantastic. And the interest is super high.
Good. good. I felt yesterday was a little light, and I found out later on that there were a lot of flights and stuff that were postponed because of weather across the country. Today has just been insane.
Our booth yesterday was as busy as today.
Oh, okay.
It's been, it's been
that's
crazy.
just a sign of a great booth.
Well, so far,
yeah.
I think we've been pretty fortunate and blessed, but it's been busy.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yeah. This is always a great show. Oh, so tell me about, is it Vorme?
Vorme.
All right.
Yeah.
Vorme. So tell me about Vorme.
Well, Vorme, we've been a apparel manufacturer for about a decade.
Okay.
Really focused on the notion of trying to create more usage out of your clothes. Your clothes should do more than what they have done for thousands of years. Right?
Okay.
They should provide health and wellness benefits beyond just weather protection or privacy.
Yep.
And so what we've developed is a very unique approach to bring wearable technology integrated inside clothes that can be worn as normal, washed as normal, super durable.
Okay.
And so our first application is measuring microclimate. And people say, what is a microclimate? A microclimate is the temperature and humidity between your skin and your clothes. It's like, why is that important? Well, microclimate, when it goes out of whack, and an example that the minute you feel too hot or you're too cold, it creates thermal stress on your body. Thermal stress has dramatic impact on cortisol levels, insulin glucose release, cognitive abilities, sickness, health, sleep, death even. And so our ability is to really manage and give you early alerts when your microclimate begins to get out of whack, impacting thermal stress.
Okay.
It's the very beginning of the first step to say, wow, I wear clothes every day, for the most part, and my clothes now can provide me critical biometric that some of the accessory businesses in the world today cannot do, right? It's something we put on every day. I can put it underneath a button-down shirt, or I can wear it as a standalone. Whatever I'm doing, I can wear something that's going to improve my life and help me have a healthier, safer life.
Okay. So do you have like sensors in the clothes?
We do.
Okay.
Yeah. So if this particular one is it just it looks like a T-shirt. You can feel it. It looks the same. This one is turned inside out, and so what you see here is a series of sensors or indication. It's soft.
Okay.
This is the inside of that. Okay.
You almost can't even tell.
Right.
Yeah. I love it. Okay.
It's soft, flexible, durable, washable. And we have an app which is called Me, M-I-J.
Okay.
Vorme in Dutch means for me.
Okay.
And so the last part of Vorme, we spell M-I-J.
Yeah.
And that means me.
Okay.
And so the whole intent is we are truly personalizing garments for you, the individual.
Gotcha.
Right?
Okay.
And so the biometric that we have, what we want to maintain, et cetera. So we have an application called MIJ. I can launch it and read it here.
Okay.
Which is basically these.
Yep.
Right? And I get the microclimate temperature.
Okay.
I get the humidity, and I get kind of my stress level of the aggravated or aggregated temperature between the temperature and the humidity.
So so I'm in a highly stressful situation. I'm in a meeting or I'm speaking to a large group of people or whatever. And I will tell you, I notice this in my own body. I mean, especially when I'm speaking. Everybody always thinks I'm such a great speaker and you look so calm up there. And I'm like, I don't know how that's even possible because I am like sweating bullets. You just don't see this. I mean, I'm nervous and I'm going through this and I could just feel it in my body. This would actually indicate then that this is a stressor on me.
Yeah.
And then is there a way to coach me through that?
There is a way to coach through that, but then in the very near future, your clothing will adapt to that.
So it would actually help cool me back down?
It will cool you back down, warm you up.
Really?
I had dinner the other night with the head of highway patrol in a particular state. And he was telling me, he's like, his biggest challenge, one of his biggest challenges, is the patrol officers when they stop or when they arrive at an accident, and it's nasty, it's raining, it's snowing, whatever. They're out trying to assess the situation, deal with victims, whatever, and they're kind of powering through the extreme conditions. They probably didn't put their jacket on. They're out there dealing with emergency situations.
Yeah.
What they've realized is that the longer they're exposed to the elements, their cognitive ability is compromised, right? We work with military and special forces, same type of thing. People that work also in hazardous conditions, like say the tarmac in Dallas, where it's so hot in the summertime, and people just have a job to do, and they're sweating, their heat is expanding, it's getting hotter and hotter, and maybe there's an accident. And so what this does is alert you before you get to that spot. And then you could take preemptive actions. And then in the near future, you can set your parameters, and your shirt will take the automatic
I'm sure you've
actions.
I'm sure you've heard this many times. Back to the Future with Michael J. Fox,
Oh,
and
yeah.
that. Is this what we're getting to?
We are. That's the direction. We call it the future of clothing.
Okay.
Clothing should do more. Like we go on trips, what do we all do? We take the largest doggone duffel bag that we can take, and the closer we get to the destination, we pare down that information based on the weather, based on the activity. Why do we do that?
Yeah.
Because we don't know what the weather's going to do.
Yep.
It's just in case.
Yep.
Our clothes, if the storm comes in and we're stuck outside, it should be waterproof if it needs to be. If the sun comes up and gets really hot, it should breathe more. If we're running in the evening, later than we expected, it should become more visible. Our clothes should be adaptive and dynamic as our lifestyle. Everything we do today, our communication with our phone, our transportation, our healthcare, our house, our smart houses, it learns, and it's all unique to us. Our clothes have not been for thousands of years. We are bringing the apparel world into the way we all live our lives.
And you truly believe that this is possible to do this?
For sure. Absolutely. We have a unique methodology that we've created. We have a lot of intellectual property associated with that allows us to put what we call functional substrates, sensors, actuators, a bunch of things, embedded inside textiles without glue. It's not stuck together. It's truly integrated. So you know what I mean? You can't feel those sensors for the most part.
You're right. Unless you pointed out to me, I would not know they were there.
Right.
Yeah.
And so we believe clothes should, have a level of functionality they've never had before.
I can see the heating part of it because I live in North Dakota and we can buy gloves and whatever else. There's little battery packs and you got your fingers and your toes are now toasty warm because you buy these things, and they're wonderful. And I've seen vests that have this in it now and that type of thing. To me, cooling is kind of a challenge, but not impossible. The color changing thing, I suppose. I'm just thinking it through in my head where, there's probably some dyes that are potentially, if they change. Well, I know when you heat up some dyes that they change color, and I suppose that's possible, So, wow, this is really, really interesting.
Yeah, you brought up the heated vest.
Yeah.
And, that's really driven by the individual. It's set from the outside environment.
Yep.
It's either I'm too hot or I'm not warm enough.
That's correct.
It's very difficult.
Yeah.
It reminds me of my battery-operated socks back in the 1970s, right? You're either sweaty or it's not working.
And then when you do get sweaty and it's 10 below zero outside, you're like, oh, my goodness, what am I going to do now here, right?
I think about, your house and if somebody told you have to put a thermostat on your kitchen table or a thermometer, and then based on that thermometer, you have to go adjust the heat. You're going to go build a fire. Well, the fire gets hot.
Yep.
And then the temperature goes up.
Yep.
That's what heated vest, glove activity is today.
Right.
What we're saying is take our living room again. You set the thermostat, you don't even think about it.
Right. 72 degrees.
72, or it reduces when you're not there, whatever. It's customized,
so your goal then basically is to make that microclimate so it's always 72 degrees and you're comfortable.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. you never think about it.
Yeah.
Right? It's just adjusted based on what you like. It's personalized for you. and then you never worry about it.
Yeah.
You're not hot, you're not cold.
And you're always operating at optimal.
Optimal.
Yeah.
And so whatever activity you're performing, you're at your peak.
Yeah.
And you're not compromised because you're too hot or too cold.
Yeah. It's very clever.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. I bet you have a lot
the
of
very
fun with
beginning, the very beginning of the future of clothing to really understand what clothing that we all wear every day can really do to help improve our lives and safety.
So cool. More information we can find at your website, I'm assuming.
Yes, Voormi.com,
Okay.
VOORMI.com. And
do you have products for sale already?
We have a wide range of products from T-shirts to big parkas. The electronic versions, the MI applications, MIJ applications, will not be available until the second half of this year.
Okay.
Probably starting in April, frankly. But the products that we have today are already engineered, with optimization of fiber placement, substrate placement, which is very unique. And then we're adding the wearable technology to that this year.
Okay. Very cool.
You bet.
Hey, it's been a pleasure.
Hey,
Thank you, Dan.
nice talking to you. Thanks.
All right, check it out, everybody. Voormi, go over there, check out their wonderful technology, and it's MIJ, which is say that again. It's me for, or in what language? Dutch. There we go. So for me, which is Voormi in Dutch. So yes, yeah. Are you Dutch by chance, or? Okay. Okay, I got it. So very good. All right, thank you, Dan. Take care. And again, we're broadcasting high in the CES Live Tower here at CES 2025. We're winding down day 2 right here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We're at the Venetian Sands. And Kirk, do we have anybody else up on the?
From what I can see, unless anyone happens to show in the next 9 minutes.
Okay.
So you have full reign on the last.
Full reign.
Full reign.
You can't get the vision of me without PJs on out of your head.
I couldn't get out of my vision of my head a body of bagels.
So it's body built by bagel.
Right.
I want to clarify.
I'm sorry. I apologize. So if you get that trademark, it's going to be body
built by bagel.
Built by bagels.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. And I can see the training video already with me slowly, in fact, in slow motion, right, spreading the cream cheese over a toasted bagel. Oh, my goodness. You had to turn the mic off.
Oh my goodness, I love it. See, those are the kind of things. In that point, when you had that interview. I mean, God bless the man. It was a great interview, by the way. Nothing to sneeze about. But it was like that again. That moment, and I guess I had to turn it away, but I had to keep it out of the monitors and everything. And I'm just like, I had to bare my face a little bit because I know I was turning beat red as well.
Oh my goodness!
But no, it was good.
It was funny. I'm sure he will never get
Nice
that image either. Revy's back in his booth right now. You're not gonna believe what we just talked about on the air. Oh my goodness, that was too good. Too good.
No.
Anyway, well, I mean, what else? I mean, you have to think about if you're going to be having sensors in your bedroom monitoring how you sleep,
right?
And you don't normally wear PJs,
right?
I mean, I'm going to ask the question.
That is an honest question, but also in the same token, that would hurt. You're going to pull it off.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Well, I can honestly say that I don't know if that's going to be on the best of. And I guess, I don't know if the production team is going to.
Yeah, you'll never tell, Nance? Really? Wow.
But you know what though? Speaking of best of, just to out of curiosity, do you have anything without saying the name? Obviously, is there anything that stood out to you for best of in the past?
Other than the mashed potato machine.
Both.
Oh, there's some cool stuff.
Okay.
This year, yeah, I mean, I really haven't been interviewing anybody in the changing the world type of scenarios yet. I mean, I've been really concentrating on, because I'm on assignment for a media company as well here.
Okay.
So I've been just trying to get content that I think plays well to their audience.
Got it. Okay.
So it's robotics and taking care of yards and those type of things. Which I mean, all of those things, they give you more time. I always talk about my lawnmower who gives me 100 hours more a year because I don't have to mow my yard anymore. I mean, that's a big deal.
Sure.
It's a really big deal.
Okay.
So those type of things.
Got it.
I so love that mashed potato machine, though. Oh my goodness! I'm interviewing this guy, right? And he speaks some broken English, and this guy was great. And he's trying to explain to me that he can put a potato in here and it makes mashed potatoes.
Right.
And I'm thinking to myself, well, first of all, I ask, how many potatoes can you put in there? Well, we can put up to 5 in this thing.
Yeah.
And they're not, I'm thinking to myself that you have to have boiled potatoes before you put it in there.
Well, that was my next question.
Yeah, he had pretty good sized potatoes in there. Yeah. He makes a lot of potatoes. And at the end, I'm like, at the end, I said, get those potatoes going. I'm bringing some gravy over in 20 minutes. Because the gravy making machine is right next door. No, I'm just kidding. But that would have been like the ultimate thing, right? To have a gravy making machine right there. The thing that I really noticed though is that food and robotics are going nuts here this year.
Right. Oh.
There was a couple devices here last year that the day I was here and spent a little time on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
But this year, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
There is so many robots making food. It's insane.
Well, not just making food, but also robotics as a whole. There's if you look on, outside our tower, there's several booths dedicated to robotics in general and use cases. But I'm just this is going to be kind of an interesting best of, I think, because I know that you and I think there's some folks are best of changing the world. For me, for this year, it's about the personal, the story that made that product what it was and how it benefited.
Those are always great, too.
And and there was a few, and like I said, I was just kind of curious asking you, and I asked Scott earlier, and he said there was a couple that he had it on his mind. But I think that there was some products, some companies with these products that told an incredible story, and it was so poignant, and it was just like I said, I spoke to a couple. I met a couple yesterday when I was in Beacon Park and at Showstoppers, and so I have a few an idea. I've one. I hope gets overall, but But I'm just hopefully, obviously we don't know yet, but I had a feeling that between all of us, on the team, each team, there's one or two that is, that can definitely stand out, but also and really and what happens next year? But that's next year. We start next year. No, I know. I just think that I just knew for whatever reason. Day one, I couldn't really think of one, honestly, because it's day one, obviously.
Right.
But for whatever reason, it's things that have really stood out more and more. And I think as next day progresses, I think it's going to really start to shine more.
And there's no doubt, even in the last 3 hours I've been on today, I mean, there's been some great products and great things that have come about just up here today. What's that? Oh, yeah, absolutely, Nancy. The ones that make you cry. So anyway, everybody, we really appreciate you joining us as we're wrapping up our second day coverage here at CES 2025. We really appreciate you taking the time to watch today. We hope that you've been inspired, moved, or just, want to go buy something. And, please, for my sake, wear some PJs tonight. And and from all of us here at CES, have a great, great evening.